I'm loving the comment from Brooksy already there, ladies and gentlemen. If you make the voice of the old EA Sports voice, it sounds epic. Well, in my head, it does anyway. Maybe you should get Steve Britton, the old voice of this has been another presentation from Nine's Wild Sports, would be just as epic. I agree with you, Brooksy. Good evening, everybody. Nice to have you company wherever you're tuning in, all around Australia or indeed the world. Welcome to the platforms of the Gentlemen Sim Racing Club and the final week of our 25th season of competition. Night 1, Week 10, Term 2, 2026. A little bit earlier than usual on the air tonight because cars are already getting ready to line up on the grid at the Zandvoort circuit of the Netherlands. The scene and setting of the finale, albeit a dead rubber as far as the outright points race is concerned. The championship wrapped up last week for Aidan Cale, but he's in the house ready to rock and roll this week, ready to see if he can put the icing on his cake for a 40-minute finale for Waste Options Formula 3, and then we're off to the Circuit de la Sarthe because too much Le Mans is never enough, and the final round of the Waste Options GT3 Pro Series, and we cannot wait for that. Bit of housekeeping off the top. If you didn't see our announcements on social media or through Discord throughout the course of the weekend, you've obviously been living under a rock or been absorbed by sport that isn't motorsport, and quite rightly so at this time of the year. But we are on air earlier because iRacing in their beautiful wisdom have scheduled maintenance for 10 o'clock Eastern time tonight, which means we can't be on circuit after 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. We were originally scheduling for the GT3 race to run up until about 20 past 10. That won't be happening. So 5 minutes has been slashed off the clock for Formula 3, 10 minutes for GT3, all the other regulations, rules, requirements, and of course compulsory pit stop regulations, etc. remain the same. We've just shaved 5 minutes off the clock here. It's a 2 compulsory pit stop race over 40 minutes now, the journey on the 4.21 kilometre circuit Park Zandvoort venue in the Netherlands. Have a look at those track and weather settings, ladies and gentlemen. We'll detail those a little bit more once qualifying is complete and we kick into the race server. And then, of course, for the GT3 finale, ladies and gentlemen, we've trimmed that by about 11%. It was originally meant to be 90 minutes. It's now going to be 80, an hour and 20 around the Circuit de la Sarthe. We still think it'll be 20 laps based on the numbers that we're crunching, plus a compulsory pit stop. And we're looking forward to having your company for all of that. Cars lining up on the grid now. There is the points situation at the moment. As you can see, job already done for Aidan Cale. He leads the championship. Doesn't matter whether you've got that on corrected order or count back or without the drop rounds or with them. He is the champion. 762 plays 674. Braden Sagassa, Adam Funslow 617, and Craig Bond, unfortunately, not on the circuit. He's going to lose fourth in the championship tonight, you would imagine. Alex Tzickas 572, 567 for Brett Barker makes up the corrected top 5 when you take Bondi out of the equation. And then, of course, Guy Leach, Adam Lavis, Lachlan Purvis and John Baldwin, the top 10. We'll get to why Bondi's not on the grid in just a moment. Track and weather settings, 12:25 local server time. That's European summertime. 6 km/h winds in a northeasterly direction, 21 degrees the ambient, 37 on track, partly cloudy conditions, 51% humidity. Grid looks like this. Aidan Cale, Bradley Ratu front row. Good to see Bradley back on the platforms of the GSRC and in an open wheeler as well. Adam Funslow, Alex Tzickas from the second row. Brett Barker, Guy Leach, Adam Lavis, Adam Proctor, John Baldwin and Joel Farley make up the top 10. Tristan Yellen, and then you go back to Kevin Wakefield, makes up the top 12 and the first 6 rows on this grid. Jared Knight, there's a name we haven't seen in a while. Knighty's back, but not necessarily taking the start. Brett Bradbury's lining up from 15th. Not sure about... We know Bondi's not lining up. We know Trav Azzopardi's in race control. Haven't seen Knighty turn up yet. We'll wait and see if he graces us with his presence or not. Massive night tonight on the back of a very long weekend. And let me touch on a contentious topic off the top. This is a commercial-free zone. It is a hydration break-free zone as well, ladies and gentlemen, but we'll talk more about the Socceroos and that magnificent win over Turkey as the night rolls on. We're getting ready to fire. No Braden Sagassa is the big news out of this grid first up on a Monday night. No Braden Sagassa. So what does that mean with regards to second in the championship? Let's find out. Off and racing in the Netherlands. Ratu and Knight to start from pit lane. Ratu, of course, being a late straggler into the series. Knight, he probably could have lined up on the track, to be fair. Adam Proctor getting cheered on by Brooksy. And, yes, Trav Azzopardi just pointing out that because of the fact that Bradley Ratu and Jared Knight are new to the series, returning to the series, trouble for Guy Leach. He barely hung on to it then, and then he's dropped a bunch of spots, down to 9th on the opening lap, 8th in fact. Guy Leach, the big loser early on here at Circuit Park Zandvoort. Of course, because they are new to the series, so as they don't interfere with the championship battle, although, let's be honest, it's already done. It's written into the regulations late in the piece, ladies and gentlemen, that if you join this late into the season, you either start from the rear grid or pit lane. To be fair, in Jared Knight's defence, he could have started on the grid because he didn't set a time in quali, but he's opted to line up behind Bradley Ratu and chase him through. We also need to make note of this. Because it's a 2 compulsory splash and dash race here, ladies and gentlemen, they've already listed as though they've completed their first. That is not true. They've started on pit lane. There is a difference. So their pit count will need to be at 3 tonight for them to adhere to the regulations. There is Ratu on the comeback trail. He's left 90 behind early on. Good to see Jared back on the platforms of the Gentlemen's Sim Racing Club. Aidan Cole leads after the opening lap. Alex Zizikas, Adam Funslow, 2nd and 3rd. Brett Barker in 4th, and Adam Lavis holds down 5th. Adam Proctor down on the inside, and Guy Leach gets by John Baldwin at turn 1. Lap 1 in the books, 1 minute 31.654. I'll start crunching some numbers here as I welcome in Dan Yeaman and Craig Bond. I'll get to you in a moment, Bondy. Dan Yeaman, my regular offsider here on a Monday night throughout the course of this term, and it feels weird saying that considering how long Adam Lavis has been the incumbent in this seat for, but good evening to you. Brilliant to be at Grand Final week. Unfortunately, we've got to trim a little bit of fat off the edges of these 2 races, but the points race now looks a hell of a lot more interesting considering that Sagas is not here and, of course, Bondy's with us.
It's a very good point there indeed. I kind of wish I'd had a chance to think about those numbers a little better coming into this one tonight, but unfortunately that's not to be the case because, yeah, it blows the situation wide open. Brayton's had a couple of particular races that have gone up and down this season, and yeah, I'll let Craig do the talking as to why he's here next to you rather than, Guy Leach, meanwhile, though, is going to go around again.
So that's the 2nd incident for Leach in as many laps. He drops down to 12th. The only one behind him still is Jared Knight. Knight is struggling to get up to speed early on here. Guy Leach, 12th place. Bradley Ratu just ahead of him. Brett Bradbury is the next target for Bradley Ratu as he makes his way back through the field. I'm interested, actually, boys, to see, and I don't mind saying this off the top, and I'll say it on the record because it's my opinion off the record as well. And I said it to these boys, I would have much preferred to see our visit to Zandvoort be a sprint race, because every time we've brought sprint racing format contests to this venue, it has delivered. I just feel as though it might become a little bit too much of a processional snore and bore throughout the course of 40 minutes as they fan out all over the circuit. And already you're seeing big gaps between 1st, 2nd and 3rd, but Brett Barker's putting the pressure, the blowtorch to Adam Funslow at the moment. Lavis and Proctor are still arguing over 5th, but then you've got gaps, Baldwin, Wakefield. Brett Bradbury's the next one under pressure from Yelland and Ratu, and then Leach and Knight, through respective misfortune, are already well back chasing their tail. But I will be interested, as I'm sure you will be too, Dan Yeaman, because he's one of your teammates. I'll be interested to see what Bradley Ratu can do. Whoa, Funslow gets it wrong at the end of the back straight, puts 2 wheels in the gravel, and Brett Barker's going to take full advantage of that and move up into 3rd. These are important moments because with Sagasa not here, with Bond not here, Funslow and Tsitsikas are arguing potentially for 2nd and 3rd in the series as they come back down the main straight. And there are extra points on the line tonight because we are adopting the Enduro format. The extended length of this race, even though it's only 10 up, not 15 up on the usual 30-minute single race distance, means extra points on the line, which could make all the difference in the grand scheme of things when we have a look at the points race and how it all plays out, or out rather, at the end of this night. Cale leads by 2.6 to Tsitsikas, and Brett Barker now holds down 3rd with Funslow and Lavis and Proctor, the 3 Adams, the hat-trick of Adams, Funslow, Lavis and Proctor in his rear view at this point in time. 126.450 for Aidan Cale, the fastest lap of the race thus far. So we're looking good for potentially as many as... No, I haven't got the number yet. I haven't had a chance to actually come up for air and think about it. Bondy, welcome into you. Frustrating to see you in the booth and not on the circuit. As much as we love catching up with you, we'd much prefer to see you out there. I know you'd prefer to see yourself out there as well. But there are 2 reasons why you're not. Talk us through it.
Yeah, much rather be out there tonight, but sadly, injury with my swollen ankle at school and PCs continuing to technical difficulties is preventing that tonight. So there goes any hope of the top 3 for me in this championship and all the championships left in the week, because I don't think I'll be making any more grids for the rest of this season.
Down the main straight we go. Yes, you're going to, I guess the 2-week break comes up at the right time for you in order to try and spend enough time working through the motions and going through the process of troubleshooting the issue and getting on top of it and making sure that there's no repeat of it when the new season starts, mate. It's a frustrating way to end the season, I know, because you had such great promise, you had such great potential to bag some results here, and it's all blown up in your face.
Yeah, very annoying when you spend up to like the 3/4 mark of the season just imagining the little plaques you get for the top 3 in the championship, having 5 more on your wall, and now nothing comes of because technical difficulties. So it is what it is. Hopefully we can get it fine-tuned for next season and come away and try and repeat, getting some more top 3s.
Technical difficulties are the bane of my existence as well. So welcome to the club, mate. I share your frustration. Jared Knight has had to come to pit lane to clear a black flag and has done so. So he came in at the start of lap 3 for a 3.83 second splash and dash, and then has driven through the pit lane to complete a drive-through penalty at the start of lap 4. Here we go. Dan Yeaman with some advice for our YouTube audience. If you have the internet speed for it, you should be able to see and try 1440p 60 as a quality option. And I'm interested in the feedback as to whether it makes a noticeable quality difference or not as well. So, Yeaman, you've been plodding away behind the scenes, it seems, making some little technical upgrades of your own, and hopefully the technical upgrades are received very positively from our audience.
Oh, fingers crossed, yeah. Just obviously there are some limitations what I can do with the fact we use Restream for obviously the cross-platform chat and broadcasting to Facebook and YouTube simultaneously. But taking some things I've learned from broadcasting, mainly for SimSpeed TV, where I predominantly do it to YouTube, and therefore the options that YouTube allows for higher quality. And what I've seen and what I've sort of been told over the years is that if you can run the 1440p option on YouTube, it basically ups the quality for all the viewers back at home. So I've cranked it to the max. It's allowed via Restream, and hopefully that'll be a nice little step up to what you're seeing visually on your screens.
I'm very interested. Very noticeable on the ultra wide. Feels like I'm watching World Endurance Championship again, says Travis has a party. Trouble. And that's John Baldwin drifting through the gravel. Unlucky as he resumes there in position number 11. Tristan Yelland is behind him, so too Jared Knight. Yelland also has completed the first of his stops. Bradley Ratu, meanwhile, has got himself back up into 7th position already and is only 16 seconds off the lead. Right, now let's eliminate Aiden Carl from the contest. He's not catching him. But 12 seconds to Alex Zikas. Not beyond the realms of possibility for that man right there, Bradley Ratu. So, Bondi's here with us for Formula 3. Yeaman and I are here with you for the night. Hopefully at the end of this night, we will be able to, despite the fact that the iRacing server and everything else is going to shut down, hopefully Adam Lavis has a couple of assistants on hand at the ready to download, screenshot, print, whatever needs to be done, all the results from the night that was, so that he can crunch the numbers despite the fact that the server is going to be down, in order for us to be able to tell you who's won what championship, because both the AM and Pro-Am splits are still well and truly alive in GT3 with thanks to Waste Options. We are, of course, broadcasting the Pro Split for you tonight. That is also a 2-horse race between Richard Mitchum and Daniel Edmonds, and we'll bring that to you live from the Circuit de la Sarthe. Le Mans in the south of France. It's interesting, though, that Trav talks about the World Endurance Championship. It's a bit of a sensitive subject for anyone that was watching via Stan last night at about 11 o'clock when the whole system just crapped itself. Hopefully, no such misfortune for us when we go to the Circuit de la Sarthe this evening. Across the main straight and start-finish strike we go. Adam Lavis under pressure here from Adam Proctor, and Proctor goes around the outside to turn one. Lavis makes him work very hard for it, but eventually Proctor is going to come out side by side with Lavis and get his nose in front for fifth and then chop the nose off. Oh, good work. Lavis slots back into sixth. Hayden Carl leads Alex Zizikas second. Brett Barker 2.8 back. Funslow, Proctor and Lavis the top six. So we've got a couple of points of interest here, obviously. The fact that, yes, it has already stretched beyond the realms of competitiveness in terms of engaging battles and entertainment from a spectator standpoint, ladies and gentlemen. This is the closest battle on the circuit. Kevin Wakefield's been to pit lane as well, so there's still quite a few drivers that are yet to complete their first stop. John Baldwin up the top 10, yet to transit the lane. Kevin Wakefield's also got a black flag to clear. That could be on the rejoin from that pit stop we've just seen. So he and Nighty have fallen into the same trap here already. And I agree with you, mate. It was great. It was a great spectacle, great to watch, really entertaining stuff, and well done to all the crew that put it together. And even more credit due, actually, the Nine Network, the wide world of sports, actually showcased the first 2 hours of that race live on free-to-air via 9 Go. I just wish they promoted the crap out of it so it got the word out so that people might have actually tuned in via the free-to-air option. And it was commercial-free as well, which was probably the most surprising aspect in all of that. If they do that next year, more promotions required to get the word out, because I reckon there would have been a lot of people very happy to stay up till 2 a.m. to catch the first 2 hours of the race, even if they didn't have a stand subscription or something else to then keep following the narrative. Here we go. Pass on the inside. Move from Guy Leach on the inside of Brett Bradbury. That is for position number 8. Bradbury also on... Leach also on the comeback trail here. Despite 2 early setbacks, he's got himself back up into 8th spot. Next target, Bradley Ratu, but Ratu is already 5.5 seconds up the road. And look how much ground he's already pulled on Brett Bradbury in the first quarter of this lap. 12.5 minutes gone. And I might actually finally get a chance to talk about that point situation. So Braden Sagas is going to get 66 points back tonight. Right, he's already got 1 drop round there. That was back in round 2. So he dropped a 0 there. He's going to drop the 66 from, where was that? Round 6 at the Suzuka circuit. Oh, geez, let's not mention Suzuka to the 1-9 stable, fair dinkum. So Adam Funslow tonight would need... he'd need 120 points. He would need 120 points to displace Braden Sagassa. That's based on my maths. He would go to 736. Funslow would need 120 to go to 737. Not beyond the realms of possibility. Zizikas, Barker, Leach and Lavis should all leapfrog Bondi. Sorry, Bondi. Based on the fact that we are on an enduro points format round. So, yeah, this could be a very costly tech issue for C-Bond. But Funslow has an outside chance, a real outside chance, because he would probably need Brett Barker or Alex Zizikas to run into trouble. An outside chance of displacing Braden Sagassa from second. It's going to be mighty tight, Dan Yeaman. Either Sagassa's going to hold on from the sideline, or Funslow is going to scrape through by the skin of his teeth.
Yeah, not exactly the most up-to-date on the new point scheme, unfortunately. Knocked me back on that one there, but yeah, even with a single race on the line and Funslow doing a solid job in 4th, it does sound like to me that it's most likely going to be a case of Proctor around to the back round. Going to break up 3 Adams.
And there goes Ratu through into 6th. The climb back through the field continues for Bradley Ratu. Unlucky for Proctor. Bondi, you've driven these cars most of the season when circumstances have allowed you to, when the computers cooperated. Sorry, I don't want to rub it in. Proctor's just lighting it up there. Formula 3 doing Porsche things. Who'd have thought? Talk us through the challenges associated with driving these cars and how much fun they are to drive when you get your grip of them.
Yeah, these are... I love F4s, but these are just a bit more difficult. In my opinion, you get a bit more rear sliding and stuff, but they're a good car once you can master them. You just got to gain the trust on the front end and being able to push 3 corners, because the quicker you intake corners, etc., the better the front Indies with the downforce, but it does trade off with traffic and a track like this. So medium to high pace, you get behind someone, you can't stay there for longer. So dirty air.
And Kevin Wakefield's most recent drive-through stop and hold penalty was 44.42 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. So he's already dropped a lap and a half here on our race leader. There's Bradley Ratu in 6th spot at the moment, going along quite lonesomely. Although we can see Adam Lavis in his sights. And just ahead of him is Adam Vunslow. Brett Barker holds down 3rd. A big result needed here for Brett Barker to finish his championship on a positive note. Although he's not where he wants to be in relation to Alex Tzoukas, who holds a 5-point advantage on him coming into this round. Just with regards to, I do apologise, I'm trying to crunch the numbers on the hop, skip and jump here, boys. But, obviously we're in the 1 minute 26s, which is always such an awkward bloody number. However, if I round it down, and then I can round it back, 125 is what I'm going to round it down to. 125 and 2 is 250, 2 is 540, 2 is 830. 830, 6 laps, right? 4 times 830 is 34 minutes, 4 times 6 is 24. So you're looking at, if you want to be technical about it, you could potentially see as many as 28 laps here, but we have got 2 transits of the lane, plus that count back of time. So I wouldn't mind betting that we're probably settling on something around 27 laps tonight here. Feel free to jump in and correct me if you think I'm wrong with that one. But yeah, 8.5 times 4 is 34. 4 6s are 24. That leaves 6 minutes. And then the 3 125s, well, that's 125 and 2 is 250 and 3 is 405. Okay, yeah, probably 28. Probably 28. Because you would still have enough time to get through the lane twice. And Aidan Carl's just making his way in for the first time. And remember that we can start that 28th lap in the last 10 seconds of the time limit, if required. So, yeah, 28's probably looking like a safe enough bet, considering that Aidan Carl's just coming in now at the end of lap 12 to start lap 13. And we are 2.25 minutes away from the halfway mark of the race. Aidan Carl back out onto the circuit. That was a slick stop too. 5.13 seconds and gone. Goodbye, see you later. The rest of the field makes their way in. Pull it up, boys, pull it up. Unfortunately, Guy Leach is gone. Guy Leach is out of it.
Yeah.
And everybody seems to be getting tripped up, Dan, on the new pit lane regulations, the little changes that iRacing have made term on term.
Yeah, the tightened up pit speed enforcement, which I have to say it's great to see it, to be honest, because for the longest time, if you're willing to play the game, even with cars with pit speed limits, it made sense to actually get off the pit speed limiter and manually control your pace down the lane. Now that limiter is able to get on the speed limit and hold it there perfectly for you, and the enforcement is pretty much the moment you start going over, it'll give you a tiny bit of leeway and then clamp down hard to penalise any instances of overspeeding. And as well as also to the in-lane enforcement, but also the way the limiter actually kicks in. You now have to get the car down to roughly the speed you want, but the critical is you need to be in the gear that you want to be in, and they also recommend you actually need to be targeting the middle of your rev range. So depending on your gear ratio and car setup, that may dictate which gear it should be. In most cases, it probably therefore should be first, but there might be some exceptions where it is second. For the limits to actually work to its maximum effect. So, yeah, not surprised to see, unfortunately, that a couple of drivers perhaps coming in and they're really flying into the pit lane, and they're finding out the hard way that there's not as much leniency as there once was on the entries. Is Brad Ratu up the inside of Adam Lavis for now fourth place, and it will be third because Brett Barker's got a pit black flag of his own for pit lane breach, I presume.
So Barker and Leach got one as well, didn't he?
Yeah, he's had to serve a long pit stop to clear that one out.
Both the Injectors Online Racing entry boys have picked one up, and that's huge news for Alex Tzoukas, because that's the pressure valve release there. as far as the battle for what will be fourth in the championship is concerned. So the pressure has been released on Alex Tzikis now that Brett Barker's made that mistake and has to come back to pit lane. Guy Leach comes round, and just as we've done that, folks, as the boys have come across the line and completed another lap through that first round of pit sequence, 19 and a quarter was about where Aidan Carr was when he crossed the line. That was with 13 laps and a pit stop complete. So it's touch and go, but I reckon we're almost right on the cusp of only getting 27 laps in now as a result of just that speed diminishing ever so gradually as this race plays out. The pace has dropped back into the 27s now from Aidan Cale. And let's be perfectly honest, Bondi, when you're out and clear and comfortable to the tune of 16 seconds like he is at the moment, Jesus Christ, through 14 laps, you don't need to go at 10 tenths.
No, just sit back, keep it on the black stuff like I did last week in F3, wasn't it? Before my technical difficulties ruined my remaining week.
Yeah, actually, it was a very nice little drive from you last week, I thought, up into second spot on the streets of Long Beach. And of course, you grabbed the win on the Adelaide Street Circuit in race 2 the week before that. So, yeah, you had all the momentum and everything was looking good. Technology has said no, which is really unfortunate. But something about Australia at the moment and saying no to technology for kids 16 and under. Strange. Aidan Cale, Alex Tzikis, Bradley Ratu, Adam Lavis, Adam Funslow and Adam Proctor, the top 6 now. Brett Barker's been to pit road for that. Actually, no, he hasn't. He's still got a black flag to clear. Now, that's interesting because he went in for 1.65 seconds. Unless he's pitting and thinking that he can come around again, clear the black flag with a drive-through, Dan Yeaman, and then still make it to the line. That's an early second stop, unless he's good on fuel. We're not aware of the fuel numbers and the range and how much you can burn out of the tank and what the tank capacity is and all that sort of stuff, what the burn ratio is. But if Barker's going about this, the reverse strat of, okay, I've got a black flag to clear, I'm going to stop now, get my second stop done. Here comes Bradley Ratu to do his second pit stop. So maybe Brett Barker was onto something. Brett Barker might then come through, serve his drive-through or stop and hold, whichever it may be, and then get back out in the contest. Interesting way to go about it, but unfortunately it puts him right out of touch with Alex Tzikis, and that was the battle we're really hoping to keep an eye on.
Yeah, so let me see if I can get some numbers for us. I've just found out the fuel tank capacity works out to 15.9 litres in this car. I just need to see if anyone's actively submitting data to the Garage 61 or has done so as practice prior to tonight. And I can do some maths to work that one back for us.
1.2 for me in practice.
1.2 for you, Bondi? All right, so interesting. In that case then, based on that, Yeaman, it might be half a chance for Brett Barker. 15.9, did you say?
Yep, that's the tank capacity here tonight.
All right. So 1.2 would be 5 litres, 6 laps.
13.
5 laps, 6 litres.
It's a 13-lap tank.
Yeah, right. So in that case, if we were only going 27, Brett Barker should be okay.
Yep.
Bradley Ratu on the tow rope. Bradley Ratu on the tow rope.
Oh, yes,
What's going on here?
A lot of trouble according to my activity tracker.
Oh dear. Bradley Ratu's charged from the rear of the field. Finito. And this is how.
Starts with a little
through the gravel. Goodbye. And tried to catch it. Yep, that's fine. Oh no. Didn't see the car oncoming, and look at the rear left suspension.
It is gone.
It is completely shattered. Bradley Ratu has parked up and it's the first retirement of the night.
Oh, Barker still has a black flag.
Oh dear.
He hasn't removed. He hasn't cleared that one properly.
He hasn't. He needs, and that's the problem. He's now been in twice to try and clear that, Dan. And it was issued on lap 13, I want to say. So if he doesn't come in, Proctor's gone now as well. Adam Proctor's got the mechanical meatball. He's gone. Brett Barker, if he can't clear that black flag, I've got a feeling it might be one of those 40-odd second stop and holds. It might be a real insulting invoice for the crime that's been committed here. And if he can't clear that now, next time by, they're just going to exclude him. Oh, Adam Proctor. Wow.
Yeah.
Launching up into the banking.
See, had something else happen there as he just lost that on the way in.
Second replay for you with thanks to Disruptive Labs.
Oh, it's loose. It's cold. Oh, yeah. Lost the car.
Tyres.
Car reformed itself. It looks like, yeah, it just lost it on cold rubber. Now, let me get back live and let me see if I can watch Brett Barker here. Because, yeah, I think he picked this up on pit exit, which would mean it's a stop and hold. The default penalty for some kind of pit violation is a stop and hold, which would mean he needs to stop in his box, but he's driving through unless he's taken stop and holds, and
that's cleared it.
Yep,
cleared it.
Never mind, it was a drive-through he needed to come and serve, and he's been stopping in his box.
Jeez.
Other way around, how about that?
Not ideal for Brett Barker, and he will quite rightly be filthy with that. He's now down in 7th, and unfortunately, gentlemen, we've got exactly what I thought we would have, and that's an elongated, glorified procession around Circuit Park Zandvoort. Have a look at the margins. 19.4, Cale to Tzikis, 10 seconds back to Lavis, 3 to Funslow, 11 to Bradbury, 7 to Baldwin, off goes Kevin Wakefield, 15 to Barker, 13 to Leach, who got a stop and hold, which was 45 seconds in length. Wakefield's night's done. Then back 3 seconds to Knight and 11 seconds to Yelland. And Proctor's parked up and done. So that's 3 retirements now, because I don't think Wakefield's going to be able to get his car repaired if he's already been to pit lane and grabbed the fast repair tonight. If he hasn't, then he should be able to get back out there. But still, it's going to be a long time stationary before that ends up being permissible. Aidan Cale's advantage is 20 seconds on Alex Tzikis. He's on lap 19. Adam Lavis now holds down 3rd. Adam Funslow is 4th. So what's happened there is that Funslow's fallen back down the order. Tzikis still holding down 2nd quite nicely. Adam Funslow 4th. Brett Bradbury 5th. John Baldwin 6th. Now, Jared Knight's about to go a lap down. Guy Leach is in the firing line to go a lap down. Cale's just completed lap 19. Those guys have just taken off on the start of lap 19. That's how much speed and territory and advantage and ground Aidan Cale has on the rest of the field on the bottom of your screen there at the moment. He's in formidable touch. Invincible in this series. Kevin Wakefield still with the mechanical meatball flag showing on pit lane at the moment. Knight the next target for Cale. He'll put a lap on him. And that's how much quicker he is, just on Alex Tzikis alone per lap at the moment, ladies and gentlemen, on your screen there.
I thought I'd bring it up, Zach, just because, the gap is just continuing to build. Yet when I keep looking every now and again, I look over the lap times, it's fine. But in saying that last lap around, Aidan Cale pulled 8/10 on Tzikis. So just to put that in perspective, there, just relentless consistency.
The guy doesn't know how to wind it back to 9 or 8/10 at the moment. He could and very easily do it and still win. Jared Knight, oh no, Knighty, don't do it. Jared Knight knows that he's a back marker at the moment. He's not going to make life difficult for Aidan Cale. Wakefield has been stationary on pit road now for 2 minutes, so I get the feeling that was a terminal issue. Guy Leach the next target for Aidan Cale, and he will have lapped half the field by that point. Just relentless, as Dan Yeaman quite rightly said. And it's hard for someone like you, Bondi, that, was second last week. But even then, you weren't even within striking distance of this bloke. When you're in form, you're in form. And it gives the rest of you blokes, you included, when your technology wants to cooperate, something to strive for, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. It's kind of one of those things you just want to take time, try and get better. But while you're just running second, is just ignore Aiden and Braden out in front and just work on yourself, and if you can come second, that's pretty much a win this season.
Exactly. Keeping an eye on Adam Funslow on that note, ladies and gentlemen, with the view to second in the championship. It may be within reach for him. It may elude him still. We'll wait and see. Good news, Kevin Wakefield was able to get that damage repaired and get back out on the black stuff. So he is obviously 3 laps down now, but still a chance of being classified here. Remembering we're on lap 21. We're at the start of the 31st minute of play. So again, we're probably looking good for 6 laps. Maybe 7 at the line. It just depends on what the second round of compulsory pit stops does in terms of chewing a chunk of time out of the clock. But Aidan Cale could well drag this field out to 28 laps. Across the line he'll go to complete lap 21. 1 minute 26.450, the fastest lap of the race from him so far. And it was a 27.0 last time through, so nowhere near his best, but he's still well and truly the fastest car on the racetrack. Adam Lavis, been an interesting season for Mav, of course. He was he didn't race the first week. Oh, that's right. He was here producing and directing the broadcast. 5th in the second race of week 2, 6th in the first race of heat 4, 7th in the first race in the only race at Suzuka, I should say. He hasn't been a consistent top 5 runner. If he was to finish tonight where he is at the moment, it would be his best finish of the season. But plenty of 5th and 6th in there. A 5th at Circuit Gilles Villeneuve, a 6th at Adelaide in race 1, a 6th last week at Long Beach. Well and truly finishing the season on a high if your name's Adam Lavis, if you can keep this up. Adam Funslow is 4th, Brett Bradbury is 5th, John Baldwin, Brett Barker, Guy Leach, Jared Knight and Tristan Yell in the top 10. If we do get to 28 laps, 75% race distance is 21. That's of interest to Kevin Wakefield, of course, who is 3 laps down at the moment. Knight's been lapped, so too is Yelland. Leach is about to be. Aidan Cale is creeping up on the tail of Guy Leach, and they're making their way around the sweeper now onto the main straight. There they are onto the main straight now. That's the distance between Guy Leach and being a lap down in this car race. 22 gone. We're 7 3/4 from home. I've got a nasty feeling, boys, that we'll do a little bit of overtime and we'll get that 28th lap in based on the pace of Aidan Cale. It is extraordinary.
He's currently running a high 26s. As we get to observe just in the corners, he's just finding speed everywhere. Guy Leach last at 129.0 was 26.9. It's actually over 2 seconds a lap, which I didn't think we'd see in a fixed setup, single make, open wheel category like this. Confidence he's got there. Look at that. Through a medium speed right-hand turn, and Guy Leach will just pull over to the side of the road and say, yeah, I want none of...
I concede.
None of that.
And this is probably something that we should make public knowledge now. Bondi mentioned it to us in the pre-race, Dan Yeoman. At this point in time, you're looking at Aidan Cale and you're thinking there is a legitimate chance if we were contesting the Australian Open World Nationals this time round, but unfortunately, due to lack of interest from club members the last time round, the 7th running of the Open World Nationals was the last of the GSRC's involvement in the concept for the interim period. But I tell you what, Bondi, if you're Aidan Cale, you'd be lining that up if you had half a chance and thinking you're a real shot at supremacy, even though you'd have to quickly adapt from the Formula 3 into the Super Formula Light. But if anyone can do it, he can at the moment. He's untouchable.
Yeah, this is probably the closest to an SFL car out of all the Formula cars we've got on the league, and it was good Open Wheel National. Sadly, I got booted out when I did it last time because apparently I wasn't with GSRC or whatever at the time. So yeah, it was annoying. I was looking forward to having another crack at that because it is a great event to do, but apparently we'll have to just wait and see if we go back in the future.
Oh, very good point. I've forgotten about that. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to trigger you. Aidan Cale, Alex Tzoukas, Adam Funslow and Adam Lavis, the top 4 at the moment. Brett Bradbury, John Baldwin, 5th and 6th. In comes Adam Lavis to complete his second stop now. And just the dominance and, of course, the way in which the race has played out, the fact that we've seen 3 penalties issued to Brett Barker, to Guy Leach, and also to... who was the other one? I apologise, there was another one that was handed out. I'm just trying to remember. as Brett Barker makes his way into pit lane. But yes, we've already seen a couple of drive-through penalties handed out. Plus, obviously, the incidents and the attrition rate that's gone with that. It might have only been 2, my apologies. As Aidan Carl pits at the end of lap 24, and we're on the cusp of potentially getting that extra lap in here. It depends on how much time this young man spends stationary now on pit road. He's off, he's gone, and there's a real chance that we're going to have 4 laps from here, because it's 4.5 minutes, boys. But as I said earlier, 1 minute 25 and 2 is 2:50, and 1 minute 25 is 4.25. He's got 4:20 as he got out of turn 1. That's enough time to get that 28th lap in. So rip up your bingo tickets, ladies and gentlemen. We've conquered our first challenge of the night, and it's always interesting when it's 86, 87 second lap times, because there's no simple way of calculating that. If I like it when it's in 5s and 10s, or 5s and 0s, when it ends around that threshold, I can work with that. But yes, Aidan Carl, Alex Jazikas, Adam Funslow now has got up into 3rd spot. Now, he's come out well ahead of Adam Lavis. Now that's interesting. Lavis has now dropped into 4th, and Funslow has come out in 3rd through that second round of pit stops. Interesting.
Check.
Funslow takes 3rd back. And if you're Braden Sagassa, you're looking at that and thinking, I'm in trouble here.
Lap 23 for Adam Lavis.
Oh, no, Mav, no. Oh, he nearly saved it.
And there goes Funslow past him.
Oh, wow.
And the 3-point turn for added insult to injury. Oh, no, the 5-point turn. Do not Austin Powers himself. That's how he ends up so far behind his fellow Adam.
So Adam Funslow now inherits 3rd, and with that comes a real chance of snatching 2nd in the championship. So whatever's gone on for our mate Braden Sagassa to prevent him from being with us tonight, I hope it's nothing untoward. I hope it's nothing, unfortunate and bad. I hope it's just, that something's come up work or study-wise or something, so as to ensure that he wasn't able to be here. It is unfortunate. It is obviously not just for him, but for us as well, with regards to the way the championship narrative has played out. We know how much he was hoping to come out and secure 2nd tonight. So that, I'm not sure. We just hope it's nothing from a personal family standpoint. We hope it's nothing from a technological standpoint either that's put him on the sideline tonight. You know what I'm trying to say, but I'm cocking up how I'm trying to say it, ladies and gentlemen. So I apologise for that. But yes, we are 1 minute and 40 from time. Aidan Carl's about to start the second last lap of this race. We are going to go an extra lap, and he's going to get there with about 10 seconds to spare to start that final lap. He'll see the white flag next time by the line. Really unfortunate way for Braden Sagassa to potentially lose 2nd in the championship here. And Bondi, to be fair, had you been out there, had Radu been able to make it to the end, had Guy Leach and Brett Barker not succumb to pit lane penalties of the stop and hold and drive through variety, all those circumstances, had they lined up, it might have saved Braden Sagassa's backside. So yes, as we say, we hope it's nothing bad that's the cause of him not being here tonight, and we hope that whatever it is, he's back on the grid for the Vs and the Toyotas on Thursday and Wednesday respectively. No one wants to jump in. Okay, Brett Barker.
I thought I heard a Bondi in there somewhere. So
correct. Thank you, Dan.
I did. Okay, good. So I'm not completely hopeless.
No. I left it wide open for the boy from Gundagai, and he's just left me hanging so he can get stuffed. And Aidan Carl is about to see the white flag and get us to the start of the final lap of Waste Options Formula 3 for this magnificent term of competition, Term 2, Season 25, the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. The halfway marker 2026 is within striking distance. One to go as time elapses here. 40 minutes has come and gone. We're into overtime, ladies and gentlemen. And Aidan Cale is on his way to yet another race win in this season. And again, has not been off the podium throughout the entire campaign. This will be race win number 10, to go with a third place a couple of weeks ago on the streets of Adelaide, to go with a hat-trick of second places in round 3, plus round 6, and race 1 of round 4. But it's going to be 10 wins. It's going to be an emphatic triumph in the championship itself. And this will be the icing on the cake, considering the extra points that come with tonight's race format. And he has well and truly been a class and then some above the entire field, even his own teammate in the end. And Aidan Cale deserves his moment in the spotlight. He deserves his crowning moment. He deserves his glory. Last turn, checkered flag, and Aidan Cale had already wrapped up the championship Waste Options Formula 3 on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, but now he's going to secure the icing on the cake and rub salt into the wound of all the opposition. 10th win of the season in round 10. Dominance personified from Aidan Cale. It doesn't get better than that, Dan Yeaman. That guy is the open wheel specialist on these platforms at the moment. Does a good burnout in the Formula 3, does Aidan Cale. Have a look at that. Very nicely done. Alex Tzikis in for second. Third, Adam Funslow. That could well be second in the championship. At the death. What about that for a storyline? Fourth to Adam Lavis, ruining what might have been a potential podium finish, but grabbing his best finish of the season regardless in the final race of the campaign. Brett Bradbury in for fifth. Frustrating night for him. Fair income. From the... Oh, don't muck around, Brett. Don't muck around. He's choking. He's chug-a-lugging. He's coughing and spluttering to the line. And he holds on John Baldwin by half a second. He was short on fuel. That's not surprising. It was something we mentioned. Could be an option or could be a potential point of conjecture, I should say, for him, because of the fact that he stopped on lap 14 and we did go 28 laps. We were expecting the tank to run 13. He had to stretch 14 out of it. That was with two incorrect opportunities or incorrect observances of his pit stop penalty. He had to do a drive-through, not a stop and hold. And as he's tried to... Oh, Kevin Wakefield struggling to get to the finish line here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not sure if... Has he seen the checkered flag? Actually, he is 3 laps down, so yeah, he would have seen the checkered flag.
Yeah, results are now official from iRacing, so we can bring them up.
Yeah. Here I was wondering if he was struggling to get home on the final lap. No, he's just celebrating the fact that even though 3 laps down, he did get home. And he finished in 11th. Last of 11 finishes for you tonight. Aidan Cale, Alex Tzikis, then Adam Funslow, Adam Lavis, Brett Bradbury, John Baldwin, Brett Barker, Jared Knight, Guy Leach and Tristan Yell on the top 10. Kevin Wakefield, the last of the finishes in 11th, having completed 25 laps. Yelland and Leach were a lap down respectively. Everybody else got home on the lead lap. We'll have Aidan Cale with us shortly. We'll have hopefully Alex Tzikis and Adam Funslow as well, because Adam Funslow, I think, has taken second in the championship. Without seeing the points officially, that's my gut feeling here, based on the fact that he had to get 120 minimum, and we see it there. It says 100 points for the race, but it's a 45-minute.
Yeah, I think those points might still be the sprint points that have been baked into that one now.
Which means we need to add 50% to that. I think I'm right in saying. I just want to get the calendar up to be absolutely certain, and you know what I've done, don't you? I've just gone and I accidentally tried to click on the tab and close the bloody thing. So just bear with me a second while I bring that back up. There are the results on your screen.
50% increase.
So Adam Funslow, 132, 88 and that's 44, 44.88, 132. So Adam Funsley takes second in the championship on those numbers, if we're 100% right with that. Extraordinary narrative.
132 for P3 is awarded tonight.
Which means Alex Tzikis has also picked up an extra 47 points, which will put him up around the 141 region. And Aidan Cale, 150 of the best possible points he'll ever secure. Can we just also take a moment? Sorry, all hell's broken loose here, folks. I've forgotten how to talk. I've forgotten how to do my maths. I've forgotten how to open computer tabs. It's a real fun night on the platforms of Gentlemen Sim Racing Club. Stick with us. It's only going to get better. Aidan Cale, emphatic. 33 seconds. We were only out there for 40 minutes. He's put nearly a second on the field a minute, let alone the fact that he's put more than a second on them per lap. 33 seconds. And sure, we can sit here and talk about the misunderstanding, the communication breakdown with Brett Barker and obviously trying to serve clear his black flag, but doing it incorrectly on 2 occasions, eventually cleared it on the 3rd. We can talk about the very, I think, stringent and excessive stop and hold time there for Guy Leach. All those are different determining factors, but 33 seconds is a thumping in anyone's language. Alex Tzikis, well done, because with the absence of Bondi, he's going to take 4th in the championship in all of that. Again, I just want to make sure when we have a look at all of that, 141 for Alex. I tell you what, he's going to only end up a B's proverbial away from Braden Sagassa as well, only about 20 points in the end due to Sagassa not being here tonight. Brett Barker, Guy Leach, they'll obviously be ruining what might have been. Jared Knight, nice to see him back on the platforms of the GSRC, but in an open wheeler, for him to come away with 8th, it'll be interesting to see what he makes of that. I was enjoying Bradley Rudder's charge through the field as well, Yeaman, until it went, the proverbial up the creek without the paddle.
Yeah, a little unfortunate. There we go. I've been able to reload in the Enduro points. So there we go. That is the Enduro
beautiful
point scheme of this season. Locked in for us there.
So yes, confirming that Alan Funsley will take second in the championship. How about that? Oh boy! So I guess to do away with any sort of doubt or uncertainty at this point in time, we should probably open up the floor of discussion here. Bondi, stay with me, unless you're going radio silent. I'll get back to him in a moment because he left me hanging there about 5 minutes ago. And he hasn't said anything since. Aidan Cale, Alex Tzikis are here. Aidan, if you can, mate, I'm not sure if you're able to shed some light for us. We're a little bit bemused. We were expecting Braden Sagassa on the grid tonight. We're hoping that it's nothing untoward as to why he's not on the grid, and then we'll get stuck into talking about your clinical, commanding, dominant drive, convincing way to finish the season. But firstly, unlucky for your teammate.
Not sure where he is, so I haven't been messaged. No one's been told, so yeah, not sure. I'm a bit puzzled.
Yeah, and as I said, we just hope that it's nothing bad. That's the only thing that we've got our fingers crossed for. We know that life happens all the time. We know that work, uni, and all that sort of stuff does take away from our ability to go and have some leisurely fun here on the platforms of the GSRC from time to time. So we're hoping it's one of those things that's come up like a work thing or an academic thing and nothing more. But I'm sure we'll get to the bottom of that, hopefully, when we have him back on the grid on Wednesday night in the 86ers. Now, let's talk about that. You didn't have to turn up tonight because the job was already done, mate. But what a way to stamp the season with authority, put the icing on the cake, etc., etc. I've run out of superlatives to describe what you've done in a Formula 3 throughout the course of the last 10 weeks, mate. That was as clinical a way as you could hope to finish it off as anyone's ever seen. 33 seconds to the good. Even you must be somewhat stunned by the margin at the end there.
Yeah, definitely. I'm not too sure what the boys behind me were doing. I just kind of, put my head down and focus on what I was doing, and I'm surprised those tyres lasted 40 minutes because, man, at the end they were, they were looking a bit, 50% off kind of thing. But yeah, no, it's definitely a good way to finish off the season. It's I'm not I'm not too sure. I'm a little bit lost for words, to be fair. But no, it would have been nice to see a couple more of the big dogs here tonight to have a good feel to round out the season. But alas, it is what it is. It's good to kind of get into the double digits of the wins as well this season. So yeah, there's nothing to complain about.
No, not at all. 10 wins, 14 podium finishes, 14 starts. You've broken just about all the records there are to be broken on the platforms of the GSRC, mate. Zandvoort, we were expecting what we got. Unfortunately, a couple of drivers tripped up around the traps. There were a couple that were trapped by the changes that have been made to how strictly the pit lane speed limits are enforced by iRacing, namely Guy Leach and Brett Barker. But from your standpoint, when Bradley Ratu lined up on the grid and put it on second, you must have been quite happy with the fact that because he was a late arrival in the series, he had to start from pit lane, because he definitely had the pace to give you a run for your money and maybe make a run for the podium tonight.
Oh, definitely. I mean, from my old team, he's incredibly quick, especially in a supercar and pretty much anything else he touches. But I wasn't too concerned. Like, all I needed to do was finish pretty much and just have some fun. So, whether he was in front of me or behind me, didn't make much of a difference to me. So, it was good to see someone else trying out the Formula 3s and, someone else who has a hell of a lot of pace. So, yeah, it was good to see some new faces here today.
I don't know what waits for the entree slot on a Monday night next term, mate, but you'd be no doubt keen to come back and mount a championship defence if Formula 3 gets another Guernsey.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, these cars have been so much fun to drive, and the racing and officials are pretty terrible with these cars. So, yeah, it was great to see this on the list of series that was available for this season, and 100% I'd be back if F3 comes back, because it's very rare that you get to race these things in the league now. So it was awesome, and I had so much fun throughout the season.
Now, just on the record, for the benefit of the audience tuning in at home, as we say, this is the exclamation mark and all the other superlatives on the season that was. But we were looking at your pace tonight, and it just looked like you went on an elongated 40-minute run of qualifying lap after qualifying lap after qualifying lap. Did you ease off the wick at any point?
Not really. Like last week, I was just kind of driving subconsciously. So just kind of, put the music on, just kind of race to what my pace is and try and not to think about it too much, which is a problem because I ended up thinking about everything else other than the race, which is a problem for me, unfortunately, if I go too much by feel, which I can make mistakes. So it's like a balance there, but nah, I mean, it was just a matter of managing the tyres, really. It's such a hot track today, and 40 minutes is longer than a race we've done this season. So yeah, it was just matter about managing the tyres and just kind of analysing the track every single lap and what the tyres are doing and what the limit of the car was.
Indeed. What does the next few weeks look like from your iRacing standpoint, please, mate?
Indy NXT. Bit of IndyCar. I'll be doing a few broadcast splits as I've done the last the last season. So yeah, I'll be doing a bit of that, and maybe jump in a tin top here and there, and just see what happens. I really just enjoying what I enjoy and racing what I want to race.
Very nicely done. If Formula 3 was to make a return next term or the term after, here on the GSRC platforms, mate? What's on the wish list as far as the calendar is concerned? Because as you've proven this term, it doesn't matter what tracks we throw at you, you answer the challenge more times than not.
Formula 3, yeah, Formula 3 would be great to see, as I said before. IndyCar would be an Indy NXT. Like, for me at the moment, that's like my bread and butter. So I'd love to see those series on the platform. And yeah, just Trans Am, the Euro NASCAR, that looks like really fun to drive. So I think that would get a whole lot of participation around here. Especially because we love our Trans Ams in Australia with TA2 popping off.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, it'd be great to see Euro NASCAR, IndyCar, Indy NXT, Formula 3, just those ones really.
I'm happy that you've given me some sort of intel with regards to the car wish list, mate, but I was more asking about what the circuit wish list would be.
If you throw in all 7 street circuits that are on the platform, I'd be pretty damn happy with that. I'd love to see the San Diego track. I'm in love with that track at the moment. I know there's a bit of bad rep going on about it, but yeah, I'm having so much fun just driving anything on it. So I'd love to see that. Obviously Adelaide, St. Pete, all your street circuits really is really up my alley, and maybe Knock Hill somewhere as well.
Okay, so I reckon we're drafting up in the background at the moment. Occasionally we've had over the course of time, ladies and gentlemen, championships whereby you get different car and track combinations week in, week out. Some of you will remember when we had our production car series and we had 5 different cars. They got 2 rounds each, different circuits, etc., different formats. If you're Aidan Kale, you're drafting up a calendar at the moment that has those 5 cars that he just mentioned, plus the street circuits and 3 other circuits to get us home. And that would be the perfect series for him. And nobody would stand a chance of beating him based on what we've seen this term. Last word goes to you, mate. Who would you like to thank?
Just all the boys at 19. Chris for, having me at 19. It's been a great environment so far. Been absolutely loving it. And yeah, just all the boys from 19 and everyone, all my competitors, everyone's done such a, they've given me such a challenge for the whole season. And Stephen Ball and even Brad today and Alex, all the boys, it's been really fun, and the racing's been, at times it hasn't been the best, but no, for the most part, everyone's been really clean and very, gentlemanlike, as the league would say. So yeah, no, it's been absolutely awesome. I've had so much fun. So and you and Zach and Dan from the broadcast, it's been awesome watching these things week in, week out. It's awesome to show someone who might not be interested in sim racing, get interested and get hyped with, the awesome commentary and broadcast.
Very nicely done, mate. And with flattering remarks like that, you're welcome back here anytime. Thank you very much. Well done. Terrific performance from you. It's been a pleasure to watch and commentate, mate. So whatever you bring to the table, we've enjoyed it. We look forward to what comes next and where you might pop up next on our platforms in season 26 or term 3 as it is for 2026, mate. Enjoy the break. Go well with the officials, and we'll hopefully see you back here in 3 weeks' time.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
And such a politely spoken, well-spoken young man there, Aidan Carr. What a brilliant advertisement he is for what we do here on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. He mentioned the word gentlemanly etiquette. It's the ethos of the club, and he showcased that, illustrated that on more than one occasion throughout the course of the season. Alex Tzoukas is here. John Baldwin's here. I'm pleased to say that John's in the house, having racked up a 6th place finish. Actually, no. Was it 5th or 6th, John? It was 5th, wasn't it? My time screen No, it was 6th.
Yeah, Brad managed to get over the line just in front.
Oh, geez, there we go.
All the gap coming down and going, oh, please, but it didn't happen.
Because I was going to say my timing screen's gone back to how it was mid-race rather than showing me the official results on screen there, but that's okay. Let me get to you in a moment. Hello, Jared Knight in the comments section. It was just nice to see you out there, mate. So thanks for stopping on by. We'll catch up at a later point in time, I hope, I'm sure. Alex, to you, well done, mate. Had a job to do tonight. It was go out there and secure 4th in the championship. Probably not the way you want to do it with the misfortune that fell for Bondi there with the techie. issues, and also the fact that he's gone to school healthy and come home with a swollen ankle. But in saying that, you got to take your lucky breaks when you can get them, because that isn't always the case. And a faultless drive from you, mate. Nicely done.
Yeah, thank you. It's been good tonight. Yeah, 4th place, can't complain with that. Would have been nice, to get a top 3 in the championship, but oh well, can't complain with 4th, so I'm happy with that, especially to come 2nd in tonight's race as well. So yeah.
And on that subject, mate, I mean, let's have a look at your results throughout the course of the season. 3rd was your best, and you've managed to achieve 2 of those back in round 7 and round 8, respectively, back-to-back races. Race 2 in Canada, race 1 in Adelaide. And now you've gone one step further up. But really, to be fair, as Bondi said, whenever Aiden's been in the house, it's been a race for 2nd this season. So if you take Aiden out of it, you're 3rd in the race for the best of the rest. His teammate, Braden Sagassa, also a formidable opponent. And Adam Funslow flew under the radar for much of the season as well. Then there was that battle for the rest, and you must be pleased with the progress you've made and take a lot of confidence out of that with a view to what you can achieve potentially going forward and working towards reeling in the deficit to those blokes at the moment.
Yeah, it's been good, the way we've been progressing this season. Obviously the start wasn't the best, but then from then we started progressing a lot, then starting to get a whole heap of better results. Obviously last round at Long Beach wasn't the best, as unfortunately was on for a top 3, and then a crash then ended my race, and unfortunately no points on the board. So yeah, we've made steady progress this season and starting to get them podiums, and hopefully next season we can start winning some races.
And hopefully so, mate. I mean, how much have you enjoyed the challenge of the 3s this term? And if they were to come around again, would you be keen to go around once more?
Yeah, if I've got nothing on, maybe I'll give the F3s another crack again. Like, they are a pretty cool car to drive, and it felt nice racing in an open wheel car again, because I've mainly just been touching my V8s and GT cars. But yeah, the open wheel is a whole heap of fun to drive.
Indeed, and with the view to what's coming up for you, mate. I mean, obviously we'll probably see you and Jace and a few others on Wednesday night in the supercar, yeah?
Yeah, for sure. I've got that coming up in the fight for 3rd in the championship, but we've also got a chance of also winning the team's championship Wednesday night as well, not just a chance of getting P3.
And on the subject, let's have a chat about what the next couple of weeks look like for you after you get through the supercars on Wednesday, mate, because that 2 weeks, it sounds like a lot of time to put the feet up, but it really isn't.
Yeah, not really. Just starting to get into the room and get practicing for next season, as it's not really a long break, if I'm correct, 3 weeks.
No, you're absolutely right. If we look towards next term, what's on your radar? What do you want to put your focus and energy into?
The V8 supercars is confirmed for sure. F3 is a maybe. GT3 I'm thinking about. Maybe the Porsche Cup. Maybe even giving them the endurance racing and going the hypercars.
Ooh, nice. So all of a sudden, the plate could well and truly be stacked for Alex Tzika's next turn. Hey, we'll watch that space with interest. Just talk me through how mentally challenging that 40 minutes was around Zandvoort, mate, because from a commentary standpoint, there was a lot going on, but nothing going on at the same time, because once you guys spaced out, it was really you just up against the clock and waiting for time to run out so that you could see the checkered flag and put an end to it.
I mean, yeah, that's the only thing that I found very challenging, just trying to get the car home to the finish, because it was just a nice, calm race tonight, just being in my own bubble in P2, while Aiden was ridiculously so quick tonight. He was able to be more than 3 seconds out of me, and then I was able to stay ahead of Adam and all the other boys that were out on the track tonight. And yeah, so the only thing challenging was the time of the race.
Superhuman effort indeed. Thank you, mate. Well done. We're running short for time here. We've got GT3 standing by in about 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. So very shortly, pictures will come in for you from the Circuit de la Sarthe. But who would you like to thank before I let you go, Alex?
I'd like to thank the team JMR South, our sponsors Total Energies, Night Shift Collective, Lodge Brothers, and all the boys, Jet, Jason, Craig, and everyone on the team.
Been a terrific season from you, mate. It's been great to watch. Well done. As we say, 4th in the championship, but a lot of positives to take away from that. Onwards and upwards for the Supercars on Wednesday night. We'll see you there.
Yep, thank you. See you then.
And let's be honest, John Baldwin, had it not been for that little skirmish down at the chicane at the end of the back straight through the kitty litter, yes, we did see that on broadcast. Had it not been for that, it could well have been that top 5.
Yeah, probably should have been actually, and that was just run too deep in the brakes and then got loose trying to get back going. So anyway, never mind. At least we recovered. Thankfully, Guy and Brett were fluffing their pit stops and getting penalties, so that helped me a lot.
That's caught a few people on their toes, hasn't it? It's been a bit to wrap your head around, because I don't think a lot of people appreciate just how much you've got to. How much time you've got to spend retraining your brain to conform to the changes that iRacing have really thrust upon you.
Yeah, it's always evolving as a service and as a simulator. So it's every build is slightly different. You got to learn a little bit more again.
Indeed, you do, mate. Hey, quickly talk to me about how much of a challenge that was, because 45 minutes around here, it is a real driver's circuit. It's a demanding circuit. There's not really a lot of room for error, and as you've already illustrated and detailed, a few of you found that out the hard way tonight, be it via pit lane or via the kitty litter. For 40 minutes, it is a tough racetrack, especially when there's not a lot of racing going on so much as going through the motions and just trying to focus on getting through each lap unscathed.
Yeah, it was just finding a rhythm, get your break points and your turn-in points, and just keep that rhythm and just keep punching it out. Indeed.
Hey, what else is on your racing plate for this week, please?
Probably GR86s for the last round, because I'm a sort of free Mondays and Wednesdays, and then have a bit of a break. Looking for the next schedule to come out. Hopefully there's some open wheelers again, because that's my favourite category, and then we'll prioritise that and see what else gets thrown into the schedule.
And can I just highlight, for the benefit of everybody tuning in at home, that tonight was your best on-track result since week 2. 8th and 6th in week 2 at the Algarve International Circuit, Portimao, Portugal. And since then, 21st in week 1, 7th, 8th, 10th, 9th in weeks 3 and 4, 12th in week 5, 12th in week 6, then 11, 10, 13, 13 and 13 the last 5 races going into tonight. So vast improvement at the right end of the season, mate. And that'll be reward for you, and it'll be just reward for you, reflected when the points are updated by Adam Lovis at the end of the night, I would think.
Yeah, may be able to sneak past Lockie into 9th place, but mate, it's, let's be perfectly honest, a lot of guys missing tonight that would normally be in front of me. So, but I mean, you can only race against who you've got on the night. So,
I'm not sure if it's possible for Dan to bring up the points again on screen here, because he's probably loading into the GT3 server as we speak. But based on the points matrix, it will be interesting, because John Baldwin, there you are, 120 points. So let's do the maths here on the fly. John, you had 38 to Lockie going into the night. He's only going to pick up 61 and 38 is 99, so you're going to pip him. So there you go. There's some good news to end on.
Yeah, and well, Lockie's pretty quick, so that's nice, but that's probably more down to just the attendance record more than anything else.
Yeah. Pays to show up. Reward for being able to be here on the occasion, mate. As I say, I'm not sure what's happened for actually Purvis and Sagassa. I'm pretty sure they're housemates, are they not? So maybe they've got a power issue or an internet issue down there, and I'm not sure. Hopefully we'll find out from them at some point, because it's a little bit surprising to see neither one of them turn up on grand final night when we knew that Braden was going to be pushing for position number 2 in the championship. John, who would you like to thank, mate?
No, just thanks to you guys for putting the effort in for the broadcast, and the club for putting stuff on.
And a big thanks to you as well for your ongoing input and involvement, mate. Couldn't do it without you.
Cheers, Zach. Have a good night, mate. Good calling in the GT3s.
Could be a long slog around the Circuit de la Sarthe for 80 minutes, mate. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Have a good off-season, and if we don't catch up on Wednesday night, that is.
Cheers, Zach. All the best, mate.
There he is, the great man, John Baldwin from AHR Media. Hey, Bondi, Silent Night, there you are. Yeah, I can see the lights on. Very good. The lights on. Someone's actually finally home. We'll get back to you in a moment. We need to take a quick break. The platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. Race number 1 of the night is done. We're partway into grand final week for term 2 of 2026, ladies and gentlemen, from the entree to the main course and our first live title decider of the week, ladies and gentlemen. It's Waste Options GT3 on the other side of this from the Circuit de la Sarthe, the 80-minute finale on the other side of this short break with thanks to Waste Options, Trophy AI, merch.tgsrci.com, Flash Graphics and Disruptive Labs. Grand final week is up and away. From Zandvoort in the Netherlands to the Circuit de la Sarthe, the home of the famed 24 Hours of Le Mans in the south of France. Welcome to the grand finale of Waste Options GT3, the staple category that's been here in all 25 seasons of competition on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club to date. It is grand final night. It is part 2. It's an 80-minute decider from Le Mans. It is the second of the Enduros of the campaign. It's just hosted the real world, of course, World Endurance Championship, 24 Hours of Le Mans. Now, as dessert, the icing on the cake, or the encore to that, I should say, we get stuck into the finale of Waste Options GT3 and a live title decider. Zach Caban alongside Craig Bond and Daniel Yeaman. Good to have you here, ladies and gentlemen. Points coming into this round. Richard Mitchum, 732, has a 54-point advantage on Daniel Evans, 678. 627 for Eli Donaldson. We know he wasn't committed to being on the grid due to NASCAR commitments. And then we go back to Luke King, 569, 553 for Rodney Gollan and 546 for Matty Dench. Unfortunately, Dench's charge ending last week with a DNS. Paul Rogers, Bo Cubis, Luke Page, Derek Fitzgerald make up the top 10 in the points race at the moment. Cars are coming to green, and this is the grid for tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Daniel Edmonds and James Scott on the front row. Richard Mitchum, Bo Cubis, the second row. Matthew Dench, Harrison Den Brinker, the third row. And there's been a little bit of movement here. Kyle James qualified fourth, but hasn't lined up on the grid. So Matty Dench, Harrison Den Brinker from 3. Kyle James, Vinny Newen from 4. John Wright, Daniel Cheney from 5. From 6, Nick Wood and Luke King. From 7, Jonas Dagan and Alan Holgerson. From 8, Luke Page, Bryce Young. From 9, Derek Fitzgerald, Jason Wilkinson. From 10, Paul Rogers, Andrew Neil. Good to see Neely out there. 3 minutes past 4 local server time. Daniel Piper, Rodney Gollan, Adam Lavis, Jared Knight, David Kirby, Will Buchanan. I'll get to those two in a moment. Michael Lengas, Bradley Ratu and Jaden Draper make up the field. But I can tell you that Ratu hasn't lined up yet, nor has Adam Lavis, although, hang on, has Adam been promoted up into pro? Bradley Ratu or Jaden Draper or Kyle James. So they may well be lining up from pit exit. We'll wait and see. In the meantime, safety car is heading towards the pit lane. The field will be lining up. They're weaving left to right. Dry track at the moment, but look what's above, ladies and gentlemen. Looming clouds, looming large at the Circuit de la Sarthe. Conditions, please, Dan Yeaman, on the right-hand side of the screen. we'll show everybody at home that we have 3 minutes past 4. Westerly winds 12 kilometres an hour, tending northwesterly. 26 degrees the ambient, 34 on track in cloudy conditions, but so far it's dry. 35% humidity, no rain at the moment. So, it's an all-Mustang duel for championship honours in Season 25 of Waste Options GT3 on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, and it's the second-place man in the championship that's going to lead us to green. The grand finale at the Circuit de la Sarthe is underway. It's an awkward start here, it always is, because you can't go through that final corner 2x2 as they stretch up the start straight for the first time. And Daniel Eidmans, with the Hungarian flag alongside his name, will lead the field to the first turn. McLaren, James Scott, second for AITX Revolution E-Racing, and they have checked out on the competition on the opening lap. Very soon, of course, we know that the Bugatti circuit is being scanned for iRacing. They've passed the turn-off to go through the infield section of this famed circuit. Daniel Piper's off the road already, the first casualty of the night. Kyle James joins from pit exit. Lavis Draper running non-starters. I think Lavis might have jumped into the wrong server, because he strikes me as a Pro-Am competitor going back many seasons in Waste Options GT3, and I need to confirm that based on what we saw last week. Yes, 8th in the championship there, so he's just jumped into the wrong server, which is very unlikely. Nav, down the Mulsanne we go for the first time. 1 minute on the clock. Now, this is an 80-minute race. It's time certain at 80 minutes. We have 79 to go, and there are 84 minutes between us and iRacing punting us to get the maintenance updates underway. It's touch and go, ladies and gentlemen. And I think it's going to be touch and go on the weather front as well, as they head down the second part of the Mulsanne to the second chicane. And that's a beautiful start from Daniel Edmonds. But, as we've seen, boys, it's interesting, right? James Scott's come and dominated in a Ferrari in the past, Dan Yeaman. Now he's going to see what the McLaren can do, although he's just been passed by Richard Mitchum. So now we've got our two championship combatants right where we want them, first and second. But Edmonds is out by 2 seconds already. Have a look at the line of cars lining up behind Mitchum at the moment. It's Scott, Cubis, Dench and Denbrinker.
Yeah, the issue there for James Scott was he picked himself up his slowdown as we got out of the second Mulsanne chicane. So Mitchum gets the freebie. And position here in the second half of the Mulsanne straight. But yeah, it's a bit of a tactical car switch here, it seems, for James Scott, unless there's... Because, I mean, yeah, we saw that this Ferrari absolutely run rampant at the opening races he did earlier this season. And now behind the wheel of the McLaren. So I think, given that he doesn't really care much for the penalties for car switching, that he's tried to pick a car he thinks will be the best around this circuit tonight.
And that's an interesting point, which we'll come back to in a moment. Now, down towards the back of the field, good to have David Kirby and Michael Angus for Fishy Motorsport back on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. And we so often associate them with supercar racing. They're now trying their hand at GT3. Kirby slid into the inbox before we got underway. He's no stranger to throwing shade from the comment section in the past as well, but he slid into the commentary box tonight and he said, little fun fact, Will Buchanan is my son-in-law and the favourite at that. So keep that in mind when they bump into each other on the racetrack at some point throughout the course of the evening. Good to see Will Buchanan trying his hand at GT3 as well. Also very synonymous with our supercar offering on a Wednesday night. Through they go. 3.5 minutes gone. We're looking at about 4-minute lap times around here at the Circuit de la Sarthe. That is until potentially weather plays its part. It looks very dark and gloomy at the moment, Bondi.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll see how weather goes. Shocking it stayed dry for the whole 24 hours this weekend. So maybe I was expecting a bit of rain. We didn't get it. So this might be a bit different story. But we'll see how this race goes. That's going to be a big thing with the long lap time and long track to see when you make that strategy call and if you time it right.
And to be fair, we didn't see anything in the way of a terrible monster shunt this year either, quite fairly.
On the back, that was
we saw one or two crashes, but we didn't see a huge monster crash as what the place is so often synonymous with either. In the meantime, although that being said, when they do deploy a safety car, by G, do they deploy it for a long time there. That was a tough grind through about hour number 19 last night. In the meantime, Edmonds, Mitchum, Scott, Cubis and Dench to the back straight for the second time. And it's Daniel Edmonds by 3 seconds at the moment, going like a scalded cat. He is the outsider in this points race at the moment. He doesn't have a drop round to fall back on. He needs to bank the points tonight. Mitchum does have a drop round to fall back on, but with extra points on the line tonight, he doesn't have enough to fall back on comfortably if Edmonds stays where he is right now. James Scott, third place. Bo Cubis, Harrison, Den Brinker, Dench, Wright, Newen arguing over the same piece of real estate. Wright, Newen and Wood, that next pack of cars, having a good little scrap at the moment. But it's interesting, isn't it? Dan Yeaman made the point there, Bondi. You know what this is like in the past as well. That freedom, that luxury that James Scott has tonight to throw caution to the wind, not in championship contention, therefore doesn't necessarily have to adhere to the pick and stick format. He can see what the McLaren brings to the table with a view to determining what car he might want to have a steer of through 10 weeks next term. Intermittent expert comments from Bondi when he's awake, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get that to him. In the meantime, would you like to add 5 cents into that, Dan Yeaman?
I mean, I certainly can chime in again on that front. I think, yes, you see get James back for the next season, what exactly he considers bringing to the party on a regular basis, whether it's a Ferrari again or if it might be something different. We are going to have to wait and see on that front.
Slowdowns might be crueling him at the moment, though, because Bo Cubis and Harrison Den Brinker have both gone by, mates. So on the second lap, James Scott has dropped to fifth, and it's a Ford Mustang 1, 2 and 4 at the moment, and Cubis in the Ferrari. And it's interesting that Scott, as you said, was so dominant in that Ferrari the 2 times that we saw him, which, from memory, correct me if I'm wrong, was Sebring and Magny Corps, of course, in France. Actually, no, sorry, no. Magny Corps was the first one. There he is, Magny Corps, and
he
then
he did also race Sebring.
No, he did. I'll say so. Yes, Sebring.
We did cover the pro split. From Sebring.
Yeah, no. I for some reason there, I just couldn't find him on my run sheet because I had to look down to 28th position, and I was getting the wires crossed because I was seeing all those gold, silver, and bronze points allocations, and I couldn't just get my numbers right. But yes, you're right. Sebring and Magny Corps, those 2 back-to-back weeks, week 6 and 7. Absolutely brilliant what he brought to the table there. Smashed the competition and comfortably, and on 2 completely different racetracks. So it'll be interesting if he drops by the booth at the end of the night to get his thoughts on why he's gone on McLaren tonight, as we can see that Paul Rogers has got himself a black flag already. So that's a costly invoice this early in the piece. Edmonds, Mitchum, Cubis, Den Brinker, Scott, Dench with a slowdown, right. And through they go. Jared Knight out having a steer in GT3. Up into 19th, he goes on the inside. Have a look at them. They're still 2x2 deep in the pack there. And this is the end of the second lap. Bryce Young leads a train of cars. Trouble. That was always possible. Andrew Neal's off the road. Michael Angus is off the road. Nearly turns it around, loops it twice. Oh dear. We'll need another look at that to see who the protagonist was, but it looked as though things were about to ramp up a bit, as everybody got antsy coming through the chicane, coming back onto the main straight. That's very rarely a 2x2 section of the real estate around here, and this will illustrate why. 215 for Daniel Edmonds, the fastest start of the race, and Andrew Neal's just going to get poleaxed there by the North Wind entry.
Yeah, there's where the
Jason
2 doesn't work. And for Michael Angus, I think it's just completely independent, unfortunately.
Yeah.
In this case, you'll see the incident happen. Let's watch this. Oh no, he's on the inside of Rodney Gold, and his car goes around independent. So 2 drivers attempting moves. One driver is the car gets tagged on the outside. The other driver is the one making the move. It's his car light on the inside there.
So that's an interesting one. Race control, no doubt, we're having a look at that early in the piece, let me tell you. Paul Rogers back in 15th now. See with that black flag to serve?
Yeah, hasn't cleared a penalty, so that's going to be rough.
Oh yeah, especially on a track this long. Like it's hard enough to catch up to the front of the field if you serve an extra invoice. But when the circuit's 13.5 kilometres and we're guaranteed that we won't get a safety car tonight, just forget about it. Just forget about it. Daniel Edmonds, Richard Mitchum, Bo Cubis, Harrison Denbrinker, James Scott, Matthew Dent, John Wright, Nick Wood, Daniel Cheney and Luke King, the top 10. We do have a compulsory pit stop sequence to adhere to tonight, folks. It's still 2 CPS despite the 10-minute reduction in race time, down to 80 minutes from 90. If you're just joining us, it's because iRacing, of course, are shutting everything else at 10 o'clock Eastern time tonight. That's 12 o'clock GMT and 8 a.m. on the east coast of the United States, where, of course, the attention and focus is actually on football at the moment, with the World Cup. More on that a little bit later on. Whoa, wild ride for Jared Knight through the grass and drops down outside, out into 20th spot, I should say. Loses out to Fitzgerald and Piper. Buchanan also a beneficiary of that, up into 17th as they make their way down at full tilt towards Indianapolis and also the back sections of the circuit here at the Circuit de los Arts.
Yeah, this combination of Indianapolis, try and get the car pulled up whilst maintaining momentum, is always a challenging one. Then set yourself into a receptive 90-degree right-hander here, Arnage. Another chance to breathe, looking sort of ready for the Porsche curves, which is going to be the longest stretch of maximum cornering commitment on this circuit.
And of course, the Porsche curves will follow. Here we go now. That windy, twisty, but very high-speed back end of the lap that brings you back towards the pit lane complex. And it's important that you nail this part of the circuit. You cannot afford to get it wrong. The price is too costly this early in the piece. Jared Knight chases the 19th place car, Derek Fitzgerald, who you'll see in action again on Thursday night in Disruptive Labs Formula V. It's been good there this season too. Good to see 90 back. Good to see Kirby back. Good to see Angus back. And good to see them trying their hand at something other than supercars as well, Dan.
It's one of those things where, yeah, we get to a point in times where we associate drivers with the supercars.
Got a lot of PC issues. Hello, Kyle James. And then push too hard on Colt. Yeah, exactly. Bad luck, mate. Great to have you part of it this season. We will catch up with you next term. Enjoy the break, but thanks for the intel there. And Paul Rogers in at the moment, Dan, to clear that black flag.
Yeah, yes, that's going to hurt Paul a good old chunk. Here's our first lap. That slowdown penalty for Daniel Edmonds is going to allow the next 4 cars to perhaps get in the conga line here, work together. Though Denbrinker wants P3 off Cubis into the first of the 2 chicanes, and he will take that away without too much of a dispute from the Ferrari driver.
Ford 1, 2, 3 at the moment. And what about speaking of Ford, what about the news involving one of our own over the weekend? Matty Campbell off to Ford's hypercar program. End of his reign and run in association with Porsche, and now, of course, going to the old FORD. And very nice to see, even more reason to cheer him on in 2027. And good to see expansion in the WEC calendar as well, with the 6 hours of Silverstone added in next year. How's this lining up too, boys? Provisionally, from all that I'm hearing, Formula One at 1:30 for a 3 o'clock race start, Japanese Grand Prix on Anzac Day, followed by the 6 hours of Silverstone that night. And it's a long weekend in most parts of the country next year as well, or more parts of the country than what it was this year, given that it's a Sunday, not a Saturday, Anzac Day. So that is an enormous day of sport on the lounge. Once you've gone out and paid your respects with dawn services and marches, etc., to then come home on top of what's already usually on offer on Anzac Day, which is the AFL and the NRL. So, yeah, big news regarding Matty Campbell and good news for Ford's hypercar program, I think.
Yeah, and again, this continuing degree of manufacturers getting into the hypercar process. although whilst it's not going to come for a few years yet, the announcement that the next revision to the hypercar regulations is set for a 2030 introduction, which will actually, by the looks of it, see the FIA and the ACO clamp down on manufacturer freedom. So we'll get less of the diversity that we get in hypercars as it currently stands, in an attempt to try and control costs a little bit more.
Richard Mitchum in third at the moment. Yeah, it's interesting to note, as I said earlier, with regards to the points race, a lot would have to go wrong for Richard Mitchum and right for Daniel Edmonds for Edmonds to walk away with the points here. But he's doing exactly what he needs to do by holding position number 1 down at the moment. And the fact that Dan Brinker is there in second does help him, but nowhere near enough to overturn that deficit that he came into the round with. Richard Mitchum's championship to lose as we end the 4th lap of proceedings here and edge closer to the end of the 16-minute mark. You're watching Waste Options Monday Night Motorsport live exclusively for free across Facebook and YouTube, the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. Across the line we go at the Circuit de la Sarthe. Edmonds, Dan Brinker, Mitchum, Cubis, Scott, Dench, and right the top 7 at the moment, Wood, Cheney and King make up the top 10. Interesting to note as well, when we look beyond that, 26 starters, of which we are down to 25. That drive-through stop and hold for Paul Rogers was 53.23 seconds. Jesus. That's a hefty invoice this early into the piece.
Yeah, so of that, what that does mean is that he's taken the penalty, which was a stop and hold. Now, well, it means he's opted to take pit service as well. So if he'd taken no service, the penalty would only have been 15 seconds in the box. So it means he has chosen to take probably around 10 to 12 seconds of fuel to top the car up. In exchange, he then gets whacked with an additional 25 seconds to make it a 40-second penalty total at the station. So that is part of the trade-off you have to make with these penalties when you get them. Yeah. Whether to take service and try and set up your race longer term, or to just get the penalty over and done with and try and minimise the loss in that immediate moment. Slowdowns right now, Vinny Newen, Jared Knight and Jason Wilkins. So 3 of our drivers here on the circuit. So Vinny is off the back of that group which we're watching, so he's okay. Knight's just cleared his. There's some Jared Wilkins in the challenge. Jason Wilkins just ahead of that pack there and shouldn't be pressured in this finish. This occasion.
Race control already with some tape to review based on the early incidents we saw there through the final corners involving Neil and also Wilkinson. Wilkinson actually giving way there with the slowdown. Drops 3 spots very quickly in the blink of an eye. James Scott and Bo Cubis have both got by Richard Mitchum as well. So that's better news for Daniel Edmonds and worse news for Richard Mitchum as we continue on. Still a long way to go. As I said, Scott can throw caution to the wind there, running the McLaren tonight, with a view to maybe eyeing off a drive in that for the full term next season. Jason Wilkinson cops a 15-second penalty, so that'll be applied post-race. Avoidable contact with Andrew Neil on lap 2. And really, this is the sort of race where you don't want to be getting involved in incidents like that this early in the piece. Lap 5, as we stretch towards what we envisage will be a 20-lap race tonight, ladies and gentlemen. We don't envisage getting any change from that. 20 times 4 is 80, but more than that with the pit lane transits as well. That should top us up. And if it doesn't, then we are in real strife, Dan Yeaman, because if we have to do any semblance of overtime whatsoever here, the clock's going to expire and the race is going to have to be wound back to the last completed lap. It's going to be old school, rewind the tape NASCAR style as they do with a green-white checker finish. We'll have to have a look at that and what the implications of that would be if we do actually end up going for an extra lap, because as I said, we only had a little bit of wriggle room there, maybe 3 or 4 minutes, and remembering that 3 or 4 minutes for the race leader, it could be 6 or 7 minutes before the last car in the running order gets back to the control line. So, yeah, we're all on the edge of our seats here, watching 10 o'clock arrive very quickly this evening. Across the line we go, 20 minutes gone. We're at 8:55 Eastern Standard Time. We've got another 60 minutes of racing where that came from, maybe a little bit more, depending upon where we sit with regards to the iRacing gods and where we sit with laps completed at the time of the time being elapsed, whether we're partway through one or about to complete one. Dembrinka and Cubis with slowdowns to serve, and Daniel Edmonds has gone 3:53.591. So 3:53.591. That is exceptional pace.
Yeah,
For a GT3 car around here.
Yeah, he turned on the wicker there in the lap 5. Tyres have come into their prime as here we go. Dembrinka and Cubis going to take the slowdown penalties on the Mulsanne. James Scott split the difference. Up the middle of the road, Richard Mitchell will look to get his high-speed drag as well and shoot past this Cubis.
He does. Next target, Dembrinka.
Can he make Dembrinka? No, he won't get to past Dembrinka before this first of the Mulsanne chicanes. Dicey
Denchi
there.
just lurking there in 6th. Have a look at Denchi just lurking there, Dan.
He's there.
He's, he can't quite latch on and go with him yet, though.
His biggest problem is he picked up a slowdown at the very last chicane as they enter lap 5, so that stalled his ability to make a run through the opening sector. He's got it cleared well before the straight. But yeah, he's just currently 2.5 off the back of Bo Cubis. Needs to be within about a second or so to start feeling some benefit. And the biggest problem is that, well, he's not as close as Cubis is to everyone else in front, so Cubis will still be getting more draft than he will be.
Garrett Knight with another slowdown to serve. And Denchi heads back onto the Mulsanne. Oh, John Wright. Flirting with the track limits here. I hesitate to ask, Bondi, are you still with me? No, I reckon the boy from Gunga Guy has fallen asleep.
In the
From the
chair.
comfort of his sim rig setup, yeah. Have a look at that. The boy from Gunga Guy has fallen silent. Sweet dreams. As they, is it Big Dog or Prime Possum in his part of the world? Actually, he probably gets both. Actually, no, Prime Possum. He's in southern New South Wales, so we wouldn't know who Big Dog is. But yeah, Prime Possum would be tucking in him right about now, saying good night, sweet dreams. Meanwhile, the rest of us have got another 60 minutes ahead of us, and then a post-race show as well. I'd like to run tonight on the platforms of the GSRC. Great to have you with us on Grand Final night, remembering that in 3 weeks' time we kick off once more for season 26, Monday, July 6th, and hope you can join us for that. Daniel Edmonds is out to 6.1 seconds on the pack at the moment, going like a scalded cat. John Wright is 7th, trailing Matty Dench by 6.1 seconds, and under pressure here from Nick Wood. Mustang heavy top 10 at the moment. 6 in the top 10. You've got a Merca, Porsche, Ferrari, and a McLaren. So that's 5 different manufacturers in the top 10. You've got a BMW outside in 11th in Alan Holgerson. Looking for some love for some other manufacturers out there, Dan Yeoman, and I'm coming up empty-handed. Looks like it's just a 6 manufacturer horse race tonight. No Lambo, no Audi, no Acura, no Chev. No
Lamborghini.
Lambo, yeah. No Lambo, which is standard procedure. No Aston. No Aston was
and
the
no
other
Aston,
one.
true. Sorry, yes.
Yes,
Indeed.
Audi, Acura, Aston. Yeah.
None of the A's.
I didn't. I should have gone AAA, not AA. Yes, I just realised.
Have to wait for S and B for BMW before you get
Correct.
first car there. Well, we'll see what happens. Obviously, the start of a new season means there's been a slight balance performance refinement from iRacing, which again is a global BOP setting, which means that we are a little limited on what that means for per track variation, and what it still means there'll be per track variation. It's not James Scott's turn to pick up the opening sector slowdown, so Dembrinka will blow past him on the Mulsanne.
And Mitchum and Cubis will be invited back into the tow on the slipstream and the draft as well.
Yeah,
Denchi's still only 2.2 away. So going back to your alphabetical order run through, you got B, you got 2 Fs, you got 2 Ms and a P. That's all you got tonight. It's like we're playing bloody Wheel of Fortune. It's great. Not much we can do with that array of letters if we were playing Scrabble, though. Let's be perfectly honest.
No, it doesn't really. Well, he's found the wide run through the S's there, so caught that one. And then separately for Andrew Neil at the start of his 6th lap. Car's not looking too happy already, and it's going around in the Dunlop chicane. And unfortunately for Andrew, he decided that there was going to do us all the night as well, by the looks of things.
Nearly's parked up and done for the term. Done for the term, because Matt Schmidtke's here with me for the entirety of Thursday night in the absence of Andrew Neil, who's again away on work assignment, as we detailed last Thursday. So 2 retirements already, James and Neil, both through very different circumstance. As we head to the end of the Mulsanne, Harrison Dembrinker, what a great find he's been throughout the course of this season. We got to watch him during a Pro-Am race earlier in the term. And we basically, as he picks up the slowdown, so I've put the mocker on him already, haven't I? He's lost 2 spots whilst we've been talking about him and singing his praises. Through goes Scott, through goes Mitchum, through goes Cubis, the triple treat. And Denchi's still there lurking 2.37 seconds down the road. 3:53.012 for Daniel Edmonds, scintillating pace here. And the more time he chews out of the clock, the more time he's got to play with through the 2 transits of the pit lane, which means there's still a chance of overtime yet. There's still a real serious threat of some overtime tonight. But I'm just trying to think. 20 times 6 is 2 minutes, isn't it? Not that we're doing 3:53s consistently. 20 times 7 would be a minute 40. 140 seconds, 2 minutes and 20. Fair dinkum. Told you maths wasn't my strong point then. If we were to do that for 20 laps, we're going to give ourselves some wriggle room here, some breathing space with the time. There is an outside chance that we could hit the line at like 79 minutes and 49.50 seconds, somewhere around there, and set out on what could be the 21st lap of the race, but it could also be the lap in which the entirety of the night is hit by a giant earthquake in the form of iRacing just saying, sorry boys, we're shutting everything down. So we'll wait and see. Hello, Andrew Neil. Never a wasted night here, mate. Unfortunately, no doubt you're happy to see the end of the season, though. Better luck next term, and of course enjoy your night off on Thursday as well. James Scott now with the slowdown. So these slowdowns are getting racked up feverishly and freely at the moment by these boys. They're going to have to be careful, aren't they, Dan, if they're flirting with the limits of adhesion with regards to incident point limits? Pit stops. Vinny Nguyen, Bryce Young, and Derek Fitzgerald. The end of lap 7. So we're in the window. We're in the window. And again, because everything got trimmed a little bit tonight. Nearly on air petitioning for a demotion to Pro-Am. Look at him go. In comes Michael Langus as well. But the interesting thing here, right? Everything got quashed. So when 10 minutes got chewed out of the race time, there was also a hit to the fuel cap, the fuel tank capacity. It's been capped at a certain percentage of 100, and therefore we probably are in the window because 7 laps gone, 28 minutes gone, another 7 and 28 is 56. That leaves you with 24. So we're in the window, so it works.
I can tell you right now, the math is quite simply the maximum possible number of laps tonight at this pace is 21. So
there you go.
Break it perfectly in 3s. There. I can also tell you that at 3:54 average, I would expect the white flag to come out with roughly 2 minutes remaining on the clock is when we should be starting the 21st lap. So,
is that even with the pit stops and the transit time taken into consideration?
It is hard to accurately take into account the pit stops depending on time loss. It may be a case of minute 30 left. Because is this whole up and down of, well, what is our pace? I mean, for Daniel Evans, he's a couple of laps now. If I just quickly look at his lap times.
Last 3 laps have been low 353s.
Yeah, 55.1 was a slowdown lap for him, and then on lap 4, then 53.5, 53.0, 53.1 here in the back end of this stint as the fuel comes off and he's gotten back onto the rhythm. To bring them up here.
I don't know if you just saw that too. Oh, there we go. So 353.9, 353.5, 353.0, 353. Sorry, 353.5, 353.0, and 353.1. So 4 of the last 5 laps in the 353s. We know that he'll lose some time, obviously, through the pit lane transit. Good evening, gents. Andrew, you're staying in pro, mate. Don't worry. Let's go, James and Will. Some shade being thrown in Andrew Neal's direction from Bobby Caveau. How good. Now, 30 minutes gone. There's the pace. It is with Daniel Edmonds. We've known that all night. He's well clear of Richard Mitchum. I'm interested. 1 minute, 150, 141, 134, 126, wasn't it? The points breakdown earlier that we saw for Formula 3. And if that's the case, then still not enough. Still not enough turnaround there from Edmonds to Mitchum for Edmonds to overturn the deficit, which was 54 coming into the night. So still match point Richard Mitchum at this point, but it is still only early days. It is only lap 8 of what we envisage will be 21. And as you say, Dan Yeaman, we're in that window now. We expect Edmonds and everybody else in this time through. In comes Daniel Edmonds now. And everybody follows. It was almost as though it was rehearsed. Got Cubis, Mitchum, Dan Brinker, Dench, they're all in.
Tanks are dry. Is anyone going to make a mistake on pit entry, though? So far, thankfully, I am not seeing any problems with the approach. Everyone has hit the limits and not got themselves in trouble with iRacing. And yes, for those who didn't pit on lap 7 to near perfectly break the race in 3, fuel has run out. So it gives you a marker there that you can do 8 laps to a tank. So see these guys back in on lap 16 or so. Let's see.
So yeah, the window is 14, 15, and 16. That's it.
Yeah. That is, realistically, yes, that is your 3-lap range to pit to finish this race. It's just curious, a lot of drivers taking tyres, because you go Evans there at the front of the lane, down back off the jacks before his fuel is finished. Cubiso didn't, and I think that might be a bit of a mistake. I mean, it'll give him a slightly shorter, the ability to go for a shorter stop, as well as he comes out on warm rubber. As hello!
Hello, Matty Dench! Up through, ghost-like. The seas part for M. Dench on strategy play, and he gets a jump on everybody. What about that? Denchy up to second, the master stroke. I've never seen him ghost anyone like that before. My goodness.
Yeah, that was a near perfect departure from the pit lane, and it takes full advantage of the no contact that is permitted within the pit boxes, being extended out until the cars clear each other on circuit. Before the contact model is reinitiated.
And Cubis got the better of Mitchum as well, and here comes James Scott down Mitchum's inside as well. They're racing on the opening lap of the second stint of the finale. And Scott goes to 4th, Mitchum to 5th, then Brinker loses out completely, but he did take more fuel. But the problem for him now is he's helpless. He's sitting lonely. A sitting duck there, without a draft, without a dance partner for the moment. Daniel Edmonds leads 4.19 to Dench, then Cubis, Scott, Mitchum, Dan Brinker, and Wright. I want to quickly point it out to you, Dan. I want to actually add lap 13 to that mix as well, right?
True. 13 is also a viable lap.
Yeah. 13, 14, 15. I said 14, 15, 16, confidently thinking 7 and 8, right? But 13 is in here as well because it'll be an 8-lap stint to 21s. But I don't know if it's worth the risk of running it that dry on the closing lap. So don't be surprised if someone takes the bait at 13, but I reckon 14, 15, 16 is happy hunting and probably safer betting at this point in time. We are 34 minutes in, so we're about 6 minutes away from halfway, ladies and gentlemen. Just recapping, 80 minutes on the clock tonight. because iRacing's punting everybody out and kicking to the curb. Sort of like when a pub closes down or when McDonald's closes down for 10 minutes over a 24-hour period just to count the till. There's Jonas Degen wide, and around his outside goes the Whiskey Business Racing entry of Luke King, and Alan Holgerson wants to take full advantage of that as well, and so does Vinnie Newen. But King the only one to be able to do that at the moment. Bryce Young's got Luke Page, the other Whiskey Business entry for company. There they are, top of shot. And that's Holgerson down on the inside of Degen, and Newen in behind. They are 11th, 12th, 13th and 14th at the moment. It's a bit like when lockdown elapses at the pub, or the pub says, we're shutting up for the night, go out and stand on the curb, finish what you've got, and then get in the cab and bugger off home. Or it's a bit like when you go to Macca's. I've had the unfortunate, it's nothing like the club. That's fair, Andrew. I'll pay that. Well done. Jason Wilkinson's off the road again. Wilkinson's off the road, and he's dropped down the order behind Rodney Gollan. Now, I want to actually point out that I reckon at the end of the Mulsanne there on the in-lap, we saw Denchi put 2 wheels in the kitty litter as well. He was very wide off the exit of the right-hander at the end of the Mulsanne. But it hasn't hurt him in the slightest, because look where he is at the moment. He's second, and by 1.3 seconds over Bo Cubis, James Scott and Richard Mitchum. That's Luke Page on screen in 19th. Let's have a look at what happened to Jason Wilkinson, then I'll come back to finishing the point. Now, that was Wilkinson deck, 2 deep. Into the kitty litter he goes. Thankfully, a lot of runoff area down there. Keeps it off the wall, back into the business. Oh, no, Holgerson and King have had a moment up the road. There's Page having a moment as well. And Luke King continues to drop down the order, down to 18th right now. A disastrous outlap for the Whiskey Business Racing stable. Holgerson, and watch for King as well. There they go. Bang. Oh. What on earth has happened there?
Cold tyres.
Was there contact?
No, I don't think there was.
No.
It was just enough of a gap, I think. Yeah, rear steps out there. Rear steps out with a breath of air between the two cars. And then
Did you see the thing launch?
Yeah, the gravel knee does its job of stopping the car, which sideways slide is enough to nearly threaten the rollover. Don't see too often, but gravel doing its job.
Going back to the story, so a lot of the places that say they're open 24 hours, they're not always operating 24 hours, right? So I've had the unfortunate, not privilege, but the unfortunate inconvenience of happening to be in a McDonald's at a time where they've closed everything off and they're counting the till and they're doing what they need to do, right? And you're just sitting there, it's 2 o'clock in the morning, you've been out on the terps like nearly, and you're just wanting some, late night munchies to soak up what you've consumed. And nothing worse, like you feel like the most impatient person in the world because 10 minutes feels like an hour at that time of the morning. And even worse, right, as many people know, when I time my run from door to door, I also take into consideration transit time, stoppages, toilet breaks, pit stops, whatever. So when I leave here, I've got to actually make sure that I'm not arriving at the twin servos at Kempsey. Super Mika, I will see if there's any sport to update you on, quite frankly, because there's no live around the ground stuff to actually go to tonight, as far as I'm aware, because it's a day off for the ICC Women's T20 World Cup. The ice hockey ended up this morning. The FIFA World Cup doesn't resume until about 1:30 tomorrow morning. So I will go to the World Cup. Let's just get through this race first. And if there's any cricket to update you on, then I will. Although, no, I'm not doing India and Sri Lanka A, for goodness sake. Thank you, ESPN Cricket Info, for coming to the rescue there. We pick up Luke Page. So it's interesting for mine, right? Because it's an 8-hour run from here to Mum and Dad's front door. It's 7 hours 40 if you get a clean run, by which I mean no traffic, and you've only got to make one stop. Fuel toilet, and go. And I don't muck around, right? So I'm usually sitting in cruise control and sitting within the realms of legality. And if you get a clean run, it's amazing how quick the run can be. But if you get to the Kempsey twin servos there, at the Slim Dusty interchange, there's the Ampol and the Caltex, right? You go to the Caltex. If you go there at midnight, they're like, "Oh, mate, can you wait 10 minutes?" No, I don't have 10 minutes to wait. I'm on a record run. I want to keep going. But they'll make you wait. They'll, mate, come in, have a drink, go to the toilet, get a coffee, whatever. But you can't pump up your fuel, pump up the tank until we've counted the till. So you soon learn the little trip hazards of what to avoid and when to avoid it. A bit like tonight, we're getting punted to the curb at 10 o'clock by iRacing for their usual dose of maintenance, and then everybody comes back next week happy as Larry. But that's why we had a 5-minute shortage to the Formula 3 race and a 10-minute, which didn't hurt in the end because that was getting stale, and a 10-minute shortage to this one here. But as Dan Yeaman said, we're still on track for 21 laps, and because it is a nearly 4-minute lap around here, at least 2.5 minutes of overtime based on the numbers that Yeaman's crunching at the moment. So we're going to be touch and go with regards to whether or not we're going to get this race in within the parameters that have been set for us tonight. Edmonds, Dench, Cubis, Scott and Mitchum at the end of lap 10. We start lap 11. We're 41 minutes into the race. Edmonds' advantage is 4.6 seconds. And interesting, Dan Yeaman, he did go for the full stop, 26.05 seconds. So just how dominant a touch is he in when he's 4.6 on Dench, who didn't take on as much fuel?
I will admit I am looking forward to hopefully asking that question to Mr. Dench, because if there's one thing I've found with these cars is, of course, that they are different vehicles. And Wangaichi, I'll come back to this one. I want to bring up the fact I've got Luke Page on screen here, and the reason I have him here is one of our fishy cars, David Kirby. He's in the kitty litter at the end of the S's. Car looks okay. He's just had a rather lengthy visitation to the gravel. Let's check this one out here. Looks fine on the way in, just too fast. Rear steps out. Does lock it up in time to prevent it from going around, so yes. Say slow and cumbersome rejoin. The reason I've been sticking on Luke Page for a little more, I wanted to see if we could bring it up at some point. Do you notice anything particularly unhealthy with this Mercedes?
My eyes aren't the best, but I'm going to hazard a guess that there's potentially some steering damage.
Not quite steering.
No.
I'll see if the camera points out. I will point you to the right rear corner of his car as it tracks past you.
Ah. So you're talking potentially some wing damage or some rear end damage?
Steering was a better guess. Right rear tyre.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
That angle kind of shows it. Also, if you get another shot down the right side of the car, you'll definitely tell. But you can see it there a little bit. Dang it, Lamont Meyer.
And Andrew Neal just saying that the wheel got buckled from the wall. So when he's had that incident, which we saw a few moments ago.
Yes. Yeah, it should have been from down at Lamont. Yeah, we unfortunately taking all the exterior TV cameras on the also on the left side of the track. I want to show the right rear corner. There you go. That'll do it. Yeah,
that's yep. Evident now. But very good shot. Very good timing. Okay, so with anything, if anything, he's holding out for that fuel range window, that compulsory second pit stop window to arrive, which, as we said earlier, earliest is lap 13, but probably lap 14. But that's a long 3 laps with that sort of damage. And this is where it happened. Much clearer run there through this time.
So even right rear corner. It is causing the car to crab, so he is having to counter steer it. Good 25, 30 degrees of right hand down to compensate there for Luke Page. It's not a pretty drive, which is why he's dropped off back. Now, get back to my original point that I was going to start making that led me into here with these GT3 cars. Of course, we have 11 different cars, although not all in attendance tonight. And that therefore means we have ourselves a varying mix of fuel tank sizes, fuel burn rates, and critically fuel fill rates. And whilst I'm not one to necessarily be able to have the concrete data to suggest it, but I wouldn't be entirely surprised if Matty Dench is either very barely short-filled the car, or maybe even hasn't. That Porsche, and I don't know why exactly it is the way it is, seems to have a deceptively high refill rate relative to its tank size, so it ends up looking good on economy. Now, it may be a case that he is still maybe half a lap to a lap short on fuel, and that helps explain the 4 odd seconds differential in Edmonds. But to Bo Cubis, 2 seconds in the pits, unless Dench was aggressively saving fuel in the opening stop, which again, Cindy could certainly have been doing that too. I can't help but wonder if there's a hint of Porsche refuel benefits happening here. We'll have to wait until the second stop numbers look like before I can say it with any more confidence. You can see, obviously, this stint, well, he has been out in front of the chasers. So in theory, this would be his highest burn stint relative to the opening one where he had the pack in front to work off of.
And that comment from Andrew Neal verifies what you were saying as well.
It's
from looking at G61, yeah.
It's got the lowest fuel burn. It has the lowest fuel tank size, but I think its fuel refill rate in the pits, as Cubis will just take pass, and I think also Dench will let him have it.
Yeah, Dench will happily tuck him behind and try and fuel save in that capacity as well. But that Ferrari just blitzed on by like Dench was standing still, and we know that's not the case.
Yeah. Nearly everyone took tyres. The only exception from this group was Bo Cubis, actually. He was the only driver out of the front runners to not take tyres because they were covered by the amount of fuel they were all putting in. There you go. Dench fully into the rear bumper with Cubis on the run to Indy. We'll drop back out. But yeah, best fuel burn per lap. Smallest fuel tank, though, to make up for that. However, it feels like the fuel refill rate in the pit stops slightly benefits the Porsche as well. There's some math there that maybe doesn't always perfectly check out, which feels odd because they usually do a pretty solid job of equalising fuel stuff for the most part.
Yes.
I might be I may be barking out the wrong tree. Maybe Dench has indeed committed to a full lap less worth of fuel than his competitors plus saved in the opening stint. Maybe as simple as that.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, I believe, although that being said, I saw the post just now, and the comment in my Snapchat thread came through about 13 minutes ago because the phone was on silent, so I'm not looking at my phone and I'm not seeing the alerts come through. But I believe the sleeping beauty of Thunder Guy has come back to us. Hello, Blondie.
Evening, Zach.
He's back. We've woken him up. Where the hell have you been?
Eating.
Oh, eating. Oh, okay. We literally thought you'd fallen asleep in the seat.
No, I was out making dinner and then I heard that. I'm like, I didn't even realise you called my name, and then you asked where I was, and then I'm making dinner. So
when you're in this commentary box and your mic's not got a mute button sitting next to it, your name's not got a mute icon sitting next to it. Yeah, I kind of assume you're in the seat, but no, clearly not. Leaves us high and dry. Hey, Dan, can we have a look at the weather radar? Because it looks as though it's getting darker there at the Circuit de la Sarthe. I'm just wondering if there might be a bit of rain coming into the final stint of this race as well.
You will be sorely disappointed today at this stage.
No, that's a shame. That's a shame. That's a real shame. That would have been fun, just to spice it up. Anyway, it's very dark. Considering this is a part of the world, hello Queensland, how are you? Where the sun goes down in summer because they're smart and they observe daylight saving after 8 o'clock in the evening, that looks bloody dark for nearly 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Very dark, almost like a storm's descending on the Circuit de la Sarthe, and the storm is the final round of pit stops in this instance. Dench just tucks him behind and follows Cubis through. So what was for dinner, please?
Hamburger, I think apricot juice thingy, cookies and cream, ice cream, and then banana bread.
It's the thing with burgers, isn't it? It's either a ham or a chicken at this time. Like, it's either
Yeah,
a
but
beef hamburger or it's
on
a
a
chicken
sandwich.
burger, isn't it? Yeah.
So, technically ham
I did
burger
the same. I had 2 chicken burgers tonight, straight after getting work done and getting the broadcast banners out for the week on socials. Upstairs, made 2 chicken burgers. Delicious. And
You'll be
looking
happy to know
forward
my ankle looks like an egg right now. It's going great.
Yeah, no thanks. No. Although that being said, you know, there's a lot of money. There's a lot of money, as you'll find out as you grow up. There's a lot of money in photos of that part of the body for some reason. I don't know why, but I'm sure that your friends will appreciate you feeding them with ankle and foot content for the next few days. Revolution E-Racing, Greg Brooks wants to know if thingy is chef terminology, Craig.
Did I say thingy? I don't even know what I'm yapping about now.
Correct. Evans, Cubis and Dench, the top 3 at the Circuit de la South. Jesus. So we believe that you want to go and get some beauty sleep. How is your schoolwork going? Did you get that assessment done that you were telling us about the other night?
Oh, I just stayed up to 2 a.m. on a Sunday morning watching the start of Le Mans for free and F1 qualifying. It took me 8 hours to do it because most of my time was spent watching F1 and Le Mans, but we won't talk about that.
Andrew, I don't keep singles. I leave them. If I've got an odd sock in the pile, it goes in the bin, mate. So there won't be any singles of mine anywhere, quite frankly. Thank you very much. Fair dinkum. How quick is he off the mark? You cannot compete with the wit of Neely on a Monday night. Actually, to be fair, he's wittier in the comments section than he is in the commentary box. And I can say that because he's not here. Can't wait to have him back next term, though. John Wright under pressure as we stretch down the back straight. For 7th position. 8th place is, of course, Nick Wood at the moment. These two have been glued to one another almost for the duration here, Dan.
Yeah, going around the track, see who's together at the moment. Yeah, John Wright, Nick Wood. Hard to split them apart.
Oh,
as they're going to catch up to Harrison Den Brinker, who's had a massive moment through. But I can't see anything having happened to here. Okay, let's just read.
it was a huge puff of smoke, wasn't it?
Yeah. So part of me is I go cue a replay up here without the
Let's have a look.
typical effect.
Whoa, he did have a monster moment. Look at the drift work from Harrison Den Brinker and the save as well.
Yeah, he's...
Bloody hell.
It's good to go on board for this one again, I think.
Woo-hoo-hoo. Welcome to Drift FX. Harrison Den Brinker. Oh, hey.
Lock her up.
Drift All-Star 101 in a Mustang GT3. What about the wheel control? Harrison Den Brinker straight to pit lane, no doubt to get a fresh set of tyres because he would have flat spotted those ones. And Daniel Piper's in with him at the 52-minute mark. 28 minutes to go.
Yeah, right on the money for that long final stint. Probably wasn't planning to do it, but hey, you forced your own hand, I guess, with that one.
Indeed you are. Now, let's just have a look at a couple of other things going on here. Alan Holgerson. I was talking to Bondi about getting his assignment done. Good thing the cross-country was before you did a number on your ankle, Bondi.
Well, yeah, but then I did cross-country with a hip and tailbone injury. So I haven't been normal for ages. I'm pretty much going to be a Mark Marquez at this rate, I think.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if Mum and Dad wrap you in cotton wool now before you do any more damage to yourself. Someone earlier,
just get me in a cart every weekend and I can't do stupid stuff. So
well, you can, and you've proven
question.
that. You've proven that you can do stupid stuff. There's enough time between race meetings.
I just need to be in a cart so I can't do stupid things.
Now, someone earlier asked me if we were going around the grounds tonight. Harrison Infinity tyres and underpants. Exactly. Hello, Bobby. He's in fine form tonight as well. No reason to go around the grounds tonight, but well done to Carolina wrapping up the Stanley Cup this morning, Game 6. 4-2 they won the series and 3-0 they won the game. And that was, of course, the pick of the non-FIFA World Cup action. Sweden put a number on Tunisia, 5-1. Of course, Cote d'Ivoire got the better of Ecuador. Netherlands and Japan played out a 2-2 draw. And, of course, at the beginning of the day, Germany, too good for Curacao, as expected. 7-1. You've heard that scoreline in relation to Germany at a FIFA World Cup in the past, and it was when they put an enormous number on Brazil in one of the knockout games, I think the semi-final back in 2014. So, yes, there's your update from the World Cup. Tomorrow morning, 2 a.m, Spain versus Cape Verde, Belgium versus Egypt at 5, at 8, Saudi Arabia and Uruguay, and at 10, Iran and New Zealand. At 11, I should say. Iran and New Zealand at 11 a.m. Now, there's a lot of interest in all of those games because Belgium's one of the tournament hotshots. Spain's the favourite. Saudi Arabia, of course, from our part of the world in terms of our qualification group, the Asian Football Confederation. And Uruguay, of course, a nemesis of ours going back 20, 25 years. They were the reason we didn't qualify in 2002. That was a moment for one of the Frog Leaked entries. I think Vinnie Newen it was. Bryce Young's in behind him. Alan Holgerson and Jared Knight latch onto this as well. But a big moment there as Dench comes for pit lane. So right on cue, lap 14 of what we projected to be 21. In he comes.
Does a 6-lap stint. All right, I take it back. He did short fill the car.
So Dench to pit road. This will be his final stop. And everybody else now with one eye on what he's going to do. Harrison Den Brinker at lap 13. He's running the gauntlet, as is Daniel Piper, as is Luke Page. As to whether or not we are going to get that 21st lap in. If we don't, they're good at 20. They can get 7 laps out of that. But if they need to get an 8, don't be surprised if we see some monster clutching and fuel saving and maybe some coasting and chug-a-lugging on the final lap of this 80-minute enduro from the Circuit de la Sarthe, as if you didn't have enough endurance racing from here over the course of the weekend. 24 hours in the World Endurance Championship, which continues at the Interlagos Circuit in Brazil, Monday, July 13. And you'll see that live on Stan Sport. It's a friendly sort of time for the Insomniacs among you. Pretty much straight after the German MotoGP. Midnight coverage for a 12:30 race start. So big morning there. Interlagos Circuit in Brazil. Back straight again. Dench has come back straight out into a line of cars, and he's at the head of the queue. He's got the train behind him that includes Vinnie Newen, Bryce Young, Alan Holgerson, Jared Knight not too far away. Just to finish the World Cup point, Uruguay, of course, the reason we didn't qualify in 2002, and we were able to get revenge, sweet revenge in 2005 for 2006. Iran and New Zealand, the final match. Iran also from the Asian Confederate, from the AFC, and of course New Zealand. Well, as our Trans-Tasman affiliate, we secretly hope that they have a successful sort of run here, and we wish them the very best of luck. And that'll be lunchtime viewing in New Zealand. Massive numbers with the afternoon game here yesterday for SBS. Over 3 million, 4 million people watching that or engaging with it at any one point. John Wright getting the push along here from Nick Wood, the battle for 5th. And of course the Socceroos take on the USA on Saturday morning from 5 a.m. coverage from 4 a.m. I'll be in Manning Valley, Taree, Wingham area this weekend. So Dunlop Kart Stars Series continuing for Karting New South Wales. It will be on the telly in the hotel room. Don't worry about that. Looking forward to it immensely. The Socceroos in action against the USA. And then, of course, Paraguay will be the next opponent. That'll be Friday week at lunchtime, which is a far from the time slot. John Wright and Nick Wood glued at the hip tonight. Both in a Mustang. Very Mustang-heavy field. As we said, only the 6 different manufacturers out there tonight. No Chev, no Lambo, no Aston Acura or Audi. We do see a far better manufacturer spread in Pro-Am and Am. I'm interested to get you two blokes your thoughts on who the 12th manufacturer will be into the iRacing GT3 fold. I've got my feeling, my gut feeling is that it'll be Toyota. I don't see if it would be anyone else beyond that, considering that there's a lot of hype around Toyota coming into the GT3 fold in recent times. There's been a big hoo-ha about that. I don't think it'd be terribly long before iRacing says, yeah, we want a piece of that as well. Dan?
Yes, I expect so. I mean, only issue, I guess not the issue, but since we don't have a super strong, evident partnership, although in the case we do have the GR86 through Porsche North America, Toyota North America, so not Porsche, it's just watching the cars coming to the pits, but yeah, it's a case of like it feels like it should be a natural fit to continue expanding the GT3 class, given that we never got the Lexus RCF,
yes.
even though that is now expanded out of IMSA into WEC competition in the past couple of seasons with the shift to GT3 machinery. And to be honest, I'm kind of just sad by that. Like, I kind of think maybe because, again, the sucker in me loves a naturally aspirated V8, and that's exactly what the Lexus has under its nose. That would have been good to have seen that, and then I keep being told, you're asking for an old car. What are you asking for an old car for? A certain unnamed member on my team likes to chime in about.
That narrows the range of who it could be down significantly. One of the perennial SH1T stirrers, I would imagine, Yanni?
I'd like to think we collectively are like to stir the spoon regularly towards each other. As a group, that seems to be our sort of operating motto, is no one is safe, no matter the time or place. I've even been known to perhaps mess with my guys. In fact, I'd love to say I have a little story. I can have a little story on that front to share. I actually messed with a couple of my guys who were, mind you, in my defense, they were driving in a meme in a race that was entirely for the memes. And it's been going on for long enough that it now actually has backing from iRacing and Creator Series. It's the Saturday of every week 13. It gets put on as this event, which is the Max Band's Open, if you've ever heard of it. Come from the rather insane minds of Reese Gardner and Jake Sperry, and now Cisco Scaramuzza at iRacing. So a couple of my guys were racing in that, and when I overheard Discord chatter about I'm sweating mid-race from one of my team members, I immediately considered that a bit excessive, and upon discussion with Mr. Sperry, he made the offer that I could always find a way to offer up a penalty for a charitable donation, shall we say, to the cause. So I was a team enemy ¡1 for the rest of Saturday night after some instant penalties were slapped down from the server hosts for that one there, because they were willing to accept the offer. But so yes, at the end of the day, we all seem to enjoy taking the absolute mickey out of each other. At least when the time is appropriate to do so.
And Bondi, I guess the one from you before you go, because you've already highlighted the fact that you'd like some beauty sleep at this particular point in time. To expand on what Yeaman was saying, as we see Daniel Edmonds come to pit lane, this should trigger a flurry of pit stops, ladies and gentlemen, because we are in the window. We're at the end of that second 8-lap stint, and there are only 16 minutes to go. So, again, flirting with that line of whether we're going to get that extra lap or not. At the moment, you'd be wagering that we will. Yeaman's already mentioned the Toyota. I like the idea of that. Lexus wouldn't be a bad one either. The one I reckon we missed, though, many, many moons ago, because we don't see it anymore, the Nissan Skyline would have been a beautiful GT3 series car, and even if it was only in legacy form these days, that was a beast of a thing.
Yeah, that was actually a really fun car on ACC, but even though it's not GT3, the Aston Martin Valkyrie for hypercars, that car is amazing on LMU. And just saying about LMU, that game is gaining a lot of love from me with the feature of flat spots in that game.
Okay, how
I had to include
okay,
that
righto.
because iRacing doesn't have it. So, yeah, that car is really good, as well as the Toyota hype car as well. So, bringing the hype car for Toyota and the new GT, and I reckon GT3 class and Toyota might be in a good spot for iRacing.
All right, some interesting thoughts there from Bondi. And on that note, I believe you're leaving to go and get some beauty sleep, so you enjoy that. Hard luck tonight, obviously, with the mechanical issue for you, but all the best for the rest of the week, nursing the sore broken ankle, or not quite broken, but may as well be. And good luck for the rest of the campaign, mate. Hopefully see you back on track at some point. If not, you're welcome to come and have a chat with us in the booth any night this week.
Yeah, thanks, Zach. I understand myself coming in these booths for the rest of the week to save my sanity.
You're welcome anytime, mate. Thanks for that. Have a good night.
You too.
C Bond in a world of pain at the moment. The old ankle's swelling up like a balloon, and hopefully the medication is going to take the pain off that for him, so he can get some adequate sleep tonight. Let's update everybody on how this is going. Here is Bo Cubis under relentless pressure from James Scott and Matty Dench as well. 3 different manufacturers, 3 different teams, and all vying for those final 2 spots on the podium, Dan Yeaman. This could go right down to the wire because these guys have completed their stops and they're on the run to the checkered flag. Scott down the inside, can't get by Cubis. The doors open ajar slightly for Dent to have a crack. Out he comes on the inside. Here we go, drag right. Oh, you tried to make it 3 wide and go through the middle. That was never going to work for Denchi, unfortunately. Scotty slammed the door shut, and they did well not to take each other out.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, now they do! Now they do! Scott's in the wall and gone!
Oh,
That car's broken, surely!
Yeah, it is.
Mitchum!
I was just going to say off of the pit exit, this actually was Cubis and Dench tracking down James Scott, and yeah, he's pulled the car over and sent it back to the pits with that one there.
Oh, what a way for it to end. Really unfortunate. It was bound to happen. They were getting too racy, too close. And still with nearly 20 minutes to go, it felt unnecessary. But look at this again. Dan, talk us through it.
Yeah, so Cubis, it's a wiggle there out of the second chicane. Scott looks for the over-under here on the exit, but then you're going to watch mainly here Matty Dench will come out of the drive. Scott's running the centre line to maximise airspeed, and the cars get stuck together, and it spits Scott back out to the Armco on the right-hand side of the road. And unfortunately, you see there, it's not much, but it's enough for James Scott to know that that's going to be any chance of a strong race result being done and dusted right there and then.
Unbelievable. Has he exited the server?
He has indeed. James has called that one a race completely over and done with right there and then.
Unbelievable. Such hard luck. It was destined for an epic conclusion, and then all of a sudden it goes up in smoke. Yes, we've still got a fascinating fight on our hands for second in the points race and in the race battle itself, but it's all blown up. It's also helped Richard Mitchum because he's moved up. He's been the beneficiary of that, moved up into 4th, tightened the gap as far as the points gap was concerned to Daniel Edmonds. And as I said, Edmonds probably still needed something to go wrong for Mitchum for the championship to fall into his lap tonight. Cannot fault the drive that he's put in, but unfortunately when the maths are against you and there's absolutely nothing more you can do, yeah, it will be the sting in the tail that he'll take the glory on the night, but he may not necessarily take the outright glory of the title. And Richard Mitchum, at long last, is on the cusp of winning a GSRC title. What drama. And still the battle rages down in the lower positions here. Mr. Yeaman, that's the battle for 10th and 11th on screen. So the last spot in the top 10. Again, this was a battle outside the top 10 until all hell broke loose up front.
Yeah, 4-way scrap to sort this one out. at this point in time, and also being told to not exploit the fact that another 8 seconds up the road you find this man having quietly found his way to a bit of an open spot on the track, although currently looking to chase down Mr. Daniel Cheney, who's also had a quiet night of moderate progress, although the clear was behind, Buchanan 17 by far climbing high. Daniel Piper also up 11 tonight, and Jared Knight up 12 also from the rear.
Meanwhile, to the victor will go the spoils, and this has been a clinical performance from Daniel Edmonds. Let's hope that he's able to finish it off. Great to see. You just saw Daniel Cheney on screen there, and that's something we really haven't looked at already tonight. Dan, positional gains and losses, plenty of them. 17 for Will Buchanan, 11 for Daniel Piper, 12 for Jared Knight, the pick of the bunch. Some of that will go unrewarded because those boys had no choice but to start back off grid due to the fact that they were late arrivals in this series. But still, credit to them, because to make your way up that amount of ground in that short of time, things have to fall into place and things have to go right. They certainly have on this occasion for those three men, and they've stayed out of trouble as well. Michael Angus, even with a little bit of trouble there early in the piece, that incident on the final corner, he's made his way up 9 spots as well. So a nice drive from those guys. The casualty count sits at 3, with James Scott, the latest addition to the casualty ward that already included Andrew Neal and Kyle James. Great season, great night to finish it off, particularly if your name is Daniel Edmonds. But again, this championship will likely elude him. I say likely. I don't want to say will until we're absolutely certain of how the points play out here, but... Oh, up and over and gone is John Wright from 7th on the track. Wright was on for a top 10 finish, and already, just like that, click of the finger, it's done. We need to have another look at that. My goodness, that's an exit and a half from John Wright.
I just wanted to see...
As Edmonds comes back to the main straight to start lap number 18, and we are through for 21. We're going to get all 3.
Mm-hmm. So that means we're
in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, this race is going to take, another 12 minutes minus the 7 or 8 seconds there for Edmonds per lap. So 11 and a half minutes from now, that puts us at 9:57 or so for Edmonds to cross the line. And if I convert us back from interval to gap, 2.5 minutes back to Daniel Kirby, or David Kirby at the very end of the train right now. That's right on 10 p.m. pretty much, just the last car to cross the line to make sure the results are verified. If we're lucky, we get about 5 minutes grace from iRacing before they pull the pin on the servers. So we are racing to the flag.
Literally just 10 o'clock.
That, or we need Edmonds to slow down or find a magic power boost for Kirby to cause him to gain about 10 of those seconds back. It's gonna be interesting now.
Or maybe we just exercise that that etiquette grace of how they go about conducting the last lap at Le Mans sometimes when the result's known, when it's a foregone conclusion. Okay, boys, hold station, bring it back to the line as is, just to neutralise the competition caution sort of thing. Normally, except last night. Last night was a genuine race to the finish line. That was a massive incident for the entry of John Wright. There's no doubt about that. But yeah, last night it was a genuine race to the checkered flag because that race was decided by, 10 or 11 seconds in the end. But so often they do ease off the accelerator and bring it back at a moderate tempo on that final lap to say a big thank you to, trackside officials and marshals and everything else, and get the photo opportunities and all that. We're not going to have that luxury tonight, I don't think. So unless there's a word that goes out from Trav Azzopardi and race control saying, boys, if you don't slow down, we're not going to finish the race in server. It's going to punt us, and we're going to have to go back and crunch all the numbers manually. Hopefully it doesn't come to that, of course.
And
Extraordinary night, extraordinary scenes.
John Wright returns to the circuit, takes advantage of a fast, well, it must have been a fast repair to get the car fixed up because he's
Would have to.
2 minutes 20 in the pits, and he's back out, and because he was running mid-pack in the 10s, he comes back out in 20th and still on the lead lap.
And off goes Paul Rogers now as well, but he's managed to resume as well. 1 minute 14 and 40, sorry, 1 hour 14 and 40 into the race we go, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue here, the platforms of the Gentlemen Sim Racing Club. Oh boy.
Textbook pass, I think he might have just finally ran out of cars to pass by virtue of the gap to Nick Wood ahead.
I'm not going to lie, I just attempted very unsuccessfully to go multitasking. Because for whatever reason I had, I was working through my, I don't mind disclosing this on air now that I've been able to do it. I was going through my computer and looking for things that were open and closed and trying to close things down and whatever else. Because someone asked me about going around the ground, so I was just running through my World Cup schedule that I've got drawn up in my Microsoft Word document, and as I've closed that window, it's opened up the next unclosed tab, which was solitaire and casual games, and I shot myself in the foot, Dan, because I clicked on the icon where it says today's event, thinking, oh yeah, I'll have a look at what it is, but I forgot that triggers the timer. So all of a sudden, whether you start the challenge or not, it starts the count, the clock. And it was only 5 events. I've just played 5 games of solitaire whilst commentating here with you on the platforms of the Gentlemen Sim Racing Club, and they said men couldn't multitask. I didn't do it very successfully because I'd usually do it a lot faster than what I did, but rather it's, say, 6 minutes to complete the challenges or 7 minutes rather than 3 hours, because that would have been the next time I would have got back to it. Anyway, lesson learnt. I won't be doing that again, that's for sure. I think I literally think it was an accidental bump on my part, but anyway, had to rewrite the wrongs, as they say, and try again tomorrow. Daniel Edmonds, Bo Cubis, Matthew Dench, Richard Mitchum, Harrison Denbrinker, Nick Wood, and Will Buchanan in the top 7. I agree with you, Brooksy. It's one of my favourites. I get up every morning and I play the solitaire daily challenges and occasionally the event, if the event's only 5 challenges per se. And then I played the LinkedIn ones in the afternoon. I looked at the clock at 7 o'clock as we're going on air tonight, and I was like, oh crap, I haven't done that yet. I guarantee you any money you like that there'll be a notification on my phone at the end of this broadcast saying, oh, you've got a however many day streak it is. Don't forget to solve today's puzzles. No, I haven't forgot. I've just been preoccupied. Casualty Ward now climbs to 6th with the retirement of James Scott. Everybody else still running. David Kirby, the last of the runners, 2:29 off the pace. Daniel Evans will see the white flag next time by the line. Den Brinker put 2 wheels in the dirt and triggered an off-track alert. But he hasn't lost 5th yet. He might be about to. Yes, he does. Nick Wood goes through. Nick Wood has gone to 5th. So that was at the... So firstly, he moved up to 6th when John Wright exited stage right. And now, this moment for Den Brinker, and Wood takes full advantage, and you can see why. Ooh, Den Brinker, the slightest touch on the wall, and he'll get that back going, but was never going to get up to speed in time to keep Wood at bay. Den Brinker drops to within... to outside a second behind him now, 1.09, in fact, with a lap and a half to go. Have a look at that clock, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh,
9:50. Oh, hang on. Oh, no.
We've got trouble. Paul Rogers comes to the pits, and he's now out behind David Kirby
Oh, God.
by another 10, 11, maybe 15 seconds by the time he's at speed.
Yeah.
Oh, now we're really flooding with trouble here at the back of the field.
We're in massive trouble at the moment.
iRacing, please hear our prayers. We need just another 5 minutes. We need 10:05.
Well,
you can shut things down.
2 or 3 would be enough, but yeah, 5 so that we can get the results screenshot and there for safekeeping for the balance of the night, because once we're out, right?
Well, so what will happen is that it'll kick everyone's connections from the server. But if everyone is finished and the race results are processed and declared official by iRacing, then whoever stays in this, who has their sim open, myself, I'm sure Adam, well, at least Adam will have access to it, and the result, he'll be able to grab results. I should sure let you know. He'd have to get out of Pro-Am in time, grab the results from Pro-Am, Am, and Pro to be able to ingest them. So yeah, but you know, official results processing is definitely under the pump here with the field spread here in Pro.
Absolutely it is. Literally a race against the clock. In every sense of the word. White flag in the air and it flies for Daniel Edmonds. He's on the run home. So we've just taken the white flag at 9:55 Eastern. 9:55 Eastern. Edmonds is 0.92 of a lap from home. He's not seeing the checkered flag before 9:58. And on that notion, Paul Rogers isn't going to see the checkered flag until 10:01 at the earliest.
I think we'll be okay then. That's unless they bring down the race finish here. The server's offline at exactly 10 p.m. Yes, the other point is if I just have this, someone be it me or anyone sends a screenshot, yes, I should be able to capture the results. You can even capture the results from iRacing, which has elapsed time as well as all the gap to leader. At least at the start of lap 21 here. So we will be all hands on deck for all of that.
Indeed. And we're lucky as well, a couple of our committee members, of course, Matty Schmidtke included, are actually over in the AM split. Sorry, no, hang on. Do I have that right? No, Schmidt's in Pro-Am. So I think we have a committee member over in AM. I may be wrong.
This one.
In comes Luke King. Oh dear.
He's a lap short, it seems. He hasn't got that fuel number. Okay, he won't be our last car running because of the gaps at the very end of the train.
Correct.
Just one of those things. It's like another car stops. As long as he's rolling once again with a short splash of fuel. Oh no! Oh, Jason Wilkinson's coming too. No, guys.
Oh, come on, boys.
So
they've all been caught out by the fact that we're going to 21 laps, and that is such is the pace. Is that Dench in trouble? Dench's second at the moment, and Cubis and Mitchum to third.
This is a Cubis problem here at the second chicane.
It is. And Dench right up around his outside. Is Cubis short on fuel?
1 second. Let me rewind. I'm going to grab that on board going into the chicane again. Oh, no, he's short. He's definitely short. I reckon, but let's just confirm. Yeah, one does not roll from over 300 metres before the second Molson chicane unless they have monumentally made a mistake on fuel numbers. Here we go back live. Spot the Bo Cubis.
Yeah, he's gone. He's well back.
Nick Wood might be on for P4.
He might be. And Dan Brinker could even be on for P5.
How far can he fall? That is another question.
Ferrari had a podium and it's slipping from their grasp with half a lap to go. Meanwhile, and that does Daniel Edmonds no favours whatsoever because Richard Mitchum goes up to third. And with that, I think beyond any shadow of a doubt, we know exactly who the champion is going to be in Waste Options GT3, and it's going to go to our favourite Singaporean expat from the United Kingdom, Richard Mitchum. Our UK expat that calls that beautiful Lion City, Singapore, home these days, but take nothing away from Daniel Edmonds. This has been a magnificent performance tonight throughout the course of 21 exhilarating laps. Last turn, checkered flag, an hour and 23 minutes and a half later, and Daniel Edmonds gets the job done at Le Mans. It's his second round win of the season. He saves his best until last. He will fall short in the championship stakes. Denchi keeps doing what Denchi does to go second on grand finale night. And what a return to GT3 racing it's been from the 13-time champ. And there is Richard Mitchum, ladies and gentlemen. And Vermilion Esport for the second time in 3 terms, have their glory on the platforms of the Gentleman
Cubis
Sim
will do
Racing
it.
Club. Bo Cubis will limp to the line in 4th. And then Nick Wood is going to come home in 5th. And Brinker, Buchanan, Cheney and Holgerson, the top 6. Now, I just want to go back. I need to actually correct myself there, ladies and gentlemen, because I think I need to retract that and say last term went the way of Eli Donaldson for Vermilion, and the term before that, Lewis Greathead also for Vermilion. So 3 different drivers and 3 on the trot for that team, Vermilion Esports. Eli Donaldson, the outgoing champion. Richard Mitchum, the incoming. And, of course, Lewis Greathead at the end of last year. Harrison Lillis before that. They're all 1.5 miles away from Denchi's 13. But we have a new name at the top step of the summit of Waste Options GT3, which has been the staple of Monday Night Motorsport for 25 exhilarating seasons on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. Now, we're watching the clock. I've got 10 o'clock. I've got 10 o'clock. You've got 10 o'clock. We've all got 10 o'clock Eastern, 8 o'clock Western, midnight New Zealand. Good morning to the Kiwis among you. Good luck against Iran later today in the FIFA World Cup. Daniel Edmonds, Matthew Dench, Richard Mitchum, Bo Cubis, Nick Wood, Harrison Denbrinker, Will Buchanan, a great start to his GT3 venture. In for 7th, Daniel Cheney, Alan Holgerson and Daniel Piper made up the top 10. Jared Knight came home in 11th. Jonas Deggan, Vinnie Newen, Bryce Young, Derek Fitzgerald. Then Michael Angus, Luke Page, John Wright. That's Luke King crossing the line. We've still got to get Golan, Wilkinson and Kirby to the line. Paul Rogers got there a lap down. He didn't make it in the end.
He had a moment on circuit or something and called it done.
Just rage quit, did he?
Quite possibly.
20.46. Yeah, he didn't make it through the final half a lap. And there's Jason Wilkinson in 21st. Come on, David Kirby. Get to the line, son. We're into overtime. iRacing's due to go down for maintenance any tick of the clock. David Kirby on his way home in the Ferrari. In the end, Ford dominate the top 10. 4 of them.
He's going to do it. We're going to get these results officially processed with David Kirby here in a moment.
Thank Christ.
We're going to be able to get the results out of iRacing if we're quick as well for the spreadsheets.
A Porsche, Ferrari, a McLaren and a BMW in the top 10. So all 6 manufacturers on the track tonight feature in the top 10. That's an achievement in itself. Server goes down right on cue. 1 hour and 27 minutes later, even when Adam Lavis said to me 8:30, I said, you are going to be pushing it. You know that, don't you? Because by the time the 2-minute warm-up goes through, plus then the pitter-patter putt along to the line, and then, of course, the potential of overtime, which we had an abundance of, I knew we were cutting it fine, and all of a sudden, we got there. We got to the end, and we got there by the skin of our teeth. And you can tell, ladies and gentlemen, that we are in to scenic shot mode now, courtesy of Dan Yeaman, because that sun was not there for the last 90 minutes. What about that? Edmonds from Dench, the margin 20 seconds. He smashed them tonight. But the champion is Richard Mitchum. To the victor go the spoils. It'll be second in the championship for Daniel Edmonds. Interesting to note, righto, so let's have a look at a couple of other things here as we get these boys in for a chin wag. Eli Donaldson wasn't on the grid tonight. Luke King didn't have the best result. Rodney Golan, what did he do? Golan wasn't there either, was he? Oh, no, there he was, 20th. So, Denchi could well be about to climb up a fair chunk because he's going to get 141 points. He didn't have a drop round to fall back on. He's going to go to 687 tonight at minimum. And no Eli Donaldson. Luke King, of course, has finished down in position number 19. Oh, Denchi might be about to sneak a podium here. Holy smoke. Watch this space. M. Dench, 141 points, 687 provisionally. Might just be about to go to the top step of the summit. or the bottom step of the podium, and back onto the podium in GT3 for the first time since he left at the end of Term 2 last year. Unbelievable. Mitchell van der Van's here. Richard Mitchum's here. Daniel Edmonds is here. Mitchell, I'm hoping you've got with you the results from your split, mate, because obviously iRacing's down for maintenance. We know that you were in a heated championship fight with Todd Suter, with Dale Sharp. Martin Davis was not too far away, and also Alan McDonald. Did the Lambo get the job done at Le Mans?
Yeah, we got the job done. Ended up
Good boy.
P2 ahead of Dale Sharp, and again, better than all my rivals, so ended up winning the championship with it in the final race.
Well, congratulations to you. So what happened to Todd? Because he was only, I'm just having a look here, coming into the round. He was ahead of you on points, was he not?
Correct, a 12-point margin going in.
Yeah, and he's ended up 7th tonight.
He had a slowdown on lap 1, and I think it ended in damage. Unfortunately, he was right behind me, and then I didn't see him after lap 1.
Okay, so poor Adam Lavis is only going to be able to do the M and Formula 3 results because the update started before he could load the other 2 pages. Number 261 chiming in there for us as well. That's Bo Cubis. Good on you, mate. Had a blast. Thanks for all the work you guys put in to make it happen for us every week. Look forward to next season. Mate, we look forward to seeing you next season. Can you just let us know, was that a fuel issue for you on the final lap? Did you have to clutch and save and limp it home? Is that why we saw you drop from 2nd to 4th on the final lap there? We think it is. And Andrew Dyson giving us some mail that we weren't even aware of. And what a way to celebrate another lap around the sun for Daniel Edmonds. We'll get to him in just a moment. Hey, Mitch, can you stay there for me? Because once Adam's got those championship points locked and loaded, we'll bring them up on screen. We'll dissect that race in more detail. Is that all right?
Yep, no problem at all. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you. We'll come back to you in a moment. Daniel Edmonds, Richard Mitchum. Welcome in, boys. Congratulations. Dan, phenomenal way to spend a birthday. Phenomenal way to wrap up the season. Unfortunately, needed a little bit more luck to fall into your lap in the way of, misfortune for your arch rival here in Richard Mitchum. But another phenomenal campaign from you. Again, it's a silver. We know that there's a GT3 championship there somewhere down the line for you, mate. You can only be the bridesmaid for so long.
Thanks. First thing you should do is never trust Daiso. My birthday's not for a little while yet, so he's done you there.
Yeah, he has.
Yeah,
I'll get square with him.
It was a season. It wasn't amazing. I think once the Ford got its BOP hit, I really struggled to adapt. And there was some races I was struggling quite a lot and just trying to hang on. And then once I had my PC issues at Manucore, and then before Red Bull Ring, it was kind of, I knew it was probably over, but it was good to get out there tonight and have a really good run. It was that one felt really good, so happy with that.
Okay, I'm gonna run with what Daiso was saying anyway. I would imagine this is a very nice, I don't care how early it is, birthday present. The fact that you were able to string it together, lead every lap as well, that was faultless. And to win by 20 seconds, mate, that's extraordinary considering it was only an 80-minute race, only a 21-lap race. And you've also stitched a few people up along the way who thought that it was going to be probably 20 laps. But the pace you had, the fact that you were 20 seconds up the road, that 13 or 14 seconds leeway we had at the end of the race in your favour meant that we got that 21st lap in. So you stitched a few people up.
Yeah, I just had to try anything, to maybe Richard was going to underfuel, and you never know. So I just pushed as hard as I could every lap and just tried my best. I in a bit of a rhythm at Le Mans after Majors 24. We had some pace, but we didn't really execute very well. So as a team, it was a little bit disappointing for all of us, but this was a nice little bounce back at Le Mans, and to do it in the Ford, which was not the best car here, that's for sure. Just made it even better. I was very surprised to go on pole and surprised that people weren't people weren't faster than what they were. It was interesting to see. Maybe the Ford's a little bit better again, but I'm not sure. It was a little bit surprising, but yeah, I'll take it.
Now, Harlan Esports, that's of course the great David Kirby. Considering I've already been stitched up by Daiso, I'm not buying any other birthday. I'm not buying into any other birthday wishes that had hit that chat thread because I don't have any verification, and I'm not going to fall into that trap again tonight as best I can help it. However, in saying that, let's have a chat about a couple of other things here, Dan. Daiso put it there in the comments. He reckons that this is sweet redemption for you blokes. And again, whether I'm being sold a bum steer or not, but allegedly you've either wet or shit the bed there in the Majors 24. Is that true?
Yeah, we had some issues. We qualified okay in second split, so we were sort of with the pack. Bit difficult in the Acura. I was all right with it, but some of the other boys were struggling a little bit, and it was just, one of those races where you don't quite put things together properly, and it sort of went across all the cars as well, across GTP and GT3. So, as a team, we sort of stepped back and thought about what we could do better and stuff like that. So, it's not really too much of what I've been able to put into this race, but it's more for endurance stuff. But, it's nice to go back to Le Mans and have a bit of a better result. So, happy with that. But, there's a bit of work to do for the boys.
Stay there with me, Dan. Yeaman, have a look at these dickheads in the chat thread on our YouTube channel. Have a look at them. They're all lining up to stitch me up. Kirby not aware. He's put in there, I know this, but don't tell Zach. Zach can see it because it pops up on our broadcast, you goose. Fair. Have a look at these idiots.
They're giving it a fair crack.
Aren't they? If it means we get the comment count up, boys, keep going. I'm here all night. But fair dinkum. And actually, by the way, considering that I'm surprised Kirby hasn't thrown the bait yet, I'm going to buy it and take it anyway. Because Brooksy said that Will's birthday is October 28, and considering that as we so famously take the piss when his location comes up and Brisbane's misspelt on our broadcast feed here, we know that he's in Queensland, so that's October 28. What will it be this year? 1914, by the way. So good to have you boys tuning in this evening. I'm here all night. David Kirby is actually in our broadcast green room now, so he's here to throw bait at me in person, which is good to see. Made it around just, says Michael Angus. Good to have him back out there as well, and his teammate. We'll get the thoughts of Kirby in a few moments' time. Back to Daniel Evans for the moment. So DPR continue their winning ways on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, but obviously, no doubt, some fire in the belly there for you for next term, mate, to capitalise on the form shown tonight. I mean, throughout the course of the season, a second in round one, a first in round two, a third on points in round number 5. Couple of DNFs and DNRs in there probably didn't help matters. And then, of course, finish it off with the win tonight. Great result. You weren't happy with the Mustang Bop update. You've already mentioned that. What are we looking for with regards to 3 weeks' time when we line up for the new term? Are you looking... Snedden's now throwing bait as well. Have a look at these. Oh, fair income. Talk to me about what the car selection process is going to entail for you for the next 3 weeks, mate. We've got 3 weeks to think about it, to take stock, to reset, to refocus, to get ready for term 3, and for the chat thread to calm down as well. What are you looking for? What are you eyeing off as a potential car to drive and get well acquainted with over the course of another 10-week season?
To be honest, I'm not too sure. I haven't really thought about it. If I can even do the whole season, obviously I've got my trip to go get married in September, so might mean I don't do the whole season. So whether I do GT3 or do something else, I'm not sure. We'll see. I think Ferrari might have been a shout a couple of weeks ago, but maybe with the new update, I need to see what's good on traction control and stuff like that. So bit of testing maybe if I decide to do GT3. We'll see what happens. But yeah, I'm not really too sure at the moment. There's a lot of cars to choose from, and they're all got their pros and cons, and you need to see what tracks you're going to and stuff like that. So there's a bit to think about when you're going for a pro title. So we'll have a think and see in 3 weeks' time, I guess.
Nice try, Will Buchanan. I have David Kirby as a friend on Facebook. I know we're talking about July 30. I'm just going to start searching names in Facebook to verify you idiots. Dan, it's interesting, isn't it? Because obviously at this point of the season, we talk about not just what you guys might do with regards to car selection, but how much of that will depend on what the calendar looks like and what circuits suit what cars.
Yeah, there's a lot to think about when you really want to focus on a championship run. So yeah, I usually feel quite comfortable in any sort of GT3. Like I drive them a fair bit, so to be able to just pick whatever's best is sort of something I can feel pretty comfortable doing. But yeah, I mean, obviously some people have their car that they love and they'll stick to that. But yeah, I don't think it'll be the Mustang. Off the top of my head, but
I had a feeling that might be the case. Because you've had the Aston before, you've had the Mustang now, so it doesn't hurt to branch out and try something new. I mean, our good mate here, Matty Dench, he had a challenge going there for a long while where every term he had to go and have a steer of something different so he could tick off all the different manufacturers. I still think that list is yet to be fully complete, but he might get a chance to get title number 14 somewhere down the line. We'll see how we go. Hey, let's talk about from a strategic standpoint, when you're that far out in front, how easy is a race like that when you've got no pressure mounting, when you've got no challenges, and you can just sit there? Listen, you idiots, right? My birthday is September 15, so it's actually the Tuesday night of week 1 of the next holiday break for us here on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. The break between term 3 and term 4, which means I won't have to be copying this shade that's being thrown. I don't know why from the comments section right now, but thanks in advance, Daniel Snedden. See, it's taken until week 10 for one of our post-race shows to get really loose and silly. This normally happens on Friday night. We haven't done any Friday night broadcasts this season. So, yeah, the guys are just letting their hair down and letting some steam off. Yeah, exactly right, David Kirby. Right before... thank Christ I don't have to observe my birthday in a 1 hour delay. That would just be insulting. I'd be looking to book a holiday in Tweed Heads every year. Now, back to you, Daniel Evans, if I can focus on what the bloody hell's going on here. Thank you, Thornton Wiggett. The strategic standpoint of tonight, when you're out and you've just got to focus on running lap numbers, running lap times, completing laps, staying on the black stuff, how much easier does that make it from your standpoint when you haven't got to focus too much on the if, buts and maybes of who's around you and who the threats and challenges might be? Because really, you left them in the rearview mirror pretty early on tonight and didn't look back.
I mean, it's never easy. I was pushing pretty hard every lap, so there was a lot to think about. The first stint, I was a bit torn on whether I should take tyres or not. I know in majors, an hour was about what I could do on tyres, and we're only 20 minutes more than that. But as soon as I started to feel the tyre go away a little bit in the first stint, I knew that was the time I had to change it. So we did the tyres on the first stop and did full fuel. Obviously, with it being a bit of a shorter race and less fuel, yeah, it was. I wasn't too sure if it was going to be done in time, but it was. Obviously, that meant I was a bit slower on the outlap, and then she caught up a bit, so I had to knuckle down again and just do my laps. But I don't know if these boys were getting off tracks and slowdowns or what, but yeah, it seemed like I could pull the gap back out again, and then. Obviously, once I had that gap and I saw that some of them were short field and I had to do a longer second stop, I was pretty comfortable from there. I knew I just had to keep doing what I was doing, hit my marks, not get any slowdowns, and we'd be pretty good. And it seemed to work out.
In the end, was it a bit of a... I mean, obviously not ideal to have that DNF at Magny Core a few weeks back, mate, and obviously not ideal to miss last week at the Red Bull Ring, but a blessing in disguise that you didn't have two championship combatants to contend with towards the end there, and that Eli went off and focused on NASCAR.
Yeah, it made it a bit easier. It was a shame. Manucore was the start of a lot of computer dramas for me, so sort of went from Manucore. I somehow got through St. Pete. I don't know how. And then after majors, I thought it was going to catch on fire. So, yeah, I couldn't obviously do Red Bull Ring. So, got it all fixed, and it seems all right now. So, yeah, it was just once I knew I couldn't do Red Bull Ring, it was just trying to get second. And I was a bit worried about Denchi, but when I saw he had a bad round at Red Bull Ring as well, I was thought I'd just be able to finish and bring it home, but didn't expect to for the final round to go this well. So yeah, really happy about that. But yeah, just a shame some of the things that happened throughout the season that sort of held me back a bit. But I don't know if I was really too close to being able to put a proper challenge in, but we'll never know.
Matty Schmidtke's headed into the booth on a Monday night, which is very rare, but that leads me to believe that he may have just got the job done in GT3 Pro-Am as well. So we'll have a chat to him very shortly. In fact, with respect to Mr. Kirby and Mr. Dench, I'll get back to you guys as soon as I can. We will go to our three champions in just a few moments. But Dan, to finish up with you, mate, obviously another second, another nice little trophy on the mantle there. But with regards to next term, circuit wish list, what's Dan Edmonds like to see, what's Dan Edmonds not like to see when it comes to what the calendar might look like? We don't know what the race formats will be, but we know that you guys have all got your favourite circuits to love and hate.
10 weeks of Nürburgring, Nordschleife would be pretty good for me. I'd like
that would be torture for some.
It's the best track in the world, so I'd enjoy it. I don't know. I haven't really got any thoughts. I just, like I always say, just race what we get. It's some of the tracks that iRacing choose for the officials are interesting. So again, good luck to the committee to try and find some good tracks for the 10 weeks. Not envious of that job, but yeah, you just race where you race, and that's it, really. If you want to do the championship, you race at the tracks that are dished up, and that's it, really. Like, how much else I can say?
I'm with Thorn Weggett in what could be the most sensible comment to actually slide into the chat thread in the last 15 minutes. Thank you. Right, America, I'm all for it. I've got a nasty feeling that the new San Diego naval base in Colorado might make an appearance as well. Do you reckon... not Colorado. Do you reckon that might make an appearance, Dan?
I hope not, because I haven't bought it, but we'll see.
Oh dear, very nicely done. Who would you like to thank, mate? We've got a lot of drivers here and a lot to rip through, so who would you like to thank on the back of a faultless 90-minute performance tonight?
Yeah, just a big shout out to everyone at DPR, High Performance Media, Staffed, DPR, Docs.gg, even though it was just me that made it. Yeah, and everyone in the committee for putting on these races. It's a lot of fun. Yourself for the great broadcasts. Gives me something to watch tomorrow at work. And yeah, congrats to Richard on the championship, very well deserved. And congrats to Denchi on P3 as well if he's got it. Yeah, he's proved why he's won so many. So yeah, congrats to them as well.
Naval Base Coronado, of course. I knew Dan whispered it in my ear, but I didn't hear it in full. Coronado is, of course, the San Diego Naval Base there, and you'll see it NASCAR in the real world this weekend. Thorn Weggett reckons St. Peter's fine, but no other street tracks. He's already had a gutful of Adelaide. And Bobby Camo has said he's happy with the Nürburgring, but only if it's dry. That's his stipulation there. Dan, well done, mate. Fantastic stuff from you. Go well for the next 3 weeks. We look forward to seeing you when Term 3 gets underway.
Thank you very much. Happy birthday, chap.
Have a listen to these idiots. very nicely done. What a night it's been on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. 24 past 10 on the East Coast, 24 past 8 on the West Coast, and 24 past 12 in New Zealand. Mitchell Vanderven's stuck around as one Lambo champion, and I get the feeling, Matt Schmidtke, that you might be here to inform me that you've got the job done in GT3 Pro-Am, have you?
I have indeed, Zach.
There we go. Finally, some good news, because at one point there, it looked as though it was going to slip out of your grasp by your own doing or somebody else's.
Yeah, so Dane, very quick, had a very unfortunate incident on mine and Paul Wood's outlap from the pits. He just went for a move that probably wasn't quite on Paul just behind us, and didn't go well for him, and then he was not happy with that, and a bit of the red mist come on, I think. But I got pole and led most of the laps, so the one that counted, I got it done.
Talk me through, because obviously I've got Mitchell Vanderven here as well, so I'm just going to alternate between you two blokes now, because this is fascinating, right? Considering that we've covered the pro split where the Lambo's being given the widest of possible berths, you two have gone out and claimed championships in the Lambo in Pro-Am and Am, and Thorn Weggett's already starting the petition for you to be graduating up into Pro, Schmitty. So that didn't take long at all. You know, you barely get a chance to enjoy your championship glory. But, okay, one for each of you, and I'm going to start with you, Mitchell, and then Schmitty, you jump in straight after Mitchell finishes. Sell the Lambo to me, because it seems to be one of the more detested, avoided cars in GT3 Pro and across GT3 more broadly, not just on our server but elsewhere too. I mean, last year when we had the GT Pro Invitational with our colleagues over at the Australian Sim Racing Group, I don't think anyone, they were allowed to select two cars. No one chose the Lambo. All other 10 manufacturers got a Guernsey. The Lambo was given the wide berth. So talk to me about what you guys enjoyed most about the Lambo and why you would encourage more people to give it a crack, starting with you, Mitchell.
I think the Lambo just feels like an old friend. You just jump in it and away you go. So I'd say -1 point now that we're running IMSA rule set, because you get big safety bars on the windshield and you get less visibility in it. But yeah, I just went with it because it was comfortable for me, and yeah, it just feels like an old friend when jumping in. Yeah,
that whole comfy pair of jeans vibe, I don't mind that. And Schmitty, you've been loyal to the Lambo for donkey's years.
Yeah, it's definitely the car I've run the most in GSRC GT3, so I like the way it sounds, and I seem to get around all right in it. And you said encourage more people. I like the uniqueness of being the only one or one of the few in the car. Then if I have a bad night, I can blame the car. It's definitely not me.
I don't mind that mindset either. Okay, talk me through your respective two races, because we scraped in and got 21 laps here. So I want to know whether you guys got to 21 or whether it was curtailed at 20. And just talk us through the whole rigmarole, because we were keeping one eye on the sky here. It was dark, it was gloomy, no rain fell. It was a two-stop race. The pace was set by Daniel Edmonds, and there were a couple of big hits along the way which saw the attrition rate climb, particularly towards the end. Schmitty, going into this round, you're up against Sean Benici. Brad Coates has slid into the booth to have a chat to us. He's here too. There were a couple other potential championship protagonists, but you knew the assignment, you knew what you had to do. Talk us through it from your standpoint, how you went about it.
Well, the first time I think this season that I've done practice not just before the session opens and during the session. I did quite a few laps yesterday, though they didn't go too well. You can ask the boys about how that went, but I jumped in tonight when I got home and the car just felt really good. I've done the calculations and I think I would have qualified third in Pro with the lap I did. I don't know what the track time was like for them, but it was very low 20s for us, and my time would have put me like third or something. My race pace is nowhere near theirs, but yeah. Then yeah, well, there's close battle at the start, because I didn't know. I was pretty sure Dane was gonna save fuel behind me, so I was trying to save fuel as best I could. without backing the boys up too much, which they weren't too happy about when I jumped back in because I was effing for most of the race, or all of the race basically. And yeah, I just went and I had a plan and I stuck to the plan, just try and get the 8 laps out, which apparently some people didn't get. I thought everyone would. And yeah, just Cruz had a very wild battle with Dane for a couple of laps there just before the pits. But yeah, other than that, once Dane had his little incident there, I was pretty well set, not too much trouble. Sean was behind me for a couple of laps, but other than that, it was just keep it on the blacktop, pretty much.
And also, mate, I guess staying in the slipstream and the toe was important as well, yeah?
Yeah, I was leading for pretty much all of it. Well, I never had anyone in front of me, really. And the one time Dane almost got me, I got a pretty good switch back on him and got back in front. So, yeah, I think anyone behind, they would have been saving a lot of fuel, but I'm not 100% sure.
All right, very nicely done. And interesting to note that you got it to 8 because 8 was the threshold here as well. Do you reckon that helped strategy from your standpoint?
Yeah, I think so, because I think it was only about 2 seconds in front of the next car when they pit for their second pit behind me, but I come out about 7 odd seconds in front because I went the extra lap, so the less fuel drop I had to do, and I think I had a pretty quick in and out lap, so the extra lap definitely helps, especially around here.
All right, stay with me, Schmitty. Coming back to you in a moment. Mitchell, from your standpoint, talk me through the night, because again, very similar. Tight margins in the championship fight. I reckon there were 6 or 7 different contenders on points going into the night. And again, you knew what the assignment was and what you had to do. Tell me how you went about it.
Yeah, I knew going in that I'd have to beat Todd and stay ahead of Dale Sharp. I ended up qualifying in front of both, just in front of Todd. And then my race was pretty easy. I qualified second, I stayed second the whole race and finished second. And there was a 20-second gap ahead and 20-second gap behind. So it was pretty cruisy for me. Just an easy 8 lap, 4 lap. Only made the 20 laps for us. And that late change to an 80-minute race kind of changed the strategy from potentially going 9 laps in the stints and doing a shorter last. So, yeah.
And that's the thing as well, mate. As soon as we knew that the 10 minutes was coming off the clock, we knew we were losing at least 2, possibly 3 laps. You guys ended up losing 3. Everybody else probably 2. But everyone's in the same boat. You just race to the checkered flag, right?
Yeah, copy that. Yeah. The top, we're all on the same strategy. A few behind, we're trying to do a different strategy, 7-7-6 instead. But yeah, it seemed like 8-8-4 worked.
Indeed. I noticed as well, obviously, Dale Sharp's already slid into the comments section there and offered his congratulations. Joe Hargraves reckoned that you could have used some support from your team owner tonight?
Oh, absolutely. He comes in just for the credit in the last week, so yeah. It's good to see that he's alive, but, you know, would have been nice to see him on the track.
I love it. How good's that? We're loving it. I hope you are as well on the platforms of the Gentleman's Sim Racing Club. Shreddy, you've got 2 bands of support, don't you? Because you race for 2 different teams throughout the course of the season. Whiskey Business Racing had a chance of going 1, 2, 3 in this series. I'm not sure if that's actually played out that way. I don't think so, based on the results I'm seeing here on my screen at the moment. We'll get to Dane Snadden very shortly. But Whiskey Business Racing will no doubt be very happy with a Team 1-2. Maybe a little bit disappointed they weren't able to lock out the podium. But in saying all of that, you also have support from your Z-Racers stable teammates as well, and I'm sure they'd be delighted that you've been able to get the job done tonight as well.
Yep, yeah, shout out to Greg and everyone. I think Greg was really hoping to get the podium lockout, but unfortunately for Dane, it does look like he's going to drop into 4th. And yeah, well, Paul and Adam, or Dale Sharp was in there as well, but he's in AM, so he drops down and talks to them. But Paul and Adam were in the Whiskey Business channel with us, so everyone was in there. They've been pretty much every week. Usually I would be talking to them, but I just really wanted to sit and concentrate and get the job done, so I didn't hear the banter this week.
I was going to say, Dale Sharp, I'm just seeing some comments come in from him on our Facebook feed as well. Yes, poor Zach struck 112 years before we were all born. Yeah, absolutely, I have. If you come up to Queensland at any point during summer, Dale, you'll get what I'm talking about. There was an incident for Alan Holgerson earlier in the piece, and also Luke King. I know there's been a couple of requests for John Wright's exit stage left, exit stage right.
I'm going
actually,
through them in chronological order now.
I thought you might be. We'll get to that very shortly for the appease the requests from the fans at home who are tuning in. The chat has calmed down a little bit in our Facebook feed at this point in time, and our YouTube feed as well. So stick with us, folks. We'll get through all of that. You've still got to hear from Denchi and Coatsy and Mr. Kirby for the first time in far too long as well, but we'll get to them in just a moment. Let me finish with you two blokes in the Lambo Brigade right now. Schmitty, how much of a sigh of relief are you breathing? Because I know it was a sensitive subject when I last caught up with you on Thursday.
Yes, it wasn't looking good after the last 2 weeks, and if Dane had not made that mistake, it would have been a very close race. I did work out, I think if I didn't have to beat him, which was the main thing. If I come second with the 0X, I'm pretty sure I still would have beaten him to the championship. It would have been a lot closer. But yes, I was pretty worried there for a little while.
Indeed, I've just had a friend request slide in on Facebook from one Jay Pianazzola. So big thanks to you for jumping on board. Apologies in advance because I don't envy anyone that... Oh, jeez. That was David Kirby's exit. So that was one that we actually... I don't think we saw that on broadcast, did we? We missed that one. That's all right, Brooksy. I didn't see it either, so I won't spoil UFC for Coatsy on your behalf. We'll get to that very shortly. Spare a thought. I was going to say, Schmitty, spare a thought for John Wright. He's telling us to get off the broadcast and end the stream so that we don't have to re-watch his demise. Or at least it wasn't as spectacular as what we saw there on the Mulsanne for... that was James Scott in the end. That put pay to his charge in the McLaren. I'll be interested to hear what he thinks about the McLaren compared to the Ferrari because he's driven both throughout the course of this season. Here it is for those of you at home that want to see it. Look away now, John. Oh, no. Bang, up into the wall, up and over, and see you later. And had he been able to land back on all fours, he might have been able to limp that one back to the lane. But at that point in time, he was the proverbial passenger. Oh, dear. I'm interested in Kirby's moment now as well. I'll have to hear from him about that. That was Paul Rogers.
As in hear from Kirby's, or you just want to watch it again? I mean, this I'll just start.
No. I was going to say, I'm going to hear it from his perspective very shortly, so cue it up for when we actually get him on air. But yes, hope you're enjoying the replay highlight reel there on your screen, courtesy of Dan Yeoman at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. Mitch, what does it mean to you to be the latest in a long list of GT3 AM champions, please?
Oh, yeah, feels great. I didn't think I'd be here, so it just is icing on the cake. I assume I'll probably be promoted, so I can only savour it for so long. But no, it was very good. So.
Now all the shade's been thrown. I'm glad the heat's off me now. All the shade's being thrown in John Wright's direction. Show it again. Advertising on the bottom of the car, etc., etc. You blokes are relentless tonight. It is unbelievable. Schmitty, I think it goes without saying you do. Oh, we didn't see that one.
That's just Dan literally doing donuts after the chicken flag.
After the chicken. Oh, thank Christ.
But this is Paul Rogers getting to the second chicane and saying, "Okay, no, he's done."
I'm done. Yeah, I'm not limping at home. Schmitty, I think it goes without saying, mate, you do so much for the club behind the scenes. You're part of the committee, you run series, you broadcast with me on a Thursday night. You do a lot. So no doubt there's a nice degree of satisfaction for you when you're able to achieve an on-track result such as this. We know that there are some nights that are more difficult than others as we get a slow-mo version now just to rub salt into the wound of John Wright. from Dan Yeoman, with thanks and love and consideration. But we must acknowledge everything you do off the track, mate. We know that it sometimes compromises your ability to get out there. So when you get out there on the circuit, it must be really nice to be able to put the season together.
Yeah, thanks, Zach. Oh, it certainly is. I've been pushing for this one basically since I joined the club. The Pro-Am Championship's kind of been the goal for me. Like, it was the first year as I raced here. It's taken me, 2-3 years to finally get it, but finally got the job done.
Indeed you have. Boys, let me ask you this, because, again, I've got a few others to get to. We haven't heard from Richard Mitchum yet. I want to get to him in a moment as the Pro Champion. Now that we've heard what it means to you, the fact that you've been able to get the Joe Hargraves, thank you. I don't deserve any of the credit there. That's all Dan Yeoman putting the replays together, mate. He's the director and producer at the moment. I'm just the ringleader of the circus, in the sense that I steer the conversation around and point at screens and occasionally yell at them. In saying all of that, what does the next 3 weeks look like, Schmitty? I know I'll be seeing you on Thursday, obviously, but how do you go about preparing for the new season? I get the feeling that it's going to be, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, so we'll probably both see you lining up again in the Lambos next term. But what does next term look like, particularly for you, Mitch? And how do you spend the 3 weeks between now and then preparing for it? And what's on the track wish list as well?
So it's going to be a 3-week party after taking out the championship.
Good boy.
The Lambo's going to get retired, and we're going to be in another mid-engine car next season. And I'll go +1 vote for Nordschleife on the list.
Oh, so that's 3 now for the Nordschleifer. Wet or dry?
Oh, in the wet. Easy.
Oh. So 2 in one in, doesn't matter what conditions, 1 in the wet, 1 in the dry. So it's balancing out nicely at the moment. Anything else on the wish list, mate, or are you just going to lap up and enjoy the moment and then just jump back into the rig and reacquaint yourself, get match fit before that Monday, July 6 rolls around?
Yeah, look, there's probably a bit of spa practice coming up for the 24.
Yep.
So whatever car we're probably going to pick for that is what I'll end up driving for the season, but there'll probably be at least a week or 2 off, but I don't have to stay up on a Monday night racing, so I know it sounds like a chore, but it's fun, but yes, it goes late too sometimes.
Like tonight, spare a thought for the guys that we haven't spoken to yet. And Dan Yeoman as well. He's here late every Monday night because I get paid to talk, and I take that privilege and honour very seriously and stretch out the conversation as far as I have to. I don't think the GSRC knows what a dry Nords is. No, that's a fair point after the last trip there. In the Porsches anyway, the second last trip there, I should say, last term. My goodness, it's still drying out. Mitch, anywhere else you might pop up and have a race if time permits outside of GT3, mate, or is that your wheelhouse?
No, just GT3 for me. And if I can just do a quick shout out, I've been told by my team owner Sam, as he rocks up for the last week, to come and give a shout out to the society. Just so you know, we'll be recruiting before the next season as well, so if anyone's interested, make sure you tell Sam and give him a big workload. So.
All right, if you're on the recruitment trail, and normally this is the time of the season where Greg Heaney's at the negotiation table for Whiskey Business, as Matt Schmidtke knows all too well. But if you're in the market, ladies and gentlemen, slide that into the comment thread as well, because obviously the boys from Send It, they're looking for some new teammates and some new recruits to join the force. And the bigger the better, as they say. So, Sam, who says Joe Hargraves, on to you. Relentless banter and sledging going on tonight. You guys really have saved your best until last. Mitch, you're welcome in Formula V anytime if you do get time away to get out of the GT3 for one night. And I say that because it's the hottest ticket in town. But well done on the championship, mate. I know there might be a few others if you, people that you want to thank, and if you do, here's your opportunity to do so. But well done on stringing the championship together and walking away as the victor of the AM Split in Term 2 of 2026.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to shout out all my rivals too. It was a really good season, really close season. Just 18 points for the top 3 people. So, and then just everyone in Senate Society for being awesome lads. That's everything.
We can bring those results up on screen now for the benefit of everybody at home. Adam Lavis has crunched the numbers there in GT3. Have a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. 11 points, the winning margin in the Mitchell van der Ven over Dale Sharp. Congratulations, Sharpie. Well done. He did mention about being in championship contention today on his socials. I'm interested in getting his thoughts in the review post that will follow. So well done. And 771 for Todd Suter. Sorry, I'm not laughing at Sharpie being second. I'm laughing at these idiots in the chat thread. 778 for Sharpie, 771 for Suter, 755 for Martin Davis, Mitchell Buckman, 702 Alan McDonald on 696 and Scott Wooden 684, Edward Wallow 678 and 669 for Ben Goring. Timmy Watson rounded out the top 10 on 656 points, 133 covered the top 10. And tonight's round results, as you can see on your screen there, victory in the final race to, was that David Michael Saro? Yes, it was. 165 points, 148 for Mitchell van der Ven and 145 for Dale Sharp, second and third. And in the end, a couple of the other would-be championship contenders, as you see, they're seventh for Todd Suter, fifth for Martin Davis, fourth for Mitchell Buckman, and 2 Mitchells in the top 6 in the championship, and Alan McDonald down in 19th. And the reason for that, if I can get the mouse onto it, was that he picked up a 10-second penalty for avoidable contact. That's why he's listed in red there on your screen, his finishing position tonight. But yes, the boys that were in the top 6 going into the final round remain firmly in the top 6. A little bit of order jumbling there, but Mitchell van der Ven is your champion on the back of, well, look at the results there, folks. I love to do the analytics at this time of the year. Started with a round win, bagged a second place result at Sebring, bagged a round win at St. Pete, bagged a second place here at Le Mans. So not the sort of consistency that you saw from Aidan Carl in Formula 3. No one's going to be that good, but still consistent enough. Kept banking the points, building it up week in, week out. Did enough in the end to win the championship by 11 points, and Sharpie can be very happy with the efforts that he's put in throughout the course of the season to finish second. 5 different manufacturers in the top 5, 8 in the top 10. Extraordinary level of competitiveness there, and a broad range of manufacturer diversity in Waste Options GT3. Mitchell van der Ven, thank you, mate. Well done. Enjoy the break.
Cheers, guys. Thanks.
Schmitty, who would you like to thank at this particular point in time, please?
Just Greg and everyone at Whiskey Business and all the AR boys who always trying to keep me on track when I have a bit of an incident like I have the last couple of weeks. But yeah, also I would have. This is the only race I won, so it would have been a bit embarrassing if I'd won the championship and not won a single race. But I finally got one.
Hey, consistency is what it's all about, as you know all too well, mate. And let's be honest, right? So we look at your season, because Adam's still crunching those points, so I can't actually bring you this at the moment, I don't think, ladies and gentlemen. I've just got to wait for the all clear to bring these up on screen. But because the results of tonight are in, but there's still a couple of little things that need to be adjusted on our points matrix here. But when we look at the season that was for you, Schmitty, 2 seconds in the first 3 rounds, then a third on points in the 4th round, a round win with a second and a third in round 5, and then 2 seconds round 6 and 7. Obviously, 2 weeks to forget, 8 and 9, and then the round win tonight. So 2 round wins, 2 seconds, I stand corrected, 4 second place finishes and a third. So 7 podium finishes throughout the course of the season. Nothing bad about that, really. Let's be perfectly honest. That is a well put together season for you. And is it more sweeter when you fend off the onslaught that was Dane Snadden there towards the back end of the season? Because, by gee, he left nothing on the table. He was coming home with a wet sail, but he already flagged this time last week just what an Achilles heel Le Mans was for him.
I didn't hear that comment from Dane, but that's interesting to know. He was in all the practice he had done. He was very, very fast, so it would have been a wild race had he not had that incident. Because I think he would have had me on pace if he'd kept it on the track there. So yeah, and yeah, he was the second half of the season. He was just tearing it up. I thought I was done for.
I thought I was one that was okay for stats, but look at that one that Sharpie's just jagged out. Matt Kenseth won a NASCAR championship without winning a race in 2003. How about that? So there you go. You're in very good company and a good name as well, clearly. So there you have it. Kenseth wins a championship, and had you not won a race, you would have been in very good company there, because Matt Kenseth was a star in NASCAR. Hey, Richard Mitchum's just verified with me that he is next in line, and that was already going to be the case, but thanks for checking in, mate. I'm getting to you as quick as I can. I want to ask Schmitty one more question before I let him go. Obviously, nice to get the job done. You've seen off the thread of teammates. Obviously, Brad Coates and Paul Wood and Jordan Pianazzola were there in the vicinity as well, mate. So it's a just reward for a season that's been well put together. A couple of little scares along the way, but still, the championship is yours. What does the break look like for you? Once we get through broadcast this Thursday night, what does the break look like? Because I know the organising of Term 3 will be well underway already. Do you get a chance to walk away from the rig at some point or not?
I think I'll jump in Friday night and Saturday night still. Or if Sutton turns up on Friday, he's got the championship in the bag. I think if he doesn't turn up, there might be a chance that Travis picks it up, because he's second currently, but I'd have to have a closer look at the points, and I'll do my best. I think I'm third, so I'll try and maintain that. I'll pick up second if I can. Then Saturday night, Mountain Men, always going to turn up for that. Very few things that'll make me miss it. And then the break, probably not much driving. A bit of a break, an actual break from driving.
What's on the wish list? I know you'll be in the Lambo, probably in Pro. Who knows? What do you want to see on the calendar track-wise next term?
Trying me to say Nods as well, or something different?
No, something different if you want.
Let's go with the Mountain. I'll have a good race at the Mountain.
Don't we all? Anything else to add on that, mate? I think we've pretty much covered the ground that we need to. But if I've left anything out, here's the opportunity to pull me up.
No, I think you better get onto Richard. I think he's itching to get in on this.
Just to lay us with a full list of European circuits that he wants to see on the calendar next term, no doubt. Congratulations, mate. We mean that sincerely. Lambo get the job done in Pro-Am and Am, and that's just reward for many, many terms of hard work on your part. Finally, you've cracked it. So congratulations. Enjoy the celebrations, and I'll see you Thursday night.
Thanks, Zach.
And actually, for once, ladies and gentlemen, GT3 after the last couple of weeks won't be a sensitive subject when he rocks up on a Thursday night, so that's lovely. Because it's been one of those ones that I've tried to steer clear of and avoid the last couple of weeks. From Matt Schmidtke in Pro-Am to the victor of Pro. And don't worry, we've still got Brad Coates, David Kirby and Matty Dench with their thoughts in just a few moments as well. But Richard Mitchum, I'm not sure. It could be the first time, could be the second. I don't think I've said this before, especially to you, but more so to resident outside of Australia or New Zealand. You're our favourite Singaporean expat from the United Kingdom. And finally, Europe and Asia on the top step of the summit on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club through that combined effort for Waste Options GT3 for your good self, mate. And considering how long you've been here and chipping away at it, about bloody time. Well done.
Yeah, definitely about time. Been bridesmaid way too many times. To Dench, and I think more recently Harry, Lillis, and I think right back in the day to Merritt. So I've come close a lot of times. So pleased to finally put together a season that without any massive holes in it.
And it's interesting too, because when we look at the schedule here, we talk about your love of European circuits all the time. Spa, Mugello, Brands Hatch, Circuit of Magny-Cours, Red Bull Ring, Le Mans. 6 out of 10 ain't bad.
Yeah, I miss Magny-Cours, and definitely echo kind of what Dan Edmonds said, right? I think that it's been a bit of a painful season for anyone who picked a Mustang after round 2, because that DTM bop came in and it really was damage limitation for literally the rest of the season. So it, yeah, the results weren't easy to come by after those first couple of races.
I'll as soon as I can get to the points, ladies and gentlemen, I will. I don't think we're going to be able to go there tonight because Adam Lavis isn't able to do certain bits of fine tuning and detail without the use or access to the server. It's down at the moment, so nothing coming through with regards to the finalisation of GT3 Pro-Am or Pro. As soon as we can get to it on Wednesday night, we will, but we know enough to know that Richard's the champion here, and of course we know that Denchi is well in with a chance of a podium based on his run to second tonight and the other circumstances surrounding that, with the opponents near him either not being on the grid, not finishing, or having an unfortunate run. We do have the Formula 3 standings, though, ladies and gentlemen, I hope, and we should be able to go and have a look at them very shortly. In fact, yes, I can confirm that Adam Lavis has crunched those numbers as well, so we will go to them shortly. In the meantime, with you, Rich, talk us through tonight, mate, because, yeah, again, it's interesting, right? We weren't aware of just how hamstrung you guys were as soon as that update came in. Makes it hard when changes are being thrust upon you partway through a season, but the real true class is shown with how you guys adapt to that and kind of persevere and work your way through it on the way to the end of the season. And you were able to do that. I mean, let's have a look at your results across the course of the season. Clinical win at Spa, third the next week at Mugello, then a fourth, a first, a 10th, second for the round in round 4, so 2 seconds, a first for round results, a third in round 6. You weren't here for Magny-Cours, you lucky bastard. You're at the Canadian Grand Prix. 8th and 3rd at St. Pete for 91 points, which I think put you just off the podium. The round win last week at the Red Bull Ring, and then, of course, enough to get the job done tonight. I guess you were lucky in the sense that you had the buffer coming into tonight, irrespective of what happened. A lot would have had to have gone wrong for you to lose the title tonight. As long as you stayed within striking distance of Dan Edmonds, it was always an uphill task for him, as good as he drove.
Yeah, exactly. After last week, we run the map. So I think even with a 4X, I needed 9th or better, and I think even with a 0X, which is what I end up getting, I think I could have finished 13th. So to zero risk around being around any guys, which I think paid itself off, especially when I think Mr. Scott and Denchi came together on the back straight. I was quite pleased to be a handful of seconds behind there, so I could navigate that a bit cleanly. So yeah, today was just keep it clean, if anyone was getting a bit too close, I just let them pass and sit in their draft, and yeah, just play it safe. I think I'm not sure I had the pace for Dan. He drove a great race today, and I think this season as well, with the change in the rules where the 0Xs really pay dividends. I think that's been kind of the focus with maybe not having the outright pace with the Ford after that BOP change early on in the season. It's just clock up those 0Xs, and that gets you the overall round results.
I'm wondering if Dan might be able to queue up that incident between Matty Dench and James Scott again, just to get Richard's take on that, because he was in the striking zone of all of that when it hit the proverbial. So late in the race, mate, we were looking at 5th and we were like, oh, it's touch and go here, but it's probably still in your favour. Then this happens for James Scott, the incident that puts pay to his race, right? There he is. That's the end of him pulling off the road. Here is the actual moment itself. Now, Denchi's pushing Bo Cubis along. Scotty's there as well. You're only a second and a half back from that. What were you thinking when you were seeing all that madness happen in front of you?
Well, I saw that Bo had got a slowdown coming out the chicane, and then Denchi was tucked up right behind him. I was like, this is you can't stay there for that long, because Bo's gonna have to slow down. And then yeah, I lifted very, very early because I could see it happening for like 10 seconds, right? The slowdown was there, and 3 of them were side by side, and Dench was tucked up his proverbial. So yeah, it was definitely, especially as Scott was, James, sorry, was veering over to the left as I went past. It was a bit squeaky bum time, but then after that, I mean, like I said, I knew I only needed 9th, so going around there at 5th at that point was plenty enough. So I was quite happy to navigate that as safely as possible.
I was a little bit worried, actually, in all of that you may have gone the wrong way and you might have been getting wiped out as collateral in all of that, which would have been a disastrous way to potentially lose the championship.
Yeah, there was a moment right at the very end when he kept coming over left, but no, I thought I'd picked the right way, and I still had the fast repair just in case, right? I think we had quite a big gap over the rest of the top 10.
And then, of course, we saw the fuel issue for Bo Cubis, mate. So 4th became 3rd. How close were you running it on fuel? Because it seemed as though a majority of the field got it right, and a couple got caught out by the pace of Daniel Edmonds in that they didn't think it was probably going to get to 23 laps, to 21 laps. And admittedly, they were 13 seconds off being correct with that. That was the threshold we had. Such was the pace of Edmonds tonight. No one was able to catch him, but it was that pace that got us that extra lap.
Yeah, I think Bo put in the chat after the race that he's putting full blame on iRacing's auto fuel. So I'd seen it was close, but was not going to take the risk. I had no upside of risking that. So went in with even a couple of litres over at the end.
And that's the point as well. There are some circuits where you can take the risk, you can take the punt, and sometimes get away with it, mate. But Le Mans being a 13.5 kilometre circuit, it's a long way around if you get it wrong.
Yeah, exactly right. It's 8 litres is a lot to save, especially if... because I think Bo realised pretty late on, because it was only really the last lap that he started slowing down. And yeah, once you realise that late, then you're in real trouble.
Exactly. And I mean, what about the old experienced hand of the 13-time champ, who has been a thorn in your side, as you mentioned, on a few occasions, standing between you and the top step of the summit, which you now quite rightly and well-deservedly stand on. What about the form that he's brought back to the table? It's as though he never left.
Yeah, but it has been nice to put a few wins on track and a few outpacings in qualifying, because that hasn't happened much in the previous season. So when he's been here, he's tended to beat me all hands up. But this season, he's been a bit more competitive on pace. So I was pretty happy with that. I'm pretty happy with the pace. I mean, obviously it started perfectly at Spa and kind of just kept it going since then.
Was there any concern when you looked at the schedule? I mean, obviously we didn't know about the car updates at that particular point, but did you think this was your best chance of going out there and getting it done?
I feel like I've been there or thereabouts for the last few seasons. And I think the thing for me as well is this calendar's played out, right? I've only been overseas for one round, which is quite a change for me. So knowing that I was in the country for the majority of it and be able to have a crack at that and finding decent pace, it's all come together.
Indeed. Hey, talk to me about a couple of other things here, right? Because you've seen a couple of guys slip in and out throughout the course of the season. Denchi's back. We've seen the sort of credentials James Scott brings to the table. Bo Cubis on his day is going to be hard to beat as well. Just how much harder is it going to be to defend the title if those guys and Daniel show up each and every week next term?
Oh, for sure. Right. I think, picking the right car. I think Ford without the bop, Dan and I would have had a much better chance on pace for the rest of the season. I think touch wood, hopefully they don't do any bop changes, seeing as we'll be starting kind of 3 weeks into the season. But let's see. I think where the tracks are, there's definitely some real talent in this field. There has been for a couple of years now, right? The depth of kind of 5k plus guys now that rock up every week. You've got a fight on your hands if you've not done any prep.
Okay, having been bridesmaid or third on far too many occasions, mate, how satisfying is it to finally be able to, put the 2 on the number in the garage for the next 10 weeks and run the number 1?
Very. It's been a long time coming, so no, I'm super pleased. It's all come together, this one.
And somewhat of a purple patch of form. Like, I mean, we know how credentialed the Vermilion stable is. We know exactly what you guys bring to the table. But for Louis to go out there and win a championship, and then obviously to then back that up with last term success as well, then to have you come out and grab the W as well. Eli Donaldson, of course, sorry, the name escaped me there for a moment. So Louis term 4 last year, Eli term 1 this year, and then you term 2. Who next for the Vermilion stable with regards to GT3 supremacy?
I mean, there's plenty of super fast guys in that stable, right? And I think that's definitely helped me this last year pick up my level, or take my level to another step, right? I think it's being around people faster than you is definitely raising the game of everyone there. So it's been good. I think all of my prep for Le Mans was in a LMP2 when we did majors there. So it was only earlier on today where I jumped in a GT3, but thankfully I kind of bolted on a setup that was given to me, and it worked straight out of the gate. So it was probably easier to drive than the LMP2, to be fair, which was definitely a bit of a handful for all of the majors week.
Yeah. Indeed. A couple of other questions here, and I appreciate the patience of Brad Coates and Matty Dench, because we've got you guys coming up in just a moment for everybody at home, and then Dan Yeaman and I will wrap this thing up and we'll get everybody out of here for a Monday night. Thankfully, you've only got to wait a couple of hours until your sporting smorgasbord continues with the FIFA World Cup. Who are you barracking for there, please?
England, obviously. So, but the timings aren't particularly great. I think all of the first rounds are 3 or 4 a.m. kickoffs for me here in Singapore or WA time. So
yes,
hopefully we get a little bit further down the group stages, and we can actually watch some games out in the pubs.
And just a long bloody waiting game for you as well. Like 4 a.m. Is your first game on Thursday morning. And that's 6 a.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. So just the tournament will have been underway for nearly a week by that point.
Yep. Let's see how it comes. German manager in tow. So what's the worst that can happen?
Hey, let's straighten up and talk about this for next term, mate. Obviously, we know the next 2 weeks are going to be busy. Quite a few of our guys will be throwing their hat into the ring for the Spa 24 officials, all that sort of jazz, right? Does the Ford go in the bin? Does it go in the back of the garage for the next 10 weeks? What are you eyeing off as the steering wheel, the car of choice, weapon of choice for the championship defence?
No idea at this point, right? So I think there's probably been some more bop tweaks this last week with the new release, and I think another patch going in tonight. So I think that kind of take a watching brief on, maybe take a step away from the sim for a few weeks, apart from any special events, and then keep an eye on what's doing what in the various open races, and make a decision nearer the time once we've got the track list.
All right, very nicely done. Hey, just before we rock and roll out of here, the track list is going to be interesting. Apart from the European circuits, any preferences?
Yeah, I'll clock up another one for Nords, even though that is in Europe. I'm always a big fan of that place. But yeah, any of the British tracks, European tracks always kind of suit me. So no real preference, whatever comes up. Hopefully ones where there's setups available, so we haven't got to scramble for them last minute. That'll be my only request, because I know it's difficult, but those fixed rounds that come up every week, they just don't get run, and it's not kind of a like for like comparison anyway when you pop on an open set in top split. So yep, as many of the officials as we can get.
And just quickly, because it's the first time we've had a chance to chat to you since it occurred, how was the Ile Notre Dame and Montreal and Canada and the Formula One Grand Prix over there?
Yeah, it was an awesome race. I think it was 10 degrees in Canada with a bit of drizzle, and I think I was getting messages from friends back home at 35 degrees in London. But it definitely gave some very interesting racing, and thankfully, I think Tuesday onwards that week, the weather turned around and it was high 20s, and we could enjoy the rest of the festivities and a part of the holiday. So no, really enjoyed it.
All right, very nicely done. Congratulations to you, mate. A brilliant performance throughout the course of the season. Any more? Obviously Singapore comes up in October this year, but any more international motorsport travel that might take you away from the GSRC Monday night commitments between now and the end of the year?
Yes, I'm heading down to Phillip Island for the MotoGP in October. So if anyone else is joining there, it'll be great to say hi and faces to names.
Actually, to be honest with you, I'm half tempted to grab a ticket and just say to the old boy, righto, take the swag, we'll park it up somewhere in the vicinity for the weekend. We'll camp it in the ute old-fashioned style, because the old boy's always wanted to go. I've always wanted to go, but the problem is at the moment, it's right in the middle of a busy work period, and the other thing is my youngest sister is due with bub number 1 all around that same time. So I just think circumstances are going to prevent us from being able to go to the final one at the Island. We might have to go to Adelaide. God. At some point down the line. Congratulations, mate. Brilliant season. Great to see you finally get the job done. Who would you like to thank?
Thank Vermilion and Hymo Setups, the entity team, and all the organising committee for putting on this on. I've done many seasons here now, so thanks to all the boys that and girls that help keep this club running, and obviously yourself, Zach, for adding the level of entertainment value.
I'm not sure if I've been responsible for that tonight. More like our GSRC alumni in the chat thread. Dan Yeaman, commentator producer. Can we just have a look at the bottom of that graph there on screen and just change the 5 to a 6, please?
Oh yeah.
Popping. I only just saw that and I was like, hang on, what?
Yeah.
No, Harry Lillis was 2025B.
Yeah, look.
But no, that's all right. I knew exactly what we were trying to do, but I was like, hang on, that does what? Thank you, mate. Hey, Rich, well done, mate. Richly deserved, if you'll pardon the pun. And we look forward to seeing you in 3 weeks' time, mate. Go well. Enjoy the celebrations.
Cheers, Jack. Appreciate it.
Coatsy and Denchi. Who wants to go first? Either or. Excellent, because that means that you're both here for a little while. So let's have a chat about a couple of things here. Coatsy, it was always going to be... Denchi, I want to come to you and get your take on that incident in just a few moments. But Coatsy, it was always going to be a long shot, mate. But talk me through the 90 minutes in Pro-Am and how much fun that was.
Yeah, look, it was a good race. I think I remember a few weeks back sitting in here and saying, oh, it's going to be hard to get up on the podium. But tell you what, Zach, I've proved you wrong before, and I'll do it again. So I managed to even surprise myself and kind of get up to P3 provisionally.
A brilliant result as well, mate. As we say, that is all provisional at the moment, but you are right. With the 5th in the race, the provisional points that we're seeing on our screen here have Matt Schmidtke 852, Sean Medici 806, Brad Coates 776, Dane Snadden 764, and Paul Wood 753. So trust you, if it was ever going to be anybody, the Revolution E-Racing squad raining on the Whiskey Business Racing's parade and their prospects and their hopes and dreams of a lockout of the podium, mate. Unfortunately, it did not go right for Dane Snadden tonight, but hey, you gotta take those opportunities when they fall into your lap. You did that, and you've managed to, I guess, curtail his extraordinary run home, because he'd won the last 5 races straight coming into tonight, as you can see on our screen there, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, 21st tonight for Dane. That was never going to cut the mustard, and you've come through. And 5th was good enough on the night to jag that podium, completely obliterate the Whiskey Business domination that had emerged at the top end of the tree and get Revolution E Racing onto the podium, mate. So not a bad way to finish proceedings, even though that deficit up to Schmitty is 76 points. To get that podium result, to get a top 5 at Le Mans, where the Porsche obviously wasn't the preferred car by the looks of the results that we've had come through throughout the course of the night. The Mustangs have dominated, the Lambos have dominated. But to get that result, rain on Whiskey's parade, it's a very nice end of the season.
Yeah, I was doing some driving around and a lot of green cars there, so it was definitely a bit of a Whiskey business night there for sure. It's been a bit of an up and down season, honestly, being on a bit of a temporary sim setup for a while and only kind of coming back to my main setup over the last few weeks. But yeah, it's been good to kind of get back up there and fight in the top 10 week to week, get some good racing in.
Indeed, talk to me about the 90 minutes from your standpoint. Obviously, fifth, hard to go with Dale and with Short and Matt, who were, of course, 1 and 2 again. Just having a look there for the benefit of everybody at home, third in all of that. Am I right in? I'm just trying to line it up with my columns here, and I'm struggling. Boys, help me out. Was it Nathan Michael that got third tonight? I'm just trying to line that up. Sorry, Dan.
Yeah, we're looking for someone who scored 32 points.
Sorry, below Nathan Michael, Matthew Gerard, the Ford Mustang.
Yes, Gerard, down 20.
Yeah, Matthew Gerard. Yeah, sorry, no, I was just I couldn't on my finger straight across the screen to line up the right name with the right column. So, apologies for that. But Gerard in for third. I'm going to have the same problem here in a moment with fourth. That it was Paul Wood, 753. He's finished on Paul Wood. And Dane's dad in 763, and then you in fifth. So in all of that, mate, again, 5 different manufacturers in the top 5. Again, you're the best Porsche. So talk us through the ins and outs of that race from your standpoint. As you say, you're running laps. It's a long lap around Le Mans. It can be a little bit lonely if you lose the toe. It can be a tough grind because it only takes one small error to become a massive problem around here, especially if you've got to end up in the tow road. So to have a clean run to avoid incidents and to bring it home as the best placed Porsche, it's a triple thumbs up and a tick in the box, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it. I'll let you know a secret. A few weeks back, I wasn't even wanting to do the 24 of Le Mans, and then I said, I'll be around if you need me. And then I did a couple of laps, and I'm like, you know what, this place is all right. So did a few more, and yeah, enjoyed it. Ran with a very safe setup tonight, just to kind of have that stability in the Porsche curbs. But I think it paid off, just being able to just stay there. Didn't have the speed down the straights, which is where I kind of let the guys get away from me a little bit and got out of the tow, but just kept putting in the laps, and here we are.
Indeed we are, and I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? Third the last 3 weeks on points, then the fifth tonight, but it gets the job done. And I guess points for perseverance for you, based on what you just said there. It's amazing when you have that mindset where you don't want to go there, you're not looking forward to it, but then you turn up and then you're rewarded like that. I guess it encourages everybody, doesn't it, to chip away at the things that irk them a little bit and those challenges that, you know, they sometimes might just shy away from, Coatsy. You've turned up, you've gone and had that challenge, you've gone and executed and been rewarded for actually chipping away at it.
Absolutely. Try new things, try things you might not be good at. I reckon we should just take away the fast repairs, make it even more exciting, chuck in a bit of rain, but maybe give me another 2 bonus rounds, and I might even be pushing for second. So just...
Okay, so you would like to see the calendar extend beyond 10 rounds, would you?
Oh, I reckon everyone except Matt gets an extra 2 rounds, and then we kind of see where the championship falls.
No. And Paul Schmitty's not here to defend himself at the moment. I mean, credit to the Whiskey Business Racing stable. They've put in a brilliant season. But you, as a former champion in this division as well, to bag another podium result, no doubt, fire in the belly to come back bigger and better next term. again in the Porsche. I guess you just need the track line up and a couple of other results to fall your way, and it could well be you wearing the number 01 for Turn 4.
Yeah, I'm just looking over my sim rig and now I have a little complete collection of all the trophies there. I'll have a 1, 2 and a 3 over time, so it'll be good. Next season, not sure what it holds. Maybe Porsche, maybe do some testing over the break and see kind of what the new meta is for GT3, and yeah, maybe try something new.
I take it you're supporting. Thorn Weggett's comments over here in the right-hand side of the screen. Coatsy, someone say Matt to pro.
Yeah, well, yeah, good on him. I think he deserves it. I got the same treatment, so he can go up and play with the big boys for a bit.
Including Denchi, who we'll hear from in just a few moments' time. Obviously, Le Mans not without its challenges. I mean, obviously, it still remains an Achilles heel for Dane Snadden, but do you feel a lot better about the circuit now that you've actually come out and put the 90 minutes together?
Yeah, I think probably the 6 hours last weekend also helped a little bit. But you probably just call me the ice cube in the whiskey glass.
Yeah, actually, I like that. That is good. The sting in the tail for them in the grand scheme of things. Hey, talk to me about what's next for you. I mean, we've got a couple of weeks now. We get to put the feet up. We come back for next term. I dare say you're going to go around to the Porsche again. Anything else in your racing calendar and portfolio between now and when we reconvene?
Yeah, that new M2. It's gone from a undrivable, tail-happy, spinny piece of junk to something that looks all right. So maybe there might be a little bit of multi-class on it. Just taking things a little bit slower. Just relaxing, a bit slower.
So a BMW M2, but not the GT3?
What's the new one? The M4? Whatever the new little slow M2 is. Yeah,
no. What I'm saying is you're okay with entertaining the idea of BMW there, but not in GT3?
Oh, no, I'll just do it for 2 weeks and I'll probably get sick of it and come back to GT3s. But, I got to have fun while it lasts. Maybe one Nordschleife just to race some Mazda or something.
Why not? You've obviously said that you're open to seeing some more wet weather stuff. It's interesting though, your comments about no fast repairs. There's a few people, I guess, in the pro-am split that would be like, no, Coatsy, no. We kind of enjoy the luxury of that comes with being in the pro-am server. But if you were to, as you know, if you go up into the pro split with Denchi and co, and you go to a sprint round, there's no holds barred. There's nothing saving you there. You got nothing to fall back on.
Yeah, I've always said I don't have the speed. You're not going to see me setting purple sectors out there, putting it on pole. But I guess my thing is generally try and keep it clean. So rain just adds to that advantage that plays into my court. So got to take the wins where I can get them.
Very nicely done. I better get to the great man who's standing by here, and then I better get us out of here before midnight, considering that we've now been on air for 4 hours and 6 minutes already. But before I do go to Denchi, let me finish with you, Coatsy, giving you the opportunity to thank whoever you'd like to at this particular point of time, on the back of, as we say, that podium result in Waste Options GT3 Pro-Am, third in class. Well done.
As always, shout out to the boys and girls at Revolution E-Racing and our sponsors that make all this possible, AITX, Shieldcoat, Sudspeed and Kibby. Amazing group of people and always set us up for success. Thank you.
And well done to you as well, mate. We appreciate the fact that you've been willing to come in and have a chat with us on multiple occasions throughout the course of the season, and we're happy to stay back and chat with us late on a Monday night. Enjoy the 2-week break. We'll see you early July.
And cheers, boys.
And Denchi, let's go to you because, well, as Coatsy quite rightly put it, saving the best until last. You get that privilege and those accolades thrust upon you when you got a record as good as that, ladies and gentlemen. 13 GT3 Pro Championships, 10 Porsche Elite Cups as well, a GT4 and a GTE, etc., etc. The list goes on and on. And there was a bit of dench of old about that drive tonight, I thought as well, mate. Nicely done, bringing it home, P2.
Yeah, the night wasn't too bad. The Porsche was down on pace, just overall, I think. It was pretty average, but yeah, we managed to do some magic in the pit stops and be back in the fight there for the back half. And yeah, overall, it was a pretty fun night.
Well, I'm glad that you've steered me in that direction, because it was the first thing I thought of as soon as I threw to you. And I'm sure if I didn't mention it, Dan Yeoman would have jumped in and done so for me. We kept a very close eye on that, because as soon as you stunned everybody through that pit lane sequence, you're a distant sixth. You were struggling to get into contact with the boys in that battle pack, second, third, fourth and fifth. And then you jag one out of the rabbit hat, as you so often do in the pit lane, and you get everybody paying attention. You catch them off guard, and they stand up and take notice, because all of a sudden you come out of that first round of pit stops in second and with track advantage in your lap. We wanted to confirm with you if that was because of the advantageous way in which the Porsche was a little bit more friendly with regards to fuel wear, fuel burn, etc., compared to the other cars. We know what you can do with regards to fuel saving, even on a 13.5 kilometre circuit, but was there a slight advantage from an economic standpoint, fuel burn standpoint, for that Porsche over the other vehicles?
I think if you like full push, I believe it's probably the same fuel burn as the other cars, but we're just lifting a little bit before every braking zone, like I tend to do, and just like the Porsche was really undrivable on low wings. So I was running, I think it was like four up from the lowest, so we were down on top speed, and it looked like if I could stay under somebody's rear wing, then I could keep up, but then you can't really see where you're going, so one little mistake and you'd fall off the back of them, and then it's rough going from there.
Interesting. Very interesting indeed, because that was a race-changing, game-defining moment from you. The fact that you were able to go out, grab second, and then essentially stay within the striking distance of the top five for the balance of the night, mate. Everything else looked pretty smooth sailing, pretty uneventful, until the moment that we replayed for Richard Mitchum, and we might replay it again for you. Firstly, there were two moments, right? There was you rejoining the circuit in ghost mode. You appeared driving through Bo Cubis's Ferrari. So the fact that you were able to use the ghost of pit lane to your advantage gave you track position in the first place. That was game-changing point number one. And then, of course, James Scott's unfortunate. It was unfortunate that it happened, because he was putting in a great drive, and he's been a great addition to the server and the series. One of our pro V8 operators in this country, showing that he's also got it when it comes to GT3. Just talk us through that incident with James from your perspective on the Mulsanne straight there, because that really sealed the fate of the battle for the top three and put pay to his chances of a podium as well.
Yeah, so I did notice throughout the night that my overlays weren't indicating when other cars had slowdowns. So when we came onto that back half of that straight and I pushed Bo, I didn't realise he had a slowdown. Yep. So all I could see was the back of a Ferrari, so I can't really tell if I'm going straight, left or right. And yeah, looking at the replay after the fact, I was actually moving towards the white line a little bit, and that's just pulled James's car inside of mine, and it just spat us both out. So
he came off far worse for wear than you did. I guess you were very lucky that you were able to look at the car control, look at the wheel control.
Yeah,
I guess you were very lucky that you were able to get away with that, Denchi.
Yeah, very, very much so. I was very lucky to even try and catch that. So.
Did race control chat to you blokes about that incident, or did they put it as a racing incident and just press on?
I wasn't paying attention to chat at all, so I didn't hear anything about it.
So we're none the wiser, ladies and gentlemen. However, what's interesting here, mate, is this could well have been the difference for you. Obviously, Bo Cubis coughing and spluttering on the final lap also allowed you to get up into second. Richard Mitchum went with you. That rounded out the podium, right? There was just, you've been here enough. You've been the benchmark for the longest time, right? Here's the replay of the pit stop. Let's just watch again, ladies and gentlemen. Denchi disappear and then reappear ahead of Bo Cubis here. Just watch this as he makes his way back out onto the circuit. There he goes. Right, camouflage, gone. There he is. He's in there somewhere. Now he's gone. Oh, wow. Unbelievable.
He just went straight through two cars.
the joys of the iRacing universe allowing you to do that, Denchi. You wouldn't get away with that in the real world.
I mean, if it's it'd be. I would like to see contact be enabled in the pit lane, just as an option for like league races and things, because like it would throw in like another bit of a fun thing to try and work with. So yeah.
Well, that's exactly right. It'd I guess be another one of those little 1%ers that everybody talks about with regards to continuing to narrow the gap between what is real world racing and what is sim world racing. That's an obvious, if anybody was watching on from home and not already sure as to whether or not they were watching a real race or a sim race, that would have done it for them. The little 1%ers like that, we've seen over the course of time, mate, this game, this platform grow and evolve exponentially. Standing starts when, says Thornwiggett. For Formula V, Thursday night, standing starts at the Bend, please. We don't want any more rolling starts in the Vs, for Christ's sake. Denchi, from your standpoint, we've seen the growth in this platform over the course of time. That would just be another little 1%er, because at the end of the day, this is as close to the real world experience as a lot of us will ever get. And iRacing have gone out of their way to narrow the differences, to eliminate the differences as best they can. There are some things that they will not ever be able to eradicate, but that's technology for you. But the realer they can make the experience, the better it is for you guys jumping in.
Yeah, it definitely feels more or less like the real thing, I guess you would say. Without actually jumping in one of these cars and driving them, it's a bit hard to exactly say that's exactly how it works, but it definitely feels very nice to drive and it feels quite real. So yeah, I think they've done a nice job. They're always updating the sim to reflect the real world stuff. So yeah, it'd be good to see where it ends up in another 12 months.
No Eli Donaldson on the grid. Luke King and Rodney Gollan have finished well down the order. We're looking at this and thinking you may have been able to jag third position on the podium in this championship, mate. We won't know until Adam Lavis crunches the numbers and updates us tomorrow morning, but is that the feeling you're getting as well?
Yeah, like I crunched the numbers earlier and I crunched the numbers with me finishing in third and Bew in second, and it was 1 point difference. So with the positions swapped around, I should have third there, I think.
Extraordinary. And considering, okay, let's get to Brooksy's comment in just a moment, because there's background and context to that, right? And Brooksy knows where I'm going because we've had that off-air discussion. And I don't think I'm upsetting anybody if I have that conversation with the great man on the record. But let's look at your season, Denchi, right? So started with that shocker in the you had no time for that Lambo after the round at Spa. You parked that up pretty quickly. We didn't see you week 2. Then the DNS last week. What was the cause of that, if you don't mind me asking?
With the new update to Red Bull Ring and the 3D curves, the Porsche's atrocious there, and then it rained in quali. I was just like, no, I'm packing up for the night. So
did you think that might have been your hopes of a podium finish in this series gone there and then?
I mean, I wasn't going too hard for a championship. I'd lost too many points in that round with the Lambo being the endurance there. So yeah, it was pretty much done and dusted from that moment forward. But yeah, we just sort of take the rest of the season as a bit of a testing grounds and sort of get back into the flow of things. And yeah, we should come on strong next season.
Can I steer you in the direction of that GT4 championship that's being acknowledged on our screen at the moment, right? You did that in 7 weeks. You won a GT4 championship by turning up in week 3, having already burnt your 2 drop rounds. You then went on an extraordinary run where I think you won every race that you started or near enough to it. You won the championship with a round to spare and you gave everybody a 2-week head start. So it's shades of that in a not dissimilar way in the fact that you've been able to string 7 weeks together and Jag a podium finish out of this, Denchi, which is remarkable considering that it had been 3 terms since we last saw you. It was term 2 last year. So no term 3, no term 4, no term 1. 3 terms since we last saw you competitively compete in a GT3 series. Must be nice to be heading back in the direction of the good old days, mate.
Yeah, it'll be like the aim is to get back into the sim every day and really get back up to pace. But yeah, it's a long way to go, I think, especially if we want to be able to chase down James. And like Edmund's pace there tonight was phenomenal in that Ford. So yeah, we've got a bit of catching up to do, but I'm sure we can get there in the
3 round wins in the back half of the season. Round 5 at Sandown, round 6 at Sebring, and round 8 on the streets of St. Pete. Back in victory lane at St. Pete as well. It was nice to be able to say that the Denchmark was back on top of the summit here in GT3 land. iRacing is out of maintenance already, according to Automated Bot Alerts. Thank you, Dan Yeaman, for that update. We've been on air long enough for iRacing to go through and out of its maintenance. I can no longer win the argument that I don't talk much because we've been here in post-race show mode for 90 minutes now. I don't have a leg to stand on, but then again, I stand by what I said earlier. I get paid to talk. Denchi, the comment there on screen earlier was from Brooksy, of course. I don't know. I mean, we've been seeing you run the very, very nice, easily spottable yellow throughout the course of the season. You know, I'm a fan of the colour. It's easily spotted. It's good to associate. It's, you know, it just suits, right? It looks good. There's nothing wrong with that. It's a very plain look, though. Have there been any knocks on the door? Has there been anyone slide into the inbox trying to recruit the most successful GT3 driver in GSRC history for term 3 or not?
haven't been too many people messaging me, but I did go exploring a little bit and might have something going on in the works. Not a team that has super fast guys, but it'll be like a stepping stone to get back into the things, and it is an international team, so the idea with that is to tee up all of the big endurance races that iRacing has. So yeah, just so I get to drive through the daytime rather than having to do the 4 a.m. shift. So yeah, it'll be pretty.
And I only ask because you know, with your return, there were a couple of people that did reach out and say, what's the go with Denchi? You know, is he looking for a team? Should we reach out? Whatever. And I said, look, I don't know the full story because he doesn't give away too much. He keeps his cards close to his chest, but he plays them well. And the only thing I said to them, Denchi, was, well, the only thing you can do is reach out, and the worst thing he can say is no. So it's interesting to know that there is something in the works, and it's nice to know that it's a case of watch this space and more details will come to light in due course.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, we're looking to jump in a car with them for the Watkins Glen 6 hour this weekend, I believe. So we'll see how things go.
What else does the break look like, mate? I mean, obviously, I'm going to ask you about car selection for GT3 in just a moment, but what else is on the racing radar over the next 3 weeks?
Right now, it's just going to be straight GT3, a little bit of IMSA, a little bit of official GT3 sprints, and just sort of along those lines.
Okay, given your comments about the Porsche, and you've been here long enough to hear what both Daniel Edmonds and Richard Mitchum have said about the Mustang, we know that there's a little bit of love in the house for the Lambo. We only had 6 of 11 different manufacturers out there tonight, though, Denchi. So there's 5 that have been in the garage. You've seen James Scott come in and dominate in a Ferrari. He was quick in the McLaren without the luck. What are you looking at? Any idea what you might turn up in 3 weeks' time, or is that very much a work in progress?
I can tell you the Porsche will be going in the garage. Back when it was very successful, it was super fast in the corners and slow on the straight. Now it's just average on the corners and average on the straight. So it might be getting closer to that old Ford territory at the moment. So we'll be packing this one up and yeah. So initial testing that I've done and seen a couple of other streamers do would be Ford, BMW, McLaren, and Ferrari are probably the top 4 cars at the moment.
Okay, so he's got his list narrowed down very nicely, ladies and gentlemen, and he's just compared the current Porsche to the Ford GT, which, by the way, he's also carved up the competition in. It was at Elkhart Lake in Wisconsin, so that might have been the reason why he was able to make it happen. But yes, he has won a GT3 race in that hated Ford GT on these platforms in the past as well. Geez, it's nice to be able to talk to someone with so much history on the platforms of the GSRC as one M Dench at this time on a Monday night. Circuit wish list for next season? Anything you'd like to see left off the list, or are you welcoming all challenges at this point?
Well, the list that iRacing posted for the GT Sprint, if we could just knock off Red Bull Ring out of that and then just take all of the ones that are on there.
Okay, interesting. I haven't seen that list, but obviously some disdain for the Red Bull Ring at the moment from M Dench. Is that because of the way the Porsche was around there, or because of the potential of weather, or both?
I believe it was mainly just the curbs. Like, you got to go, you usually have the curb in the middle of the car and then you cross back over it because they're 3D curbs. It was just unsettling the Porsche completely. So I'm sure there was some GT3s that could handle the normal line that you would take, but I think a few of them were like quite limited in how much track you could use then.
Oh dear. Brilliant stuff. Dan Yeaman is still here and punching the buttons for us, probably giving me the wrap up that I actually can't see at the moment.
I haven't yet.
Before I let I've been waiting for it for like half an hour, but I know you don't have an early alarm tomorrow morning, because if you did, you would have already said something. However, whilst we've got the great man here with us, is there anything you'd like to throw at him?
I think you've actually done a good enough job of covering most of the things. We've teased out of him what's next in terms of teams, what he wants to see from tracks, where he might go with the car, the season recap. And I mean, you even asked about the strategy tonight and such. I can't really add to that discussion more than anything else.
The only thing I didn't ask anyone was about tyre wear, because it didn't seem to be a too important part of the narrative in the end.
That's a fair point. I guess at the end of the day, the fuel-covered tyres, from what we could see. So I guess, was there any? Yeah, I did see Bo in the first stint. He didn't take tyres to perhaps, I guess, try and speed his run out of the pits a bit. But given the fact that tyre wear is just an inevitable thing in these GT3 cars, did you ever sort of envision a benefit to not taking tyres? I'm pretty certain you took tyres at both stops in your map.
Oh, I did not take tyres at all the whole race.
Wow.
The first stop, my lowest percentage on the tyres was like 90%. So yeah, I didn't take tyres at all. But then on that back half of the stint, when Bo started driving away from me, I did push quite hard and kind of like hurt the front tyres a bit and was understeering quite bad in the slower speed stuff. So a couple of tyres, maybe some left side tyres in that second stop would have been beneficial, I think. So yeah.
Okay, there we go. So I got that wrong there in terms of what I saw and what I didn't see.
Any chance we might see you back in the Porsche Cup at some point, Denchy, or are you still keen to avoid it whilever it resembles a pogo stick?
I mean, it doesn't look like they're going to change it anytime soon. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe not next season, but the next time the official Porsche Cup esports series thing pops back up, we'll probably jump back in it and throw a hat in that ring and do a few rounds here and there with the GSRC to try and keep on top of things.
Very nicely done. It is 18 minutes to 12. I'm going to let you rock and roll, mate. Thank you very much for being so good with your time tonight, for hanging back with us. We very much appreciate that. We know it's a late finish. We know that you're normally first in, first out, and there's no holding you back, but you've done it tonight. We are immensely grateful for that, because it's been nice to chew the fat with you and touch base and get an idea of what's next. And we cannot wait to see what you bring to the table, because we know, based on what we've seen this season, that Title 14 is a real chance of happening at some point this season. And if it happens, this year, and if it does, it'll break the stranglehold that Vermilion have on GT3 Pro proceedings at the moment. 3 championships, 3 different drivers, Greathead, Donaldson, and now Mitchum. Is there anyone you'd like to thank before we let you go?
We'll just keep thanking the GSRC team for putting on the races for everyone to be nice and busy through the week, and the broadcast. It's always great. So thank you for the team.
Very nicely done, mate, and very nice to Thorn Weggett. Thank you. I might have to run with that on air right now. I'll get to Thorn and the inbox message that he's just sent me in just a moment. Thank you for that, mate. Denchi, thank you very much again to you, mate. Appreciate that. Go well. Enjoy the break, and we'll see you on July 6th.
Yeah, we'll see you for round 1 next season.
Cannot wait. And that should serve as a message being sent to the rest of the paddock that Denchi's arriving next term. A man on a mission. Cannot wait. Now, prospective schedule posted by staff has come to me by Wolfbane, Thorn Weggett, and again, no definitive confirmation of what's going on here, but this is the 12-week schedule that iRacing has released. So Watkins Glen, Oran Park, Bathurst, Spa, VIR, Adelaide, Hockenheim, Le Mans, again, Indy. So that's, I'm assuming, the road course at Indianapolis. I don't think, I like the idea of a prospective GT3 race on the oval, but I don't think we'd go for it. Then to St. Pete, then to the Red Bull Ring, bad luck Denchi, then to Suzuka. I reckon there'll be a couple of little changes internally. There always seems to be a couple of changes internally here, Dan Yeaman, term on term rather, based on circuit popularity within the cohort of club members that we have here within the alumni. But I don't mind the look at that. Oran Park and GT3, that sounds like a wild ride. We haven't done that for a while. Hockenheim usually delivers in sprint mode. Le Mans, obvious enduro. Haven't been to the Brickyard this year in GT3. St. Pete was a smash in sprint mode. The Red Bull Ring, Denchi's already turning his nose up at that. Suzuka would be an interesting one. I don't think we'd host a finale there, but I stand to be corrected. It'll be interesting to see what comes of that, what we run with, and what then goes out to vote within our members' chat threads with regards to prospective replacement venues and what they might be. But all in all, that's not a bad calendar, all things considered.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the Oran Park gets shoehorned in by way of the fact that it's got an artwork update, so it's a bit of a pick-me from iRacing one. And I guess, yeah, most of those other tracks, for the most part, pretty strong GT staples outside of St. Pete, really. As far as I can think of it. And I mean, yeah, I think back to the comment that I think it was pretty certain it was Dan Evans here made during his chat with you earlier, was the fact that, I guess, whilst we've got these other the GT3 regional series available as track selection suggestions, the fact that they aren't open setup series means that if you want to pull from tracks that have relevance for those who are looking to just grab a setup and run, you do end up pretty tied down to both GT3 sprint series, the 40-minute setup series racing, as well as your IMSA races there as well. So you have to see that. That's actually a good point. I haven't even looked at schedules for the officials this season. That really tells you where I'm at these days in terms of officials participation. It's practically zero. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see, because I haven't heard a single thing. Given that my club participation is pretty much here in the broadcast booth, I'm not privy to the early access of committee workings.
Me either. So it is interesting because usually I know it's a mission of senior figures within club committee management, etc., to get the schedule for next term in terms of the categories, not necessarily the round by round stuff, but the makeup of what's going to fill what slot on broadcast ready by this week so that we can announce it on Thursday night. Whether we'll be able to do that again this term or not remains to be seen, so watch this space. Mate, it's been great to share the booth with you on a Monday night throughout the course of this season. I know we shared it on a Wednesday night for predominantly term one. You've transitioned into the Monday night slot, the preeminent primetime kingpin slot here on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. And I say that because for all the changes we've made everywhere else, GT3 has remained on Monday Night Motorsport for all 25 seasons. Hard to believe that it is 25 seasons, 6 years strong. Another great term. We'll have a look at the Formula 3 stuff in just a moment. We've got the final points ready there. But from your standpoint, what have been the highs and lows of the last 10 weeks?
Highs and lows from a whole 10 weeks of racing. I mean, I think it's a interesting case of, like, for me, and this is, I guess, part of the fact that, unfortunately, I haven't been able to really, despite I've been here for all 10 weeks, and actually it's kind of been good to be able to do that for the first time in a little bit. The championship picture in GT3s, I mean, maybe it's part of the way we have the three classes, so we're bouncing around between them on a week-by-week basis, give or take. It kind of felt like the championship situation never really resolved itself clearly. I mean, in saying that, none of our GT3 championships were decided until tonight, so there is that as well. So it's one of those quirks, I guess, but then also, like, he had these, the single race moments where, like James Scott showing up and showing everyone that just because we know him predominantly for supercar driving doesn't mean that he's a bad steerer in other cars when he comes out for a whirl, even against drivers who we would consider strong in a GT3, perhaps relative other cars that they race in. So a lot of that, and I guess it's like, we've had that mixed story, up and down, the highs and the lows, the incidents and the trouble that have befallen drivers across the season, contrasting with what we've seen on the Monday nights to kick things off.
And it's been a wonderful term of competition. You're right about GT3. Just to have all three championships alive and well going into grand final week was a nice rare change of pace for us. Normally, Denchi's got it done with a round to spare or something like that in the prize split. But that hasn't been the case for a while. Eli Donaldson did it last term, but yes, Richard Mitchum really had to work hard to secure his glory tonight, and he did that in the end. We'll have the official margins for you on Wednesday in our broadcast, ladies and gentlemen. We'll have the finalised results from the GT3 Pro and Pro-Am splits during our coverage of the 86s and the supercars. But also, I guess, as well, we had the best of both. We complemented the Tin Tops with the open wheelers, mate. It was a nice dynamic to have those two different disciplines. The 2-3s, as we call it, on a Waste Options Monday night. And I guess we can have a look at and marvel in the fact that we had 3 live championships here on grand final night in GT3. But then also complement that with the ultra dominance, which has unfortunately been curtailed on the final night, denying the boys a 1-2 of 1-9 throughout the course of the season. Braden Sagassa, dead set unlucky, but Aidan Carl, that's a Dench sort of season that he put together.
Yeah, no, I mean, as you said, we've got the points for that. I'll bring them up here on screen for us now, and just, 4 straight to finish the season. You said there's just this very untouchable. In fact, that I wind back the moments where he out of 10 rounds, only 1 round he was not scored its winner. That was when Stephen Bull stole one away in the Suzuka 30-minute race for round 6.
When they collided with one another, he and Braden, at the Casio Triangle. 14 races, 10 race wins, 3 seconds and a third in the end there. Well done to Alex Tzikis, Brett Barker, Adam Lavis jumped up 2 spots in the end. Guy Leach remained where he was in 7th. John Baldwin up to 8th. So he did pip Lockie Purvis. I was right with my very basic number crunching on the hop, skip and jump there. Bondi unfortunately falls to 10th, but he stays in the top 10. So where there's obvious disappointment, there is a silver lining, the fact that he didn't slip any further than that. But look at that. That's a huge chunk. That's, what are we? 341 points covers the top 10 and 165 points between Aidan Cale and Adam Funslow. That is a drubbing in anyone's language. And have a look at what it would have been if we didn't have the drop rounds as well. It would have been 292. So 165, when you look at what it could have been, is not too bad in the grand scheme of things. Braden Zagassa in for third. Alex Dizikis and Brett Barker made up the top 5. So it might not have been a night to write home about for Brett Barker or Guy Leach, but Barker did move up one spot, and Adam Lavis might rue that last mistake there, because it could have been the difference between being 6th and 5th. Had he gone and grabbed third, but he did. But look at what Adam Lavis did. He tied on points for third with Adam Funslow, based purely on incidents and bonuses that he got in all of that. So somewhere along the line,
positions gained, as well as
Positions
only
gained.
one incident point. So yeah, those 2 bonuses that he picked up are enough to get him up equal with Funslow's P3 plus his own little bonus for, was that 3 incident points? Yeah, 3.
Yeah. It would have been 132 for Funslow for the night. So an extra 9 on that was 130 for Adam. So that 9-point swing would have been enough for him to displace Brett Barker by 2 points in the end. It wasn't to be. And alternatively, that 9 points wouldn't have affected Adam Funslow finishing ahead of Braden Sagassa on points either. So 6 of one and half dozen the other very much. I thought we were going to get out of here before midnight. We're probably not. I want to just quickly say a big thank you to you for your efforts throughout the course of the term, and look forward to next term already. Enjoy the break. Hopefully the break will come or bring with it an opportunity for you to jump behind the wheel at least, mate.
Oh, look, yeah, we'll see what we can do with getting some driving done around the place at some point. I've been hoping I might be able to make some cameo appearances on Wednesday nights once we've made the switch pretty much stick. And then even some late season appearances on Thursdays, but things have not worked out so far to that effect, and I don't think it'll work out even this week either. Okay. Wednesday's not a complete impossibility, but I'd be racing in the door to then sit down in the seat to do that. Thursday will be...
Which one, the supercars or the 86s?
It would be racing in the door to make the supercars race if I
copy.
did so. Unfortunately, any Thursday participation is a wash at this stage.
It does help that the race start time for the supercars on Wednesday night is at this stage still 9 o'clock too. That may well help.
It should make it possible, yes.
Excellent. Well, we look forward to seeing you try and do what Bradley Ratu wasn't able to do tonight, and that is tear through the field. Big night, huge commitment required from all and sundry to make it happen for you. Big thanks to our team who, on the hop, skip and jump, upon being alerted to the fact by Dan Yeoman that iRacing was going down for maintenance at 10 p.m. Eastern time, we're able to rejig the night to ensure that we still got the full complement of racing in. We might be 15 minutes shy on racing, but we've made up for that with chatter, haven't we? A big thanks to our team that put it together behind the scenes at committee level, of course, Josh Zuno, or as we were calling him through the first half of the term, Harold Holt. It was nice to actually hear from him and confirm that he hadn't done the Holt. He is still very much with us. He's working on some exciting stuff behind the scenes, and I can't wait to see that integrated into the broadcast in the coming weeks as well. You'll like what he's got in store for us, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure. A big thanks to our broadcast crew, of course, headed by our coordinator, Adam Lavis, Dan Yeoman, Andrew Neal, Matt Schmidtke, all the producers, the directors, and, of course, the commentary team, including the guys that have subbed for me throughout the course of the season, most specifically Yeoman And Jordan Pianazzola, of course, making his GSRC commentary debut throughout the course of this season as well. Big thanks to everybody like Thorn Weggett who have stayed up till this ungodly hour of the night, God knows why, to listen to our gibberish. Because without you, put simply, without the people in the comments section, as idiotic as some of them were tonight, this isn't doable. This is not possible. It's not feasible. And it's not worth it because what's the point of broadcasting with an audience of zero? So big thanks to everybody that tunes in, all the drivers that go back and look at the replays and everything else as well. Without them, it just doesn't happen. So a big thanks to them for being here for 25 seasons now. Also a magnificent shout out to Disruptive Labs, Waste Options, Trophy AI, merch.tgsrci.com, and Flash Graphics for their ongoing support of this magnificent club. I mentioned the committee. It's a thankless job, but someone's got to do it. And speaking of thankless jobs, a huge thanks to our crew in race control who go above and beyond to ensure that we have a judicial system in place to, again, add to that real-world effect that is the experience that these guys sit here and enjoy each and every week. That just adds another degree of realism to it and ensures some level of fairness across the board. And we greatly appreciate the crew, led by, of course, the steward coordinator, Paul Wood there. There's what's ahead for you on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, the McLaren MP430, the GP2 engine tomorrow night. From Spa-Francorchamps, a 50-minute race. Yes, Dan?
Good thing it's the only car from the 2015 season we have, so, whilst it might have a GP2 engine, as Fernando once famously said, you don't have to worry about cars of its generation making it look like a GP2.
Well, that's exactly right. And a nice circuit and car combo for the final hit-out of Committee's Choice. 50 minutes the journey, server open 7 p.m. Eastern. Race will soon follow, of course, after practice and qualifying, etc., etc. Wednesday night, how's this, right? Triple dose of Toyota 86 action. It's like a regular GR86 Cup round from Mount Panorama Bathurst on Wednesday night, except we won't be going safety car or red flag at any point, hopefully. 10, 15 and 25 minutes, the lengths of those three races there, and we get on air at 7:25 p.m. Eastern time. We're racing from 7:30. Now, obviously, there's an extra race thrown in there. It may only be 10 minutes, but it's brought us an extra 15 with regards to the broadcast window. It is, of course, Ben Snell up against Braden Sagassa there for championship honours, and that is on Wednesday night. It leads into the Enduro for the Supercar Series, race number 17 of their campaign. 10th and final round, same venue as has been the case throughout the course of the season. The supports follow the main course venue-wise, and the main course follows the entree with regards to the scheduling. Although that being said, some weeks the Toyotas have been the main course, let's be perfectly honest. The antics and the entertainment they've brought to the table, almost not dissimilar to Formula V. 60 minutes the journey. Now, because of the extra race for the 86s, that race will start at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Hope you can join us for that. Adam Lavis here to bring it to you with me. Thursday night, the vocal cords need to get through this, and then I've got a 6-hour drive down to Manning Valley for Friday morning for 3 days of Kart Stars racing for round 4 of the Karting New South Wales Dunlop Kart Stars series. The vocal cords may well be wrecked by the end of this weekend, but at least they'll have 2 weeks to recoup and relax and recharge, because this is going to be a ripping triple header for both the Disruptive Labs Formula V Series from the West configuration of the Ben Motorsport Park in South Australia. 10, 15 and 15, the lengths of the races there. Invert Top 10 Race 2, Invert 15 Race 3, 7:30 Eastern Standard Time. No change to the start time of the main course, the Porsche Cup. That is coming to you from the Sandown International Motor Raceway in Victoria. So it's an Australian double to get the year done for us here on Thursday Night Motorsport this week. And we get underway at 8:45 Eastern Time. At this point, our broadcast schedule is race 1 and 2 from the Open Split, race 3 from the Elite. But if the numbers aren't there in the Elite Split like they weren't last week, I dare say it'll be a triple from the Open, but that remains subject to change. Have a look at the laps. 62 laps of racing there coming up on Thursday night. That'll be absolutely well worth the price of admission, and both championships still firmly on the line, Vs and Porsches. 7:30 Eastern Standard Time. It all gets underway. We're with you a couple of minutes before that. Matt Schmidtke here this week for the entirety because Andrew Neil is away on assignment. Then off to the Circuit of Barcelona Catalunya historic configuration, essentially last night's configuration, for the final round of the Gentlemen's Endurance Championship over 75 minutes or 200 kilometres, and that is from 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Friday night. We'll spin the wheel Thursday night to determine the car of choice from Saturday Night Motorsport, which is the Mountain Men finale from Mount Panorama Bathurst. Another trip to the mountain this week, like we need it. We're getting well acquainted with that venue. 300 kilometres this time round, extended length because it is the finale. 50 laps the journey, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Again, hope you can join us for that. And then Term 3, Monday, July 6, 7:25 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, when the new term gets underway. Hopefully, all will be revealed with regards to what's coming up there by this Thursday night, but that remains to be confirmed as well. Oh, B. I'm not sure if I've left anybody off the thank you list, but I apologise sincerely if I have, and we'll fix that up before the end of the week. We're going to get out of here before we hit the 5-hour mark of the broadcast. On the way there, we want to remind you that the merch shop is open and ready for your order. Merch.tgsrci.com, gsrcmerch.myshopify.com, same place. Type in either address, you go to the same page. The GSRC merch store, merch.tgsrci.com. Great range of GSRC merch and paraphernalia to show your love and support of the club and spread the word about it. And if you want to get involved in what we do here, either as a competitor or as a fanatic or as a sponsor, prospective category sponsor, race.tgsrci.com is where you go to contact our magnificent committee. Another great season done on a Monday night. Well done to Aidan Carl. Well done to Richard Mitchum. Well done to Mitch Vandervan. Well done to Matt Schmidtke. Your 4 champions crowned already this term, and we've got another few to crown as the week rolls on. We've already got our champion-elect in the Supercars Dev split, but of course the Elite split remains a wide-open race, as does the Formula V title decider. It's between 3 men, and so too the Porsche Cup championships, respectively, Open and Elite. So grand final night 1 is done, but the week is only just getting started, and we look forward to bringing you all the action again on Wednesday and Thursday night, 7:25 Eastern Standard Time. Remembering main course 9 p.m. Wednesday night, 8:45 Thursday night. And for you soccer fans, you've only got about 90 minutes to kill now before that quadruple header from Day 5 of the World Cup gets underway. Spain and Cape Verde, into Belgium, Egypt, Saudi Arabia and Uruguay, and Iran and New Zealand. All the coverage on SBS from 1:30 a.m. through to 1:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. A 12-hour marathon of football awaits once more in a week full of them. On behalf of Dan Yeaman and the entire broadcast commentary and production team here, we sincerely hope that you've enjoyed Term 2 action on Waste Options Monday Night Motorsport, an historic 25th season of Monday Night Primetime Motorsport for you. And the main offering, Waste Options GT3, 25 seasons strong, and we've now got an international champion joining the honour roll. His name is Richard Mitchum. 3 straight championships for Vermilion eSport, and of course 1-9 dominant in Waste Options Formula 3. On behalf of all of us here, we look forward to your company as Grand Final week continues with the Tin Top doubleheader, the Toyotas into the Supercars, from the Mountain, the Super Sprint and the Enduro Wednesday night. And until then, have a great morning, everybody. I'm Zach Caban. Bye for now.